What's it doing?
I've always kind of wanted to have a microwave on my nightstand next to my bed so I could make my instant coffee right in bed.
That'd be nice. Make some popcorn if you want like a popcorn snack.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what you can do instead, Jenny? Don't worry about the microwave. Get yourself one of those. They're like $10 or $8 at Walmart, and it's a little electric kettle to heat up your water. And you
I
can set
got
that
those.
next to your bed, and it's totally safe. It's not hot.
Oh no, no, those are too dangerous. A heat source? No thanks.
Wait a minute.
A microwave is also a heat source.
You're gonna put a microwave next to your bed, but you don't want to put the electric teapot. It heats up the inside of it. The outside of it, you can totally touch it. There's nothing hot on it. It's insulated.
Mm.
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't get hot on it.
No.
There's a white kind. Look for the white ones. They are not hot.
Yeah,
on
if you
the
get the
outside.
metal kind, that'll heat up all the way around. But just don't get the metal kind.
So just so you guys in the chat know, this all started with Mel saying that someone put a grill at the bottom of their bed so they could smell fresh bacon in the morning and put their foot on it and grilled their foot. And I was like, who the fuck did that? And she said it was on The Office. And I said, thank God, I thought it was real. And I was trying to figure out how the guy didn't die in a massive house fire. So that's good. Oh, cat.
I'm pretty sure the smell of like burning flesh would wake him up.
Yeah,
Like,
or
that's
the,
enough
just
to
the
wake
heat
anybody
on
up.
your foot, maybe, before we get to
Yeah.
burning flesh.
Who needs nociceptors? Just the smell of your
Your smell of your foot burning.
I was thinking about that today. So I have a round the horn question to start us out, okay?
Oh goodness.
What is one skill or talent or something you can do that is okay to have? Other people think it's great, but it really, at the end of the day, you can't like make money or anything off of it.
Oh, I got this. Okay. So a lot of people think that I know the sciencey things, but really my skill is that I can get questions wrong most of the time
Mhm.
and just maybe say a few cool words here and there. So it's really not useful, but people think I'm smart.
How do your
Right.
patients
Okay.
feel about that?
I could dig that. What about you, Mel? You got one? I know
repeat
you're very
the
talented, so it's probably hard to pick
repeat
out. But
repeating the question, por favor.
okay, so what's a talent or skill or something you know how to do that other people think is cool, and you may use it, but it's not that great, and you can't like make money or anything off of it.
Well, I was a DJ for 5 years, and I didn't make that much money on it.
Fine, Jenny. I was getting to you next. You didn't have to leave. Oh, she knew purple was coming and she ditched. That's what. No.
Oh no!
She usually accidentally.
And I'm
shuts herself
eating
out of the
curry for
street.
Stool because Stool
Yeah.
wasn't able to make it in the last time I was eating curry.
So my answer to that, Purple. Did you hear the question?
No, what?
Okay, here's the question. It's a round the horn question. It is, what's one thing that is a skill or talent that you can do that's okay to have, but you can't really make any money off it, but other people think it's cool?
Well, I've got a lot of things that I could theoretically make money off of, but I suck at self-promotion, so I don't.
No. It's nothing you can make money. Just a weird skill. Just something weird you can do that other
Okay,
people...
there's virtually nothing you can't make money off of if you know how to promote it.
Can I make
Well,
money
then I'm
off
gonna go
of
back to
saying
my
you pack
answer.
names of drugs? I
I'm
don't
gonna go
think I can
back-
make money by saying N-methyl-1-phenylpropane-2amine. Like, that won't make me money.
What did we say about
No, it
IUPAC?
will. But you got to know what it means, too.
It's methamphetamine.
I love
Yeah.
your
Right. Well,
Nina's come over to say hi.
Well,
oh, there's that baby. What do you say, Jenny? What say you?
I have no skills whatsoever.
Oh, shut up.
That's a lie, Jenny.
You've written a manual to build a car from scratch and disassemble it.
Yeah, but you can make
cool.
lots of money off that.
okay, something I could make money,
you make
off,
money
of,
off of
but
it?
isn't, but would be unethical, is that nobody will play the game. Nobody who knows me will play the game Boulder Dash with me, because I can spout stuff up off the cuff that sounds like an encyclopedia entry.
Oh my god, we should totally play that game because I'm good at it.
Who's got the TV in the background? It's really
Me.
loud.
Yeah, I'm just turning it down. Sorry.
Thanks, Holly. Holy Spackle, welcome, HS.
Hey,
Do-
howdy.
Do you want to field the question?
Yeah, please repeat it just because of
No,
my.
I know what
my God, I've
Spackle
said
can
it
do.
like-
Can I pick Spackle's skill?
Not tolerating bullshit very well, but yet being a loving,
I was
caring
gonna
person.
say-
No, I
I was
don't know.
gonna say angering Shani for Christ.
Well, that is a skill, but you can make money very easily off of it. By the way, but that's
true,
that's
though.
not particularly what I do. So I have this skill where I know an exorbitant amount of movie history from classic movies and stuff. So much so that I could be a movie reviewer, but I'm not. So
Well,
there
that
you
sounds
go.
like you can make money off of that then.
I
Well,
could,
see, that's
but
what I
that is a
mean.
really cluttered field.
Yeah, just about anything you could make money off of if you know
Art.
how to market it.
I'll give you an example. I know about 95% of the rules to D&D 3.5 and could quote them to you at one point in time. Nobody plays D&D 3.5 anymore. I can't make money off of that.
Some people
Okay,
are
see?
obsessed with 3.5
That's
still.
a perfect
Some
example.
people are.
Okay.
So here's I have two things. One, I am a super smeller / taster. I can
You
tell
could make
you
money off of that.
almost. I can tell you almost every spice that's in food. I can smell shit, human shit, any kind of shit from miles away. So it's not a fun skill to have. If I fart, I drive myself out of the room because my nose is so sensitive.
Yeah,
So
but I
that's
can
my
see you
first.
making money off of that.
Well, that's what I'm going to say. If anybody has any ideas, let me know. 'Cause-
Well, hey, if
So-
you can
Yeah.
like taste the sauce and be able to tell us everything that's in there so somebody else could reproduce it, that's a very marketable skill.
Well, I usually miss one spice because there's always some small latent thing I miss.
I
I
mean,
always-
that's
like, I'll
that's
miss,
exactly
like,
how.
Lemon
That's how-
juice. There's a squirt of lemon juice in it. Something
I'm
like
just
that.
saying that's how they got the freaking Impossible Burger, was to go through and figure out the individual flavors associated with a
Yeah,
burger.
But I
and
want to
they-
do something to help people. could
But
never
that
survive
does
in
help
that job.
people.
I'd
That
be,
could actually
be
help us
bored
with
and,
our
like,
hunger
oh,
issues.
well, maybe when we get into producing everything instead of growing /
I tell you, it's a lot
slaughtering.
easier to, like, instead of like breeding cows all the time. I've had the Impossible Burger. It tastes pretty freaking good.
Let me tell you,
So
I
good.
went to Burger King
Oh,
with my brother Richard.
I thought they were
who-
absolutely horrible.
Really? I
Yeah.
thought it was great.
Okay, hold on. It depends on where you eat it at, though, and it depends on how you prepare it too, because you got to prepare it a little
That's
different
true.
because it's not meat. Okay, so I went to Burger King with my brother, and for
I'm
any
s-
of you that
I'm
don't
sorry.
know, he cannot eat anything that's ever had eyeballs, and he cannot eat mushrooms. Any of those things will make him sick. That's what he says.
Hmm.
If it's had eyeballs or it's got mushrooms in it, like he'll like puke and shit himself. Like it'll make.
So you
him
should
sick.
prepare him a starfish fillet.
Anyways, so we went to Burger King because he was like, they have that Impossible Burger there. I want to try that Impossible Whopper. And I was like, all right, man. So we go there. He gets one. I get one. I get my regular. And I'm like, how is it? He's like, it's actually really fucking good. He's like, man, that's like the closest thing I've tasted to meat in a long time. And I was like, hey, okay. So we went there again because about every 3 or 4 months we go there. And so he's like, hey, you want to get an Impossible Burger? I was like, sure. So I got one of each. And I was like, well, whatever I don't eat now, I'll just heat it up for dinner later. I'll throw it in my fucking air fryer. So I was like, which one to eat? And I ate the Impossible Burger. And then I went back later and ate the regular one. And I was like, oh my God, the fucking Impossible Burger's better. The Impossible
know.
Whopper's better.
The
See,
Beyond Meat. and all
Soft
that
Roll and I
bullshit.
went and tried the Impossible Whoppers, and we thought they were absolutely horrible. The cardboard box it came in tasted better.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder if they're
I-
overcooking. They're probably
I-
over grilling them.
I
They're
agree.
hit and miss.
No, they didn't over grill it. When I had it, it's just an awful, terrible chemical laced.
Yeah, and I've
Pile
heard
of
other people
scum.
say it was
Hold
good.
on,
so
hold on.
I'm kind of wondering
Everything
if
that-
they're not consistent in different regions of the country.
That may
It does
be
make me
true.
wonder.
I've
They
had lots
could-
of.
they
I
could be
like.
different,
I
guess.
like veggie burgers. I think the Impossible Burger is a failure,
It's the
but I
only
like
one I
veggie
like.
burgers. Well,
I like the Boca burgers. I
Yep.
tell you, those
Boca's
little
are great.
Burgers were
American
pretty
Grill vegan Boken burgers, that American flavor one. Oh my God, I
Those
will
are
eat
very
that
nummy.
like a Charles
Okay, to
Dickens
be fair,
orphan.
the Boca
The
Burger
Beyond
does not taste like
sausages-
Oh,
meat,
they do.
but it is pretty good.
The Beyond sausages are actually really fucking good. One
Oh.
of my landlords is vegan and he makes those. They make those. Damn it. Did it again. They when they make them, they'll be like, "Here, you want one?" I'll be like, "Fuck yeah, I'll take a brat." They're like brats, but they're not full of fucking
Okay.
crap.
Yeah.
We got some of those Beyond sausages. I
Uh-huh.
cannot tell you how they taste because they just smelled wretched cooking them.
No.
I could not get past
really,
the smell to
I
actually
mean,
taste it.
I'm pretty sensitive to every flavor. It's like that's not a joke. I'm that way. Like if I will smell a smell in the house before anybody else does. My brother was messing with the gas over next door and we were working on it, and I went, "Do I smell gas?" And he's like, "Man, I just now took the pipe off." And he was like on the other side of the house, and I smelled it like
Huh.
that. I'm super sensitive about it. Okay, so anyways, moving on. The other skill I have is I remember numbers. I remember
Wait,
numbers.
What is
now,
the 374th decimal place of pi?
Oh my god.
No. You don't understand me. I don't know
History,
math
man.
or science. I'm an
Kidding.
idiot. But I
kidding.
remember numbers. I actually had one job, and I brought this one up second because I actually made money off it one time, but I didn't make money off of it. It just helped me with my job. So I had one job. I was a supervisor over 8 other drivers in a yard for L brands, and they had like Victoria's Secret in there and blah blah blah, all the different L brand whatever. They each had their own warehouse. It was like this huge complex. And we had almost 500 trailers, anywhere from 375 to 500 trailers in there at any time. And I had to know like where they were they in working order. I had to go around and check them every morning, check all the reefer units, make sure they were running, because when they make those candles for Yankee Candle, or no, not Yankee Candle, Bed Bath and Beyond or whatever it is,
One
those
them
candles
places.
have to be refrigerated or they will start melting and they're not perfect anymore. And the whole
Gwyneth
load's
Paltrow.
trash.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yep.
I don't
Candles?
want vagina scented candles. I
Anyways,
don't know
hold
why
on before
anybody
you
would
get
ever want
distracted. Let me finish. Hold on, let me finish real quick. So, like the people would holler at me on the radio, and they'd be like, "Hey, if I need such and such trailer, the number," and I'd be like, "What's the number? 830-600. Oh, try the 4th row back on the south side. I think it's over there, about halfway down." And they'd be like, "It's smack dab in the middle of the fucking row," and I'm like, "You're welcome." But I don't know why. Like if I can't like recite them to you, but if you bring the number back up to me, I'll be like, "Oh, that's this."
Mm.
But it doesn't really do me because I can't do the
Oh,
I can't recite them like that, so it doesn't do me any good to
You're
remember.
the opposite of me, dude. Like, you know how I'm just calculate? Like
Yeah.
numbers are the bane of my existence. So somebody like you being a coworker of mine would be amazing. Hey, what's that code again?
That's funny. I had a friend of mine go. I was taking her to the airport, and she was flying back from Virginia, Oregon, and I was with my ex at the time. And so we're walking inside, and she's like, "I don't believe you with that numbers thing. I just think you're full of shit." And I was like, "Test me. How you want to test me?" And I'm looking around for like numbers somewhere or something, right? And she goes, "I tell you what." She goes, "I'm going to give you 3 3-digit numbers. I want you to add them up in your head. And before I do that, I'm going to give you my mom's phone number in another state that I had never heard before." And I said, "Okay, fine." So she gave me the phone number. I ran it through my head 3 times so I could like see it in front of my eyes, because that's how I remember numbers. If I see it, I'll remember it. And then she gave me the addition problem. I added all 3 sets of 3-digit numbers together, gave her the answer, repeated the phone number. She did the math on her phone, and it was right.
I have a question for you, B. When you're driving
So
down the
good, what's up?
street and you look at like phone numbers on like trucks and license plate numbers, do you add up the numbers together until
No.
you get like a single number?
Nope.
Okay, maybe
But
that's
if there's
just me
certain
then.
numbers in there that are that have something to do with something in my past, then they'll really stick in my head.
Mm. I have a question for like the panel, if that's okay, unless you have another question. B.
No, that was the last thing I had. Go ahead. Good question.
Okay, so what is the coolest and weirdest job you've ever had? The coolest yet weirdest job you've ever had. Is everybody old enough on here to have
Hold
a
on, I'm
job
60.
history?
I've had 67 jobs. Let me think for a minute. You guys go first.
I don't know if I've had a weird job.
Yeah, none of mine were really particularly weird. I guess the weirdest one was when I was in high school. I had a job working with a guy who repaired pipe organs in churches. And I primarily got that job because I was small enough to climb inside them.
Was it cool? Did you enjoy that?
That would be cool. I think.
It was interesting because, it was
Cool but
certainly
weird
something
job.
that most people didn't do. But But basically I just got it because I had a basic knowledge of tools and I could fit inside small spaces.
Aw, pocket purple.
I mean, my current job is probably the weirdest job I've ever had because
We should make one of those.
I pay $73,000 a year to go into some person's room at the hospital and ask them if they pooped yet. So I mean, and that's at like 5 a.m. Like I gotta wake people up and ask them if they pooped yet. I mean, that's a weird job, and I pay to do it. I don't even get paid. Like I pay other people a lot of
So
money.
you
to let
can
me do
ask
that.
someone if they took a shit, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Technically, if you're
Was
not
it
getting paid, it's
chunky?
not a job.
It is a job. It is a job.
I will vouch for Dr. Ben. It is a job taking classes.
Like I'm working over 40 hours a week. It is a job.
It's like a
is a
part-time
job.
job. That's
It's
that's
a
what
full-time job because I'm working.
Well,
like-
yeah.
Yeah.
Taking undergrad classes to a degree, depending on what they are,
Man.
can be like a part-time job. But what Dr. Ben's doing is like a full-time job. Yeah. I used to be in grad school, and I'm just like, I got paid $17,000 a year, if that. That was with a fellowship. And then they're like, "Oh, but you get free tuition." I'm like, "For what?"
Yeah, like
Like,
I go work
sleep on the
as
floor.
like I essentially go work
Right.
as a doctor, and then I come home and I study,
Yeah,
and that's
Ben.
literally it.
Ben, are you making money off of it?
Not yet.
Then it's a
No.
lot of work, but it's not a job.
But
It
it's
is a
an
job.
investment.
It's
No,
a lot of work, but
It's an
it's not a
investment
job.
in
That's
yourself.
That's bullshit. I used to run a
It's an
program
investment in yourself.
where I had
Part
over
of the
150.
definition of job is being paid for it.
I had
on.
over 150 volunteers who would put in. Some would put in 4 hours a week. Some would put in 20 or 30 hours a week for no pay, 24-hour schedule, dependable every week, every month. They were there. That's
Yeah.
a job.
That's
Yeah,
That's not a
Jenny,
job.
let me- hold on.
That's
hold
not a
on,
job.
hold
Yes,
on,
we're
hold
just
on,
going
That's
hold
into
on.
volunteer work.
semantics.
No.
We got
you
semantics
fucking
that we
everybody
have
just
different
start talking-
ways of
Hold on.
defining what a job is.
No. Everybody stop. Stop. Let me ask you something, Jenny. So I want to finish this off here. What did those people get out of doing that?
Satisfaction.
So they got paid for it. Ben is
No.
getting what Ben is doing is a job. Now it is a very long
All right.
drawn out job waiting for the payoff.
The,
But it is
okay,
a job
I'm-
because when he is done with it, not
B?
only will he make money, but he'll have the satisfaction of saving people's lives.
B, the exact definition of job is a paid position of regular employment.
But
No.
then
It is a paid
If you're not being
position.
paid,
He will get paid
if
at
you're
the
not
end
being
of it.
paid,
here's
no,
the-
no.
I dare
can
you.
go-
I
I
dare
think
you.
simply
Go
have to
spend a
accept
day. Go
There are
spend a day
multiple
being a third year
definitions
or
of
I'm
the
not
word
saying it's
job.
not work. I'm not saying it's
No,
not
You're
work.
investing
Buddy,
in yourself.
Said
There's
on
a
that
diff-
page, cash money. How you
What?
get paid is up to you.
You're
There
Go
are
ahead.
multiple
Okay, everybody
definitions
stop
of
and
the
let
word
Purple
job.
talk now.
Okay.
Go ahead, Purple.
There are multiple definitions of the word job, so I think we're just in semantics here about how you define it. So
Well, no, the semantics is over how you're getting paid. That's what I'm saying is not it doesn't necessarily have to be cash money. I have
Well-
worked for people
It
and
could be
taken
an
out stuff in
investment.
trade. I fixed their
Right.
sink, they give me food. It was still a job. I still got paid. I just got paid in food.
Yeah, there is.
Okay,
There
is
are
raising
people that
kids
have
a
side
job?
gigs where they'll do trade.
Is what's a
Absolutely.
job? Purple?
is raising children a job?
That's why
Yes.
it's called a domestic engineer.
Yes, it is.
It is titled.
In my
and how much
opinion,
money
yeah.
do you get from that, Purple?
Yeah.
Nothing. But it's still a job.
So yeah, you
Thank
know,
you for proving my point.
Well,
It's
it might
it's a
pay
lot
off
of
later
work,
when you're a senior
but I
and
don't
your kids
consider
pay
it a
for you.
job.
Well, that's
Oh.
okay. So, other jobs. You want to hear my cool but weird job?
Yeah,
Sure.
go ahead, Mel. And I just want to say I'm not going to let anybody else in here because that's enough. You guys are already talking over each other. Go ahead, Mel.
We gotta burn it down.
I'll just pull people out until everybody gets quiet.
So I used to work in a tuxedo shop like for probably 10, 12 years, something like that. And one of the coolest things, it was weird, but it was cool. I had to fit people for tuxedos and we would have bridal shows and I always got to work the dressing room, which was weird, but very cool.
So
We're
Mel
dressing
saw a
the
bunch of
models
naked
and-
people. Yeah. Mel
Very
saw
pretty
bunch
people
of
walking
naked.
around in suits and dresses and stuff.
That
and
is
I'm
kind
like,
of weird.
It's weird, but it's all right. And they're like, "Here, help me with my pants." Okay.
And I will actually
Sure.
say, in all technicality, I am getting paid because the Army is paying me to go to school. So
Then that's different. That's a paid job.
Okay.
I still
you're being
disagree with
paid.
your definition. I don't accept your
Okay.
definition.
Okay, Ollie. I'm a
Who
volunteer
just
firefighter.
who is in
I
the
don't
back
get
room?
paid.
State
I don't
your
get paid to
name.
do it.
For being a volunteer firefighter, no, that's volunteer work.
'Cause you better be
So that's
like,
not a
I don't
job.
know,
No,
God or Jesus Christ, or I'm not letting anybody else in right now.
and like I said, it's just a definition of job. It's I'm not saying that you're not working hard at what you're doing, right? It's but to apply the label job to a position that you hold, there has to
I
be
have a
pay
question
involved.
then. Okay.
But the pay is up to you.
That's true.
It
The pay
still
is
pays-
well, no, the pay
That's
is
what
up
I'm
to you
saying.
and whoever the employer is.
Well, yeah, but the point is
Right?
if you go to work every day and all you get out of it is a sandwich, that's your pay. That's what you agreed to.
Okay,
It's still a
I
form
have
of
a
payment.
paid job and they expect me to do volunteer work. How's that go?
What?
So I'm like, in order for me, I just finished filling out my evaluations. I do a lot of outreach in my community
Yep.
and stuff like that. So they expect me to go to conferences. They expect me to go and engage and represent the college where I work and do stuff like that all the time
That
as a
sounds like
volunteer.
Are you being
outside
paid
of
to
my
do it
pay.
though?
Huh?
Outside of your pay. So
It's
it's outside of your
my
pay.
pay, but they have those expectations. So if you want any kind of promotion to where you can get more pay in the future, you
Yep.
have to do this volunteer
Oh,
work.
Okay,
this.
we're
Yep.
This sounds like academia, or
That-
Exactly. It's
or the other one that
It is
does this to
academia,
people.
yeah.
The other one that does this
Sales.
to people is if you are a psychologist or psychiatrist, you're required to do that too.
Sales also does that. Like full commission jobs also do that. They
So,
expect you to
I
go
mean-
and spend your own time to go and pick up customers and get them to come into wherever you're making your sales, right?
So that's still an investment in hoping that I get a promotion to like assistant professor or associate professor. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
So that's something I don't have to do. But
Thank
if
you.
I
Yep.
want more money, I'm gonna have to volunteer.
okay.
I just
There's
looked
one-
I just looked it up in my online dictionary, and there are 8 different definitions to the word job.
What's the
Yep.
first
Okay.
one?
Only a couple of them mention payment of any sort. Period.
Okay.
You
well,
must, you know what?
Oxford, the
Always
very
looking
first-
in the Canadian dictionary. It's a little
No,
different.
I'm looking in Oxford. I'm looking in the Oxford.
Why
just
does it have to
teasing
be
you.
Oxford? What makes Oxford superior to everyone else on Earth?
I don't
Maybe
know.
Webster.
Webster.
I'm a Webster. I'm a Webster
All
dude.
right.
I like Webster.
I can switch over to Webster. I bet you the very first one there is also.
Oh,
It doesn't matter if it's
There's
first.
one all
Yeah,
day. The
just-
point is
Well,
there's
that's-
more
Well,
than one
that's
definition.
the way they determine the primary definition.
No, some of
there's
them listed are
secondary
nouns, some
definitions.
are listed are adjectives, some are listed as
Hold on.
verbs.
Hold
I've
on.
No, that doesn't-
started a
doesn't-
horrible thing.
A verb is not.
Can I make a point? Can I make
It's
a point?
fun.
Definitions are descriptive. They are not prescriptive.
Yes,
So
I
a
will
didn't
echo
say
definition
that.
describes colloquial usage, but it does not determine how we have to use the word.
Yes, in
No,
other
no,
words,
like
words have
literally.
In casual
So
conversation.
we don't
yeah.
have to adhere to your definition.
Yeah, casual conversation is a different thing as well.
I love that.
I was going with the specific definition, right?
So
God,
then
why
why
does this-
your
why does this-
definition matter?
Why does this feel like one giant session of mansplaining?
I don't fucking know right now, but we're gonna.
Let's
Okay.
let's
Because
argue
Ollie
the
is
definition
trying
of
to tell people
atheism.
who
I was
has
gonna
a
say
job
we're
and
gonna
who
get into
doesn't.
philosophy in a second.
Okay,
For like
everybody
6
stop.
hours.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Hey Rex. Hey Rex, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I just popped in here to
Cool,
have a
buddy.
little bit of fun.
Well, you're gonna have some fun. So I want you to answer the question for us. What's the weirdest but yet coolest job that you've ever had?
Oh, actually, being a volunteer firefighter has been the weirdest and the coolest job I've ever had because it's always something different. Always something
See,
different.
that's what I like about EMS. It's
Yeah.
fucking different every time. It's
But
always
you're not
different.
You
going to
know-
change
you know,
it's
I
not
don't
a
get-
job according to Ollie.
Well, I don't
What?
get paid in dollars, but I get paid in the property and
No,
lives
sorry,
that I
sorry,
save.
that doesn't count.
Wait, wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait.
that's-
No,
no,
property and lives saved don't count. Okay.
No,
fair
no,
enough.
that don't count.
That don't
It's
count.
not a job.
Okay.
What?
Sorry.
Oh
love
my
you, Jenny.
goodness. You know,
Holy
we could go down
spackle.
a whole set of like how
No, we're gonna
certain
move on from
crimes
that.
and
Okay.
Never
art
mind.
and all that.
Spackle answers. We're moving
Never
on.
mind
Yes,
that near
sir, what's
70.
Yep.
Never mind that 75% of the firefighters in the United States are volunteer. It's not a job,
Oh,
apparently.
gosh.
No. Okay, Holy Spackle, what say you?
My weirdest job.
Weirdest, coolest job you've ever had? Yeah.
It has to be cool too.
Well, okay, it could just be weird. I don't care. It was Mel's question. Just make it weird. It's fine. Pick one.
Whatever you want to say is cool.
Okay, so I mean, there's two things. I have worked in church and paid, and with that comes a really specific set of skills. I know that people go, "Ugh, clergy," but there is a specific set of skills and experiences that I've had that I wouldn't have had, like in another job. And so, I mean, the range of experiences there ranges anything from helping homeless people and interning with folks like that, and working in close proximity with folks that are always daily struggling with food, things like that, just in kind of trying to get them connected to other people that can help them on a regular basis. I mean, we're talking about so many different things. Or just having a good, safe place for a bunch of kids to go play dodgeball or whatever. Like,
Yeah. No,
like,
that's cool. Yeah.
And then I guess the other one would be the thing that kind of destroyed my view of humanity was working in a grocery store. That's my rude wake up call, where I realized like there are a lot of fucked up people in this world, and they all go to the grocery store.
I had a weird job for a while.
What's that, Jenny?
For a time when I was like just a youngster, like 12, 13, 14 years old, my dad would take me to his place of work on weekends, usually Sundays, and I would work in his meat department at a grocery store, and I would be cutting up frozen chickens with a bandsaw.
Yep. I
All
can see that.
right. Was it gratifying in any way?
No, it was completely gross, and I hated it.
And messy as fuck.
And you put the sucker in the blade, and suddenly chicken flesh is flying all over the place. It was just it was
Oh,
revolting.
Gross.
Yeah,
I
it
had
was.
the
Cool.
job in a
How is that
supermarket
cool?
of cleaning out the bandsaw after the meat cutters went home.
oh,
Ooh.
I
So
didn't say it was
What?
cool. I said it was weird.
Okay.
So I've worked in almost every department in a grocery store. I've been in produce. I've been in meat department. Meat department's the most dangerous. That's the one where you get the most injuries that are really bad.
Yeah.
But
Sharp
the
stuff.
one that the one that is oddly strange is the deli, because the deli has this insidious nastiness. You think like the meat department's nasty with the fish and the red meat. It is, but the deli has this chicken fat problem that's just disgusting. It is so gross.
the chicken fat problem. That sounds like an indie band.
It is disgusting.
You know
What is-
Mel?
what
You
is-
just redeemed the whole job discussion right there.
What
That was
what
great.
what is the chicken fat?
Oh
Problem.
god, we'd have to like just clean out the fryers, and they'd be just dripping everywhere. And then it'd be on the floor, and then it would be just like
It's
you'd be
like
like
shoes,
scraping it
it's your
up, and then you'd have to
clothes,
like
and you-
spray it down, and it was just so
Oh,
disgusting.
And you go home
God.
smelling like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to take off my clothes. If I worked the meat department or the deli, I had to take off my clothes before I got into the house so that it didn't make the house disgusting.
I guess nude cleaning the chicken things was not allowed.
No, I mean
Okay,
that's
I-
under
I'm-
bravery.
I'm-
That's
No,
hot
like that.
grease.
I
gotta
couldn't
go
do
let-
that with my hair, guys. Oh my god, my hair would smell like chicken, and I think I'd
Purple-
want to puke
Oh,
all
sorry.
day.
If I could
Purple,
throw
did
my
you
answer
answer
out there, I
that?
gotta go for something.
Oh, Ollie, go ahead.
Yeah. Bartender. I was a
Oh.
bartender for a summer. Very cool job to have.
I did
A
that
lot
for
of
month and
really
a half.
fucking weird conversations with drunk people that you get into.
Yes.
All right.
I did that for a month and a half actually when I was
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
isn't a
was
bartender just an uncertified
20.
therapist?
Yes.
Kinda, yeah.
Kind of, I guess. Yeah.
Did you take notes? You should write a novel
No,
or
I
something.
didn't take notes.
Drunk person A comes in and talks about their ex again.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and then you get the regulars. I never worked there long enough to deal with that. Purple, did
No,
you answer
I was
the
only there
job
for summer.
question?
I answered the job question, but
Okay.
just since somebody's talking about the deep fryers, just a bit of trivia I love to put out there. That the University of Minnesota, one of their transit buses for the last 15 years has been fueled by nothing but the oil from the fryers in the Student Union building.
I believe that.
Alias is here. My God, is no one
So-
else streaming right now? Everybody's here.
So I can answer the question according to Ollie's definition.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
I used to be well, it's not a weird job though. But I did get paid to voice act. So
Oh, that's cool.
That
Though.
goes a
She
voice
said
actor.
weird or
Cool.
cool, so
Mhm.
that
That's cool.
fits.
Did anybody here ever work at a cemetery?
no.
No, but I had friends that have.
Oh God, I was a telemarketer for a cemetery for a little while, and that
Oh,
was
that's
the
creepy.
worst
That's-
job I ever had.
Right
That's
now, we're having
creepy.
a special deal: buy one plot, get another one. for
You know,
half
you
off.
had to cold call people. It's like cold call.
anyone
You
die?
thought
Oh,
about
that
dying
was great.
today.
That was
Excuse
have
me,
a
would you
special
like to buy a
job.
plot? Why? Did my doctor call you? Yes.
Oh my
you should buy a
God.
plot.
I got a
Um,
cancer patient once on the phone, and another time it was a brand new mother, and she's like, "We're not really thinking about, like, but now's the perfect time to think about, you setting this up for your child so they don't have to worry about it."
Oh,
Ma'am,
Mel-
I just had a baby. I know, but have you really thought about it?
Oh, Mel, that's
Thought about
awful.
you gonna die. You're
By
gonna
this time next
die.
week, someone in your family could be dead. You'd better
You never
prepare.
know. It's
It's about
really
time
I'm
for
a
you to take
cancer patient. Fuck
responsibility.
you. Yeah. Sweet, how are you?
I'm good.
I just let you in because you have all these health problems and I feel bad for you. And you're all right.
And he's bald.
I was going to cut it off because people are getting crazy in here. Sweet, what's your answer to that? What's the weirdest or coolest job that you've had that you want to tell her about?
The one I currently have. It's the coolest job I've ever had.
See, now that's a guy that's happy with his employment. So I don't know which one to pick because I have lots of different jobs. I have been a feed truck driver at an egg farm and fed the chickens all day. I've made the feed via computer. I've been I was a fry cook, like deep fat fry. Have scars on my arms to prove it. I worked at late at night from 3 a.m. to 11 a.m. and I would make donuts.
Time to make
That was
the
actually a
donuts.
pretty cool job because I got leftovers that were fucked up. And he would certain things we had to make every day. And then the rest of it, he'd go, just play with it, make whatever you want. I don't care. It'll sell because our donuts are good. And I'm like, okay, fine. So it was kind of fun. It was like an art project every day. I get all the shitty work done and I'd be like, haha, these I get to play with. I get the icy bag out and I play with them and shit.
Did you
So that
make
was- so that was pretty
Frankenstein donuts to where you had pieces and you'd stick them together with icing? Because that sounds really cool.
Actually, that would be really cool. And I feel like you should market that.
Frankenstein donuts.
You
Taking
could like
little
have a
pieces.
stamp that stamps it out. So it's the cutout and then use black icing.
Franken
Amazing.
nuts. That would be Franken nuts, right?
No.
No. He's dead, not his nuts.
Oh,
These
went
are
there.
Frankenstein's
take
testicles.
you
This
on
one
that.
hangs a bit lower than the other, but it's totally natural. We
I'm
cut it
not
off
a
and
big
out.
fan of
Yep.
testicles. I have to.
Are we
admit.
talking about Frankenstein or
Same.
Frankenstein's monster?
On
The
anybody else.
doctor. We're talking
Don't
about the
get technical
doctor.
with us, sweet.
Are we talking about the doc? I don't know anymore.
The doctor's testicles.
But did Frankenstein have testicles? I mean, the monster. Did he actually
No,
have
he,
testicles?
he did not have testicles. He did not have a penis. Why do you think he was so angry?
Is that
mean, you
it?
don't need
Because
them
he
to be
totally
alive.
wanted a wife. He totally wanted a bride and everything.
Wasn't his
But like
name
you don't need
Adam
them
in
to
the
like
book?
be alive, so they wouldn't be relevant.
That's true, but why would he? I mean, and then you deal with maybe the Frankenstein monster was asexual and just really was like a romantic type.
No.
No.
Did he
no.
want a bride or was he
Frankenstein.
convinced he wanted a
No.
bride?
I have
Even
a
monsters
different-
want to masturbate.
For the record,
Well,
Nobody seems to get this, but in the original movie, the monster's name was Adam.
We don't
Yeah,
care.
I
It's
Okay.
true.
Don't care.
He was named Adam, wasn't he?
so I just want to say
He
that
just wants to snuggle.
that from the view of the author, it might be true that Frankenstein might be a Ken doll, but from the view of that professor guy, you better believe that he attached a penis. You better believe it. The dudes are
Oh, I'm sure.
Look,
I'm sure.
I'm going to tell you right now, the only reason they have so much advancements in penile anything is because men are in charge. That's guaranteed, and I'm just going to benefit.
John
from
Wayne
it. So
Bobbitt,
thank you,
right?
all
Frank
you
and
men out
Penis.
there.
He made.
Oh yeah, that
porno about
motherfucker.
that, right?
Yeah, they reconnected his shit, and he's like a fucking porn star now.
Speaking of reproductive anatomy and surgeries, guess who's doing another Da Vinci tomorrow morning? Well, I guess tomorrow afternoon.
Are you?
Yeah, we got another Da Vinci surgery tomorrow. Pretty
Oh,
exciting.
What does that mean, Da Vinci
Yeah.
surgery?
Oh,
I'm
it's
not
the-
in the know with the kids.
look
Da
up the
Vinci
Da Vinci
robot.
robot.
The Da Vinci robot. Have you
Google
heard of it?
Mel.
No,
Here,
no.
I'm gonna share. I
haven't.
have a picture of it. Can I share my screen?
Most people that aren't directly in the medical field don't know about it.
I'm gonna pull it up.
chemistry.
Mel, it's this cool device where the surgeon will put basically his fingertips and hands into this machine, and as he moves them,
robot moves.
watching on a screen and everything, a robot in a different location or in the next room
doing
or
the
in that
surgery.
room is actually doing the
he's
surgery.
doing the surgery. I was about
I've
to
heard
say,
of
does
that.
the robot start screaming that it's in pain? Because I was like, are you putting your fingers in a robot? It's going, this hurts. You're doing it wrong. I didn't know.
That's not one of the 3 laws.
No,
you looking for it, Ben?
theoretically, Mel, you could have the world's top brain surgeon do surgery on you from 5,000 miles away.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
thank you,
it's-
Titan.
That is pretty
Exactly. Yes.
Although
he
that's a
had
really hard connection.
size.
Well,
Can
true,
I share-
but
I want to share the
that's-
picture.
That's why I said theoretically.
Yeah. This is the Da Vinci.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I gotta get to it. Hold on.
So
It
like
came
this
up up top.
pod. This pod can be like on one side of the room, and then the surgery's
Oh,
happening.
okay. Yeah,
on the
yeah,
other side
yeah.
of the room.
I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about now. All right.
Yeah.
I seen that.
And they are. It is. It's fucking amazing.
That's so
My
cool.
attending does them for hysterectomies.
That's cool. So
And they
we-
and they
Okay.
cost like $800, $900, something like that. It's-
Zebra wants to know if it's a
Machine.
sex robot. No,
Yes.
Zebra.
So for the
Well, it
hysterectomy,
can
they
be.
go in like
Unless
they
you
make
want scalpeled.
they start it off laparoscopically and then attach the robot to it, do the procedure from the robot, and then they cut out the cervix with this little dilator thing, and then they pull it out through the vagina. So you don't have to pull it back out through any of the
So there's like no
incisions.
massive scar like a cesarean or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Oh my
That's
god. The whole idea of losing my cervix through my vagina sounds really weird. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
You know what would be what would be a really weird job if you had the job where, if you had the job where you worked at the factory and were a tester for the production line, tester for all the sex dolls.
Wait, where did that come from?
I don't know.
Well, we're talking about
I
weird
don't know where-
jobs.
I'm
Oh.
just wondering how you're
Oh,
testing
that you
them.
had though. Did you have that job?
I don't know that you would test every doll. I think if you did test every doll, you would have some kind of external, instrument to do that because of safety and diseases.
That's
So
just a weird. Using a dildo on a doll is just weird.
I have a friend of mine who
That's
worked with
weird.
Lilo.
Is
I
it
actually
weird?
have a friend of mine who lived
Is
in
it- is it-
Japan and
is
like
it-
was part of
is
the
it-
PR person for Lilo.
Wait a
And that
minute,
was
wait
his
a
whole
minute.
job was go to conferences.
Is using a dildo on a doll weirder than your penis?
Yeah, because I was going to say, thank you, Jenny. I was just about to say that they make these teddy bears that have like a fake pussy on
Oh
them.
no!
And guys
no!
fuck the teddy bears.
Oh
in the butt.
god!
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Does it have a camera in it? Because there's probably only fans that would pay for that.
No, but I'm sure it could be installed. But
the teddy bear!
bear's facing the wrong way. And no, there is recordings of somebody out there doing that. I'm just saying,
Oh,
don't
sure.
Google it.
Of course there is.
Yeah.
Of course.
Do not Google
Someone
that.
gave me a
Do
link.
not Google
I
that.
saw it. I can't unsee it.
Ox,
Don't Google
Ox,
Care
Google it.
Bear's hair. The
it.
worst
Don't do it,
thing.
Ox. Don't
This
do it.
conversation got so weird.
It did.
And I just wanted to come in here and say IUPAC names. And Mel was like, no.
Oh shit.
That's not cool.
It's not my fault. That's all I'm
Only
gonna say.
Bears. Thank you,
Ah.
Nerdy, and welcome.
Ben
And
wants to
Junie
talk
and
shop.
everybody else.
Wait, isn't that a
you.
store in the mall?
Thanks,
Isn't
everybody, for
Only
coming
Bears
in.
a store in the mall?
Maybe.
Oh God, Build-A-Bear is so weird. Now.
Well, we're talking about.
It's
Well, we're
like
talking about
it's like
dildos.
build a fuck instead is what they should call it. You can go in there
While
and
we're
pick any
talking
stuff
about
out.
dildos, I have a cult now, and y'all should join it. The cult of the Himalayan salt dildo. So remember,
Salt
it's a
dildo,
great
that
business
sounds-
opportunity. Yeah, everyone's Bob, but also it's a great business opportunity because all you got to do is get 2 friends to join you to
It's a
sell
pyramid
Himalayan
scheme.
salt
Into an
dildos.
MLM.
And then they get 2
Yes.
friends. And then they get 2 friends.
You know,
I
years
think
and
we're gonna
years,
make it into an
years and
MLM.
years and years, decades ago, when I first heard the name of the company, Toys R Us, I did not think children.
Oh
Nope.
wow.
I'm just gonna say I'm
Fucking
salty
split.
enough. I don't need a salt dildo to add more salt to my life.
Yeah,
Even
salt
better.
dildo
That's
sounds
why you
painful.
do need one.
It sounds painful.
I mean, I think of all of the fluid loss. You have
people-
a salty dildo.
I just
Of
want to
course.
point out that people wonder why I can't stop smoking pot. It's you guys. It's you guys.
I know.
Tobacco.
I know.
No, I'm kidding.
Have you
But
heard
the
of
stream's been going for
homeopathy?
40 minutes. My
Yes,
fifth
I
roll.
have
always
heard of
takes it there. She
homeopathy.
always takes it there.
Things like I don't know, put this egg up your vagina and make it better.
Yeah, no,
Trust me.
No, homeopathy is like cures like, right? So in order to make you stop being so salty, we have to take the Himalayan salt dildo and dilute it. Because like cures like, so it'll make you less salty.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
I wonder if OBGYNs should go back to the days where they had like professional orgasms where women would go because they had like, she's deluded. What was it called? Hysteria. She
Hysteria.
has
Yeah,
hysteria.
hysteria. She
So
had the
we have to
vapors.
give her an orgasm to get her to calm down. And there's one movie that covers that. It's so funny.
No, it's because all the husbands were out traveling around and
The
fucking all the
dudes
whores in
are
every
getting
town.
carpal
So the
tunnel.
women were never having sex. That's what was going on.
The dudes get carpal tunnel, and so they have to generate a machine to handle the ladies because they're booked solid for like months. It's
She
I'm
has
like,
the vapors.
well,
I'm
Wait, I
hoping
can
this was
take
a
care of that.
comedy.
I can take care of that.
Yeah, please tell me this is a comedy and this isn't really going on somewhere.
It's a comedy, but back in the Victorian age, that was a thing. There were women who were
Oh, sure.
diagnosed with hysteria, and so their
Yeah.
OBGYNs would sit there and give them orgasms. They'd come in every week to feel better.
Oh my god, I just found my calling, Ben.
Um,
Bam, there
Actually,
it
there's
is.
a film
Bam.
called Hysteria, so
Yeah.
you
Thank
can
you,
watch
Rex.
it.
Thank you. Rex.
actually, my
Also my
ex, my ex
initials,
had
by
that
the way.
done.
Just saying.
That yeah, she was married and divorced and had never had an orgasm, and was convinced she couldn't have one. So she, actually did the OBGYN in the office, proved to her that she could have an orgasm using a vibrator on her.
Oh wow! You know, if
Just
a
to prove that it
professional-
wasn't her, it was just that none of her partners had been competent.
I mean, there is a,
Oh.
you could do a good solid service for that, but then that walks the line of like sex industry, and then people get really weird about that. But you know what? Sometimes an old lady or a young lady just needs a good proper seeing to. You
Yeah,
know what I
I'm
mean?
just
And
saying.
that sets you right.
Look, me and my ex had
Yeah.
come up
Well-
with this idea. If we hadn't split up, I swear to God, we were actually going to start doing this. This is not even a joke. we started like digging into it and seeing what we'd have to do. So we wanted to start a conference, like go around do conferences in different cities, and just charge the guys like $100 each, and show them some good sex techniques so they can actually get their fucking woman off. I'm telling you, we would have been rich in like a year.
Okay, it's
we would have
very
been rich in a
simple.
year. Plus,
It's
she
very
was hot,
simple.
so that helped.
You can do all this You just need to make sure that you've got a camera recording it. Because prostitution is illegal. Making pornos is not.
Oh, Ox, what did you do?
It's true. It's true. So like, I don't
Damn
know.
it, Phoebe! I
think-
wasn't gonna let anybody else in.
I think that the third year of my marriage, a friend of ours who's a lesbian gave my husband some tips, and holy Moses, that really changed everything.
That's what I'm saying. I could make so much money off of that shit. Could you
I
imagine
mean,
if you just
do
if you go to a
binoculars
city and you only
come
get like, let's say you go to a
with it?
city and
What?
you only get like 100 people, we charge $100 a piece.
They
For
need
what,
to
2
find the
hours?
clitoris. They don't know where it is.
No, I had a guy when I was a truck driver, and this is not even a joke, Mel. There was this young kid. I was a truck driver, and we all got put in this hotel while we were waiting on the mentor truck to pick us up because they were like owner operators and they had to wait for him to come back in town. So they left some of us there for like 2 weeks. So this kid was there, and he was like, "Hey man, my old lady's coming to pick me up, and can I ask you something?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, what's up?" And this kid's like, I don't know, he's just old enough to have a CDL, like 21 or
Oh
whatever
my
it is.
god.
He's
He
a
needs
kid.
to teach
He had
them.
just got married, and he was like, "Look, like seriously, I just can't make my wife like come all the way. Like I can't do it." And I was like, "All right, dude." So I went over the anatomy of the female and what you should do and where things are. And he went away for the weekend. He came back on Sunday, and I saw him, and he ran across the parking lot and tackled me and hugged me and said, "Dude, thank you, thank you." He said, "Man," and I said, "Did it work?" He said, "It was like 15." I said, "Stop. I just want to know if it worked. I don't want to know about your sex life."
Yeah.
And he said, "Yeah, it worked. It worked. It's worked. I'm going to have a great marriage." And I was
Now,
like,
see-
"Sweet, man."
So today, my attending, the OBGYN, basically had to give a patient advice to go have sex tonight, like a lot, because, well, no, there's an actual reason for it, because she's getting induced this week, and her
Oh
cervix,
wow.
her cervix is not ripe enough. Like she is not far enough along in her inactive phase of labor, because she needs to get started on this active phase of labor soon. But semen has prostaglandins, which can help soften the cervix. So
Oh,
she's like,
yeah.
"Well, you need to have sex, but like the most important part is you need to have the semen like sit in there for a little bit so it can soften." But oftentimes, like women who are pregnant, like have a lot of pain with that kind of pressure when they're like about to give birth. So like a lot of women, when they're given this advice, will say, "Well, could I just like take the semen and like put it in myself? Do I need to have the sex?" Like, yeah, that's fine. You just need the semen on your cervix in the right
She's
spot.
like, "Here, honey,
Turkey
come in
bacon.
this cup. I don't feel like having
That-
sex with you."
Yeah, that
turkey
reminds
bacon.
me. That reminds me of something that I was told after I had been to Thailand. I was told, "We advise you have as much sex as you can, but also please dilate as well, because a penis is not as hard as the dilators we give you, but the semen is great at softening the scar tissue."
Yep.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, Jenny
guess-
has some
I
kind
guess
of
we
weird
finally
fucking
found
sex
the-
educational.
noises coming through her microphone, and yeah, mute up. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Next time Math
What
Pig
happened?
complains
It was
about
like
us saying,
Oh yeah, I just kind of put up with it because I love Jenny. We all know what happens.
well, Jenny's fine, but I mean,
Jenny
you know,
is fabulous.
Yeah, it's a
The
problem.
problem
on
is
her
sometimes
technical
she'll go
side,
to
so.
mute herself because she's on a little phone and she'll kick herself.
Yeah,
that might have been what
Jenny
happens.
needs a
Ah,
headset that works with her phone.
She
Alright.
doesn't.
He
She
was
honestly,
talking about that.
between me and you guys and the entire internet, she just can't afford to get one right now. So she just
Fair
doesn't have
enough.
the money to. Her computer died. Her headphones died. She just doesn't have any money.
Her car died.
I just want to
Her
say
car died.
next time Math
And the
Pig
money she had went to a car.
Oh.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to run into you. I said next
fine.
time Math Pig complains about us saying the word "cum" during Quiplash a lot, I'm just going to tell him we're softening up his channel.
Yeah.
But see, this is one of the reasons why we need to get rid of the stigma about sex workers. I mean, it would
It's
be very
fun.
valuable to have people who, will just, as an educational service, teach people techniques on how to please your partners.
The bottom line is, and I hate to be like a Debbie Downer kind of thing about this, but sex workers actually stop people from being raped and stuff. So everybody quit downing them. Like if they need to act like a little girl for some dude, that's one little girl that didn't get fucking molested or something. So, you know, I feel like it's a needed service because some men only have enough blood to fuel one head at a time, and gravity sucks.
Well,
and that's just the way it is.
I've spoken to some sex workers who do sex work in person as opposed to cam girls, you know, and stuff. And
you mean escorts?
They said that a lot of their clients are disabled folks quite a bit too.
Yeah.
Which is something to think about.
It's called mutual aid.
I think it's pretty, you know, I really wish we had legalized sex work in all of its, you know, forms in the US, because it is a needed service and it's something that could be regulated. It's something that could, you know, keep track of different people who do commit crimes even. I mean, we've had a history of horrible people doing terrible things to sex workers. And if we could keep a record of what's going on to help sex workers,
could you imagine how many,
you know, handle that?
Can you imagine, like, take the sex workers that have been hurt and killed and everything? Can you imagine how many other people out there in the world that could have happened to?
Well, most of the problems that they talk about with prostitution have nothing to do with the prostitutes. It's mostly abuse by the pimps.
Yes.
Well, there's that, but I'm just saying that as far as the customers go, they're going over there to relieve a need, which they need to do.
Come on.
You know,
we've legalized weed in several states at this point. To walk into a dispensary, you have to scan your ID. So if sex work was legal, they could walk in, scan their ID, buy the service
for whatever they want.
They already do this in New South Wales. In New South Wales, Australia,
my
they do
ID to
this.
buy friggin' cough syrup.
So it's like, it's not that difficult. So if a sex worker ends up dead and you were the last person that saw them, we have a record of it.
Ta-da!
It's like,
oh, and by the way, if they legalize it, they could make a shit ton of money off of fucking taxes.
Please stop using the word legalize. Please use the word decriminalize. We don't want to legalize.
You know,
it's actually a huge difference.
I know. Calm down, semantic man. I know. I was just using it as a general reference.
But yes, in the state of New South Wales in Australia, brothels are considered to be an essential service and are exempt from the lockdown rules. And also, we have to wear a mask when you walk in. You have to scan yourself in, and other such things. So when you walk into a brothel in New South Wales in Australia, you scan yourself in, and you are well known, and they pay their sales taxes. They pay their employees all of their Medicaid and all of their pension contributions and stuff. And yeah, they make a lot of money out of it in New South Wales.
Oh, wait, so I can walk in with a Michael Myers mask?
If you really want to, and you really want to get served, they may not be the same thing.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm just saying.
If you walk in with certain things.
And no shame in here.
Junie, if you want, shill out the information. Her coffee account, Ko-fi, whatever they call it, account is everywhere. Shill it out and let people know why you're shilling it out. See what happens. Maybe we can get her some headphones and a laptop or something.
Does everyone on this stream know who I am? Because there's people on this stream who I have not
no
met before.
idea, Phoebe. I know all of you.
You're sauna lady, duh.
No, I am transient sauna lady.
You are transient sauna lady.
From sauna to sauna with wonderful adventures.
I'm also in a sauna.
Don't forget.
Sorry,
your
do you have a
towel.
sauna? Yes, I'll be right there.
Yeah, don't forget your towel.
Yeah, get your towel for the sauna.
I don't have a sauna. I have what's better, a hot tub.
Are you inviting me?
A tug.
Are you inviting me onto a stream in just the towel again?
Yeah, Phoebe,
Well, I
if
mean,
you can
that's
just
up to
sit
you.
back there. That's fine.
Rex,
That's
finally.
completely up to you.
Yeah, Rex ain't said shit in like 20 minutes. He's like, yeah, sure, it's up to you. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, if you wanna.
Hey, look,
Who didn't see this the other
something
night?
came off earlier. Oh well.
Ooh.
You wore a
Well,
bra
hello
earlier.
there.
I didn't at all today. It was really nice.
Mel,
I
quit it.
don't miss those at all.
I don't either.
People
Not
are
even a
lucky.
bit.
I've had to, from this freaking pandemic, I've had to do lectures from my house for a year and a half. Actually trying to people again with in-person lectures has been quite the transition, if I'm honest, because I'm like,
You're like,
what do
wait
I
a minute,
wear
I gotta
now?
put on pants and a bra?
I gotta
Fuck
do this
shit.
stuff. It's
Yeah,
like,
Mel.
what?
I have a friend who's a lab assistant at a community college for microbiology specifically, and they were just getting back into in-person classes like last semester, and they were telling me that like all the fun lab stories of students that just like make messes that should not be messes that are being made, like how do you get crystal violet all over the wall, but yet it happens.
It was an accident, I swear.
It was an accident. I don't have anything bad like that. The last lab that we did for general chemistry was percent hydrates or percent water and a hydrated salt. And it was like heat up the salt, weigh it before you heat it up, weigh it after you heat it up. What was the difference? So
See,
it's
I feel
like-
bad for my friend back when I took organic chemistry. My friend had to redo her Grignard reaction 3 times.
See, I've had students who've taken my general chemistry like, do you teach organic? I'm like, no.
I wish you taught organic. I would have if I took organic chemistry and saw that you were my professor, I'd be like, hell yes, I'm up. Right now.
I tell you
don't
that
do
I'll tell you one of the worst experiences I ever had doing chemistry. I was doing A-level chemistry, which is the equivalent of. So I was 17 and 18 when I was taking
So
this.
it's like college chemistry. It's like general chemistry 1 and 2.
It was like Gen Chem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And somebody spilled bromine over me.
Yep, Ben.
And
That.
I had to go into it. And all of the clothes I was wearing had to be thrown in the bin, and I had to go into a
Yeah.
shower for like
Yeah.
10 minutes, and they had to call people in to actually test me afterwards. I had to have
Thank
like, blood
goodness
tests
it didn't
first.
get in your eyes. Do you know what our rule is? If you get stuff in your eyes, how long
eye
you have to
wash.
have the water
Half an
flush
hour.
in your eyeballs?
15.
Half an hour.
It's
15
it's
minutes.
almost that long. I tell my students, please wear your goggles because if you don't, you know how long the Bohemian Rhapsody is. Now imagine your eyeballs. Mama! Ooh! You have to sing the whole song while it's like blasting, like blasting
Mel, can
water
you
in
make
your
a lab
eyeballs.
safety video, please?
Yeah.
Can you make a lab safety video?
You should. That's a good idea. You should.
With Bohemian
Absolutely.
Rhapsody.
But you
Oh,
have
yeah,
to use
two
the
Bohemian
song.
Rhapsody.
Silver
You
medal
have to
in
s-
my eyeballs. She's got some silver medal in my eyeballs. She's going blind now. Oh my God, what will we do?
But for every cure, you have to have a different song that's ridiculous, like Bohemian Rhapsody. And
Or you
then
should have songs
we
just
will
by The
shell it out
Cure.
for you.
Oh,
Oh
just
my
by the
God,
cure?
The
Oh,
Cure.
wait, burn. Burn. Let's do burn.
Burn.
Oh, fuck you
That was
guys.
from the Crow soundtrack, right? Burn.
Yep.
Yep. Fire.
Oh my God. I saw two of the Crow films in the theaters. I'm that old.
Oh,
But yeah.
I saw the first one in the theater.
I saw the
I
first
did
one in
too,
theaters.
man.
That was great. I mean, it was sad what happened to Brandon Lee.
I
Yeah.
know. Brandon Lee was awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
spent-
apparently there's plans in the works to remake it, and I'm like, no, fuck you guys.
Well, you
Fuck you
know,
guys,
Rob
go home.
Zombie was supposed to direct the next Crow film, and they had already done all the negotiations, and he started filming. He just left the set.
Yeah, he was like, fuck this, I'm out. Yeah.
I mean,
Really?
yes,
Yeah.
Rob Zombie's
He
a
just
pretty
up
good
sticks and
film
went,
director.
I'm out of here. He just
So
couldn't
Mel-
handle it. I'm out.
So
There's
Mel, I have a question
actually-
for you.
There's
A science
actually like a
question for
lot
you.
of rapper hip hop guys that do directing too. You guys would be shocked. Go ahead, Ben.
Okay, so you're telling me, I know you're like not a doctor, but like you're telling me that you can absorb compounds like in your eyes.
Yeah, you don't want like metals in your
Okay,
eyeballs.
so then are you telling me that it's a good route if I wanted to put some ivermectin in my eyeballs?
What? You want to imbibe ivermectin?
I need a beer.
You want to imbibe ivermectin, Curry Boy?
Ollie's over there smoking more pot, and Sweet's sitting with his mouth agape like,
my
I
God.
can't believe Ben just said that. Yeah,
Okay.
so that's
And it's
where we're
quarter
at.
to 3 in the morning here. It's quarter to 3 in the morning here for reference
Okay,
purposes.
Curry Boy, I need to send you a video because I just can't anymore with the internet. There is somebody who posted a video about how rainbows are made from sprinklers, and this didn't happen until we got the vaccine.
What the
Pardon? Excuse me.
This is like, we
Okay,
have the visible spectrum happen just right above the ground. That didn't
Okay,
happen
that is
20
bullshit.
years ago.
Do you
It
know
is
how
Curry
many
Boy,
pictures
send
of
that to me.
vaccines. Rainbows are caused by the chemtrails.
Exactly. It's all the
Yeah.
chemtrails and the GMOs.
fuck off, Purple?
See, this is why that island just off North Africa is currently exploding. It's because of all the chemtrails and all the geothermals. It's got nothing to do with plate tectonics or anything.
I work with somebody who is like
Guys are all
part of my
crazy.
department who actually was a
Yes, we
genuine,
are.
honest conversation about chemtrails and was showing me all the pictures of the clouds. And she's like, this is in Russia. It's everywhere. I'm like, those are just cirrus cloud formations.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
she's
it's
like,
water
so you
vapor.
don't think this is real? It's the chemist's job to figure this out. And you're in chemistry. I'm like, I know it's
It's
just
not
clouds.
a chemtrail.
It's
As
just
part
cloud.
of my
Wait a minute,
environmental
Phoebe.
science-
Wait. I need to pause everything because I have not even had a chance to speak to Mouty yet. Mouty, how are you, buddy?
I do quite well. Quite well. I just
Are
got
you
the
sleeping
teaching
over
listening-
there?
What's that?
Oversized
Are you
raviolo.
sleeping? Are you sleeping over there?
No, I'm going to be heading home. I'm going to be on the train in a little bit.
Oh,
So
sweet. Okay, I can dig it.
Did you do
I'm
your
glad you
research
could make it.
train though? Because it's hurtling pretty fast. And you
Train
need to make
trails.
certain that the big train corporations aren't trying to kill you.
well,
And
big
be
train.
careful because the Earth's flat. Be careful.
Big
Don't fall off the
raviolo.
edge.
Yeah, big train is definitely going to get me. I had to take a train from the campus back into Philly, and I'm taking a train from Philly back home. They kind of have me in the palm of their hands when you put it like that. Big
They're
train.
rolling you around.
You sound almost European there, you do. You sound almost European.
Sounds like he
very
lives
much-
in New York City. They take trains everywhere.
I was very much
Because-
enjoying hearing everybody talk about teaching again because I'm teaching, and it's not a lab. It's just the worst thing that happens in my class is people ask silly questions because it's intro.
What are you
Psych.
teaching, Matt?
Intro to psych.
Oh wow. Okay. So you're
That's
going
why
to
Mouty-
how do you feel about Freud?
Haha. I think that Freud is important to talk about, if for no other reason than to explain how not to do psychology.
Yeah,
What
here's
about Jung?
here's my thing with psychology. Like, because I wonder, like, in a lot of other scientific disciplines, we don't spend a lot of time teaching outdated content. But for some reason, psychology loves to still teach outdated content a lot of the time. Do you think that we should be doing that? Or do you think there's stuff that we can be like, maybe this is too outdated to teach?
That's a good question. So, and I might not be the right person to answer it because I am also a history of psychology nerd. So my take of here's how best to understand concepts currently is here's the process they went through to get to here. So, and in psychology, that's more useful in some areas than others. But as far as like Freud specifically, he's important because he popularized an idea, the idea that unconscious motivations are driving our behaviors. And so that's important from the clinical side of things. But here's my explanation for why I teach Freud. He straddles both clinical and experimental psychology in such a way that his theory, as wrong as it is, started the fields of personality, developmental psychology, abnormal psychology, treatment of mental disorders, and one more that I can't remember right now. And so because of that, from Freud, we pretty much have all of these disparate areas of psychology. But also, psychology is so young that going over its history is just, you just started 1870.
I have a question for you, Mott, if you're up for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only if I can answer it. Those are my favorite questions.
Okay. So on my first master's I was working on diversification of delivery of content while hitting Lubinsky's personalities. Do you talk at all about Lubinsky and the different pedagogy associated with trying to target those personalities in order to help individuals, I don't know, be more receptive to content?
I don't.
Okay, that's all right.
And if I were teaching a course on personality, I might do that deep of a dive. But when I have one class to teach about, hey, there exists this field within psychology that studies personality, and I have 3 hours to teach it. I mean, not just teach it, but also like I want there to be an activity where I can engage the students and have them interact and engage and talk about whatever I try to, for each class, I try to take the topic, find 2 to 3 problems with it, and have them as class discussions.
Yeah, that's like hyper super fine tuned. That's like what my research was based on with my first master's, was trying to increase content mastery based on Lubinsky's personality types to try to hone in, and it was through trying to link that to content interest, so through personality types. So it was just interesting.
Thank you, Purple. Purple said, if Freud is how to not do psychology and Jung is how to not do Freud, that must mean Jung got everything right.
It's Young, not Jung.
Whatever. Okay. I'm some fucking white American. I don't know these things. People have to
He's
tell
German,
me.
so it's Young.
Okay. Okay.
I'll have to pick your brains some more later, Mott.
I'm still trying to learn Spanish words here. There's enough of those. Like, don't expect me to go into other languages. Right?
Yeah, you can go Jung or Young. It doesn't matter.
Jung? Okay.
But then,
that's how we know Jesus didn't exist, because the letter J didn't even exist at the time he was supposed to be alive.
Well, they spelled it with an I in the.
Well,
the
yeah,
Roman
his name is
spelling.
actually Joshua or Yeshua.
Yeah, Yeshua.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I was
You,
going to
you
say.
mispronounced
you're
it
all-
anyway, Purple. It's Jesus.
You're all wrong. It's Jehovah.
It's Yahweh. Y'all need to learn how to speak.
Yahweh.
Yahweh's an
you need
alien,
to speak
though.
Jewish. 'cause
Yahweh's
that's the
the
only way
alien
that
God.
God's written like
Yeah,
in that.
Yahweh
I
He's
know
the
him.
one with the
I can
laser.
read.
So I don't
I
know
can
what you're talking
read.
about.
I can read Hebrew and Yiddish.
According to the Raelians, the Yahweh is the alien. So the species of the aliens are the Elohim, but Yahweh is the specific alien that met the prophet guy. And now we have to build an embassy for the aliens because they're going to come back. But they only want to come back if we're ready for them.
I thought that
With the
Elohim
embassy.
was
They're
related.
the ones that
Everybody
have the
get your
space
lube.
laser.
Oh, sorry.
Are we going to start talking about Nibiru now?
You're wrong,
No,
Rox.
This is going.
I hope not, because I know very
Nibiru and Planet X.
I know
God
a
damn
song
it.
that Dr.
Of course
Ben
Swede
knows.
knew that. Of course Swede.
Everything comes down to poo.
Oh my god.
That's just a
Oh my
little
God.
bit
Uh-oh.
shitty.
Is pee poo 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 in the chat and I missed them?
No.
Yeah, this is a Scrubs reference.
Hey, Seuss, what's up? That's what Jenny said. Hey, Seuss.
Oh my goodness.
We could
Or is
just
that
maybe
Hey
it's
Sus?
Jesus. Maybe somebody said Hey Zeus and they said, oh, it's Jesus. I don't know.
You
Or
guys,
is that
wasn't
hey,
there.
sus?
I don't know. I have a lot of sympathy for student Dr. Ben because I went to nursing school and I failed on purpose because I hated it so much.
Yeah, but nursing school, it can be nasty, man. You gotta
It's
like wipe. You know
terrible.
why I never became a nurse, Mel? Because you gotta wipe asses.
I
You
don't
gotta
want
start out
that.
wiping asses, and I'm
Yeah.
not fucking doing it.
See,
I
this
don't
is
even
why
wanna
I'm a
wipe my
social
own
worker.
ass. Shit is disgusting. I don't want anything to do with it.
And the thing is they would neglect patients on purpose if they knew student nurses were coming in the next day. And I got to
Yeah.
tell you,
That's
24-hour-old catheter bag is not something to play with. I'm
That's
just
how
saying.
you get UTI.
They stink so
like this is
fucking
how
bad.
we get people in the emergency department because
proteins.
catheters are one of the most common sources of infection, especially in
It's
old
like
people.
there were
Mhm.
chunks.
Yep.
It was chunky urine after a while.
I will kick you, young lady.
It was so gross.
Don't.
I prefer
Wow.
smooth urine.
But yeah,
Yes, I
you are-
prefer my
but yeah.
my urine smooth and see-through mostly. Yeah.
But yeah, this is
Chunky
why I
urine.
do social work and not social care. I just direct social care workers. I don't do social care. I just do the social work. I just go, oh yes, we'll get you some social care workers that can go and do that for you. I'm not touching that. What do I
Let me
have?
call
to the-
someone to come wipe your ass. That's not my job.
Back to the psychology
That really
thing.
is what I do.
Back to the psychology thing really quick. Phoebe and I did a live, and I'm starting to split it up into segments, and then we're going to do more future episodes because we realize this is so much content. But we took the Enneagram test and talked
did.
about the history of it, and it's horrifying.
You did it
So, yeah.
live?
We
Yes,
did it
we did.
live.
So
And
I
we-
came out with
we
a
went through the
three-wing
history.
poll.
It is a lot of Christian propaganda snuck into one thing.
See, I would
Yeah.
argue
see, I
that
only
it's
saw
not
like this
Christian
much.
propaganda. I'd argue it's New Age. I have also done it
No.
and studied it, and I think it's New Age.
It's New Age, but it's based a lot on Christian philosophy.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
I took that test and it came back I'm a werewolf.
I just want you to know
we
I
were-
am a 6 with a 5 wing, so I'm a nervous
That's what
wreck.
I got. That's what I
And I'm
got.
a 3 with a 4 wing.
But it's all bullshit. So
But yeah, we were
What
going
even
through it.
is
It's like,
that?
but we were going through it. It's like this is Sufism, and Sufism is bad, so therefore Islam is bad. It's like what?
yeah, they snuck a lot of religious propaganda into
I
one thing.
hate that. That
Apparently,
makes
it's
me
based
so
on
mad.
Christian mysticism.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at points it was like dismissing the Old Testament.
It's,
know-
it's
There's no golems in it? Fuck.
It makes me
What-
so mad how often spirituality pops up in psychology. I've like, okay, so I do have like a plethora, not a plethora, like a smorgasbord of eating disorders that have been exacerbated from the stupid pandemic. So I'm going to the appropriate people to help me sort all that out. And it's like the
It's an
book
interesting
that they
analogy
gave
to
me.
use for a smorgasbord.
I know, a
of
Yeah,
eating
like-
smorgasbord.
Smorgasbord.
That's
Better than you will.
exactly
Having had
correct.
an actual
Clever
smorgasbord,
as
that
fuck.
is really tasty. Smorgasbords are
You
really
know,
tasty.
it is.
Hey.
So it's weird. And one of the things that one of the exercises, so I've had to go through and do a lot of self-reflection because guys, you know, it's like my
Okay.
whole everything is all screwed up because of history and media and family and just whatever. So one of the things is about spirituality, and they're like, "Do you pray?" And I'm like, "No." But that was a section of
Yeah.
this exercise that I had to do for psychology to
It took
try
place-
to find positives to kind of deal with the root issues associated with my disordered eating, which sometimes I don't eat and sometimes I eat a lot and then sometimes I don't eat at all. It's like this pandemic has like brought up a lot of the weirdness that's been in the past, but like I said, I'm dealing with it. But it's weird that spirituality is a facet of psychology in
Yep.
respect to trying to deal with root issues associated with disordered eating. And I'm like, this is kind of strange. And they're like, well, do you meditate? I'm like, yeah, freaking every night. Do you pray? No, not really. Do you do these other things here? I'm like, yeah, I do these other things here. It's like there's no disruptors for my spirituality, what they would consider that. So it's just weird that was even a thing.
Excuse me, but do you think it would be possible that it might be your state? Because in my state, they might suggest meditation, but like they're not going to shove religion. In my experience in therapy, they haven't shoved religion down my throat.
it's not that they're shoving religion down my throat. It's just weird that that's part of the process that I go through. And and I see a licensed dietitian. I don't see a nutritionist or somebody. She's got a master's degree. She's working in coordination with my therapist. I mean, and so it's like it's a freaking team. And she's like, okay, well, if you don't have any disruptors with that, you don't, and that's okay. She knows where I stand, and so she navigates that appropriately. It's just weird that that's what's in the freaking homework for some of this.
Yeah.
But
I think that the
overall, it's
clinical-
really good. It's really good. It's helped me try to kind of central, like focus in on where the core issues are, which is great. But I'm like, it's kind of weird. Like,
Well, I
don't
definitely think the
pray.
clinical branch of psychology, as compared to the experimental branch, is certainly has always certainly had an eye towards spirituality. Because I mean, let's face it, as non-believers, we are a minority, and them dealing with the majority of the population, is going to have some religious
Connotations.
Yeah, so I'm not really surprised that it has that on it. But I will say that a trend in clinical psych, and I just want to make it perfectly clear that I'm not a licensed clinical psychologist. I manage a laboratory. I'm much more on the experimental psychology side of things. That being said, I'm a consumer of clinical psychology. We'll happily talk about it from that perspective. And I also teach it. So, I mean, just the basics. But in cognitive behavioral therapy, there is a huge, I think it's even called the third wave of CBT that is very much including more mindfulness practices. And even though that's not religious, it certainly is, it's not even spiritual from my perspective. And I'm sure for yours, you meditate, I meditate as well. I engage in mindfulness. I do a very secular version of it. It's very popular now. So it seems that clinical psych is kind of tethering mindfulness, spirituality, essentially anything that you have a stronghold in that they can kind of bootstrap new behaviors to. I think that's kind of their.
And I get that. When I used to teach, secondary school, biology, chemistry, physical science out in this area. They have a group of individuals it's an organization. That's their first line. Whenever a student is suicidal or has suicidal thoughts, they call this group. And part of their questionnaire is, do you pray? Are you religious? What are your religious views on suicide? And that sort of thing. And so I'm sitting there like, but I've had students who have been atheists who haven't been part of that sort of thing. So it's always been kind of weird for me to kind of navigate that world a bit. But I totally get that a huge portion of, particularly where I live, there are a lot of religious people, and that's one of the grounding things that they try to do to try to bring people back down and say, okay, well, let's really look at this.
Can I say something as a theist real quick?
Only if when you're done, you read out Titan's thing there. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll have to take off my glasses because I have the eyes over 40 now, and I'm on my phone.
Including Titan's full name. You have to read Titan's full name.
Okay, so okay, as when I was more religious and I was more dogmatic, I kept approaching mental problems as a spiritual problem. So when I first finally said, I'm going to try this other avenue, if they hadn't been open to my spirituality, I would not have been able to receive what they were dealing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Also, yeah. Titan, you're right. Titan?
Uranus.
You're an us.
You're an Uranus. Uranus.
You're an us.
You can say it, Uranus.
Read this out loud. Freud caught his protege and daughter having sex. That's disgusting. His daughter said, "It's okay, father. We are young." And Anna Freud, wow, zing.
There
That's
you
a
go.
really bad dad joke.
It
in
really
the worst
is.
Okay.
But, you
dad
know,
joke way possible.
it's
But
Titan.
yeah,
To make
following
Titan
on.
happy, there actually was a release from NASA. I don't know if it was a couple of days ago. That they said NASA probe to probe Uranus deeper than ever before.
One of my
Well, I'm not
favorite.
going near a NASA
But yeah,
fucking
following.
station or
I was just gonna say one of my favorite headlines for Uranus was like, apparently Uranus took a banging or a pounding previously, according to scientists. You can find that. It's like Science Magazine. I
according to
think.
scientists, Uranus took a pounding last night.
But yeah,
Took a
following on
pounding.
from what Mel was
Once upon a
saying,
time.
but yeah, what Mel was saying about spirituality and religion, as I say, most of the people here may know that I work in social work, and I deal with a lot of people that have drug and alcohol issues. And one of the things we are prohibited from doing is referring people to Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, because it's deemed to be just religion dressed up.
Yeah, it is. They are all. It's almost all based on religion, and I
Yeah.
have talked to a lot of atheists and agnostics and non-believers, or whatever you want to call them, in my life, who have said, "No, I'm not going to go to that because they want to make you pray and shit, and I'm not comfortable doing that." So they don't feel comfortable in the environment, so they don't have help.
Yeah. Step 4 is
fucked
I will
up.
turn my free will over to a higher power. I think is step 4 or something.
Yeah, well, that's the
12-step
point.
program.
They're trying they're recruiting people who need a crutch. That's what I've been
And
saying that
here's
for
the
years.
thing.
That's what they do. It's like the
Here's the
fucking
thing.
military.
Here's the thing. If you look at the statistics of Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, it is within the same range of the placebo, of doing nothing at all.
Yeah.
Who are you
It's
talking about?
Yeah.
That's what I was
The-
wondering too.
the
Better not be the one I know,
self-help
because
groups.
I'm don't know if I can stay on this stream.
What? I don't understand what's happening.
They might be setting up a stupid joke.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping it wasn't.
I hope you don't.
Well,
Yeah,
well, I
don't
hope
play
it
with
is
shit like that.
actually, but it's a bad joke just to start with that, right? So
Yeah, that's
to leave us hanging.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't fuck around. If you're serious, then you better say yes or no, because
this stream could be ending very quickly.
Yeah.
I don't understand what just happened.
Somebody's put in the chat messages. Did you hear that Christian has died?
That Christian died, and I'm like, are you fucking serious? Are you making a joke on religion, or who the fuck are you talking about? Because don't just say just that.
No, because whoever that was, please clarify that now, or apologize for that, but don't do nothing.
Because I happen to know someone with that first name that has had some problems recently. So
There's somebody in this community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very
don't,
beloved
yeah.
person in this community.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, Swede.
Yeah,
Like that would
apparently
fuck
it
me
was-
up pretty bad. So I need to know. Yeah.
Apparently, it was Duds that said that. Could be a sock, could be a troll. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. But don't be playing around. I will fucking boot
Don't
you out
be
quicker than your
jerks,
head
people.
can fucking spin.
It's like, did nobody else watch Mr. Rogers? I just feel like I'm walking through a world where people just did not watch Mr. Rogers, and it's very upsetting.
Oh, I love Mr. Rogers.
It's
Come on
like,
now.
you know, and it's like every Valentine's Day, I'm like, we need to make this Mr. Rogers Day because he loved everybody. I'm going.
Honestly,
Who-
as a
who was
child,
the
I didn't
main-
care for him. As an adult, I had a lot more respect for him.
Exactly. And that's kind of the thing, isn't it? And that's okay. I mean, people do their thesis on his ability to educate the public. So he has gone through and done all kinds of things about equality during the civil rights movement. He
Yeah.
wasn't on the streets, but he was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to make a black policeman in my show, and we're going to sit together and we're going to put our feet in the same freaking pool of water because this is like integration. This is what we need to be doing. So he did it in his own way, and I thoroughly respect that.
Yeah.
Who was the mean puppet that lived in the merry-go-round?
What?
She lived all the way at the end of the.
Are you talking about the queen?
No.
No. The king and queen lived in the castle.
They lived
Yeah.
in the castle. I don't.
Yeah, the chick lived at the merry-go-round at the end, and she was mean as fuck.
Yeah, the one with the magic boomerang. What was her?
Okay, so y'all understand
Yeah.
things that I have not learned. And I find that troubling because I love Mr. Rogers with all my heart.
Well, I
have
mean, I
this,
can
like,
see her
book
face,
literally
but I
right
can't-
here.
Yeah, I can see her face, but I can't remember her name. But I suck at
Mary is like Lady Aberlin.
Lady Elaine. There you go. He got
Okay,
it.
Lady Elaine.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut in. I'm going to bed. It's nice to meet you all.
Nice to see you.
I think it's the first time I've met you, Mel. I think it's the first time we've been on a stream
Maldy?
together.
It's so nice to
pleasure
meet
meeting
you.
Mouty's a really cool dude. And he
definitely
goes
first
by
time
dinner
Mouty.
table because he thinks everybody should sit around the dinner table and have a conversation. And
That's how it
get to know
works.
each other. And
That's
I
who
love
dinner
him for
table
that.
is. Okay.
That's
Yeah,
who the hell
Mouty is
dinner
dinner
table is.
table. Right.
And I've definitely
Okay.
met the rest of you. Definitely met the other 6 people on here. B,
I've never met Phoebe in my life.
Love you,
I don't know
Phoebe.
who Curry Boy is. We're just planning a trip to India together, you know.
Who's
Yeah.
Ben?
I don't know.
God damn it. Who's Ben?
I don't
I
know.
don't
Anyway,
fucking
Ben.
know.
That's
B,
stupid.
if you do find out,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
thank you.
Well, y'all get together. Have
Sweet
fun.
dreams, Phoebe. Oh my
Who was
goodness.
the owl? There was an owl in the
There
tree.
was an
Yes,
owl.
X the owl.
X the owl, and then there was the kitty that lived with the owl, right?
Oh yeah,
Daniel
there was.
Meow
Tiger.
meow.
Meow,
Daniel
meow.
Tiger.
Yeah.
And
the
then Daniel the
platypus
tiger
family.
lived in the clock, though.
Well, yeah, he'd go back and forth, or they'd go back and forth
Yeah.
between the owl and the clock. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Do y'all want to hear some like very nice, lovely things from Mr.
Yes,
Rogers?
could you?
I
Yeah.
could. Okay.
you?
So B, since this is your show, here are the categories. The courage to be yourself, understanding love, the challenges of interdiscipline, or we are all neighbors.
Let's go with We Are All Neighbors. That's
Ah,
perfect
there
for
you
what I
go.
do.
There you go.
Okay, let me find some stuff here. I love Mr. Rogers so much. I've not watched any of the films because I don't feel like crying for 3 weeks. So,
What was the
Okay.
trolley's name? The trolley had
what?
a name.
oh, he's
The-
just called Trolley, I thought.
Is that what he was called?
Yeah,
thought
and then
he
you
had
had
an actual
picture
name.
picture, which was really cool because you got to see how like crayons were made and Twinkies and shit. It was great.
Oh yeah.
picture, right? Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. So, when you combine your own intuition with a sensitivity to other people's feelings and moods, you may be close to the origins of valuable human attributes such as generosity, altruism, compassion, sympathy, and empathy.
Yes.
So I'll read
Yes.
that again. When you combine your own intuition with a sensitivity to other people's feelings, so combining like your intuition with feelings of others
Right.
and their moods, you may be close to the origins of valuable human attributes such as generosity, altruism, compassion, sympathy, and empathy.
Yeah.
I freaking love Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers rocked. He was amazing.
He was
And for
so-
anybody that doesn't know, Mel, where did all his sweaters come from?
Oh God, I don't he changed his do you know why he changed his shoes? I don't know where all his sweaters came from, but
Okay,
do you know
tell me the shoes, I'll tell you the sweaters, because I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember. I remember something about the shoes, but I can't remember.
He changed his shoes because the nice dress shoes that he had would be picked up on the sound. And so he would change it to sneakers.
Oh,
So
so
it
they
wouldn't
just
be
made it
like
part of the
so
show?
clunky. Yes.
That's funny. The sweaters he wore, I think the first one he ever bought was not, but after that, they were all made by like his grandmother or mother.
Oh, that's
Every
so sweet.
fucking sweater, she started making them for him, and that's why he started switching them out because she
Yeah.
liked him in the sweater on the show.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, people
One
in
of
the
the
side
might have been
chat
his
are
mother,
saying
but I swear it was his grandmother that did it.
people in the side chat are saying that they were too old to watch him, and I'm like, how old are you? He came on the air in 1968.
Yeah, his first episodes were in black and white. I mean, come on.
Oh my gosh. One of the things, and it's really weird because people really do PhDs based on his ability to educate other people.
Yeah.
And
Mr.
how
Rogers
he went
was
about
on
it.
the air before Sesame Street.
Yes, he was. And
Yeah.
do you know why he went that
Oh,
route? Why did
God.
Mr. Rogers start making children's shows? And it
I'm gonna
was
puke.
largely due to the fact that it was largely due to the fact
Puke.
that there was
Hey,
not
read-
any children's
B
television
read private
shows.
chat.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the problem?
Also, Titan saying that server that's saying stuff like that is not a reliable source of information.
Yeah, well,
If anybody wants to say shit about Mr. Rogers, I will punch you in the dick.
no, that's not what
Yeah.
they're saying. No, we're not talking
He was a-
about that.
he was a
Mel will
war
punch
hero,
you in
right?
the
Mr.
dick, and
Rogers-
I will punch you in the throat. Yeah.
I am not a war hero, but I was in the army before I got my ass kicked out, and I will fuck your life up. I don't have to touch you. The internet can do
There
it
are
for me.
very few people that I will completely fight over, and it's Mr. Rogers, and the other one is Kevin Smith. Nobody talks shit about those people in my presence. Kevin Smith, Silent Bob. Yes,
Yeah, Silent Bob's
that
hilarious.
person. He's an amazing human being. I have his shoes right here where he signed them for me. I've been in his living room. He's an amazing person. He donated money to Haiti when they had a freaking hurricane. He's like,
Really?
Any chance
Yes.
you got to see the 40-inch television, or not 40-inch? What was it? He's got like it's a wall-sized television.
he
in
has
one
a
of the
big.
rooms of his house.
So when I went to his house, he bought the house that used to belong to Terrence Trent D'Arby. Okay, and that was, and Ben Affleck bought it from Terrence Trent D'Arby, and then Kevin Smith bought it from Ben Affleck, and it has an elevator, guys.
Wow.
It has a freaking elevator.
An elevator.
So it's like I went upstairs. I'm like on a podcast. I'm on a couple of podcasts. So it's like I'm sitting in his living room and he's just sitting there. He's high out of his mind, but he was so freaking nice. And Mulder and Scully, his dogs, were there. And I'm just like, oh, they're so sweet, the little pretty fur babies. And Jen, she was all about science. And she's like, and Kevin is a believer and Jen is an atheist. And so I'm just hanging out with them in their living room and we're, I'm telling my stories and all that. And then afterwards, I'm like sitting on their couch and Jen's playing with my hair. And I'm like, this is kind of cool. And Kevin's like, and this was in Hollywood when they were still over at the Lovitz Theater in like, oh gosh, what's like Universal Studios where the Lovitz Theater was.
Okay.
And so I was in one of their episodes there. And then they had me come in and do like part of Babylon with Ralph Garman and Jay Muse. And that was kind of fun. And I was like, he's just a really nice guy. And that was the only time. So it was 2012, I think 2011 or 2012. So I was going to Comic-Con that year. And he got me like passes to his parties for his shoes. What the heck it's like, it's not Etsy shoes. what are the shoes that he? What are the name of the shoes that he does? I can't think because I've had a little bit of vodka tonight. So
I don't know.
I don't know, but it's like for real, guys. I'm like not screwing with you. It's like this says, Melody, I feel we're Twitter married, Kevin Smith. So it's like I literally have his
We're
van
Twitter married.
Mel,
hanging out over here.
Mel, I want to do drunk science with you so bad.
Oh my god, we should totally do that.
Can we do drunk science, Mel?
I tell you what, if
We
you guys
could-
want to do
I
drunk
guess-
science, I'll host it so you guys can just relax and not have to run the stream. And I'll stay sober enough to host it.
But
Notice I said
it
sober
would be a lot of fun. And so this was right around the time I got my first undergrad degree. And so I'm like, hey, I'm gonna like graduate, and everything is like, I'm so proud of you.
That's
Oh,
great
did
though.
Mel freeze?
Looks
Hey, at
like
least she didn't freeze like this, like we do sometimes. Like,
I just love scientists, and
Okay.
yeah, she's freezing a little bit. She'll come back.
Yeah.
But I want to do drunk science with Mel. Like, that would be the highlight of my life.
Hey, Christian, what's up, buddy?
Oh, speaking of, can I show something about science real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. You can always show science.
So this weekend, I'm not on call at all this week, except for any people that are delivering that were already our patients. So instead of doing medical myths this weekend, I think I'm going to take one weekend a month and do a journal club on my channel. And I'm going to go through actual case reports and studies related to scientific issues that are kind of in debate right now, and like give you all some information on that kind of stuff. So I'm going to do the first one this week. We're going to talk about reproductive embryology and some case reports related to that. So it'd be fun. So it's 2 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday.
I'm 3 steps ahead of you, B. I've already sent him a link. He's coming in.
Oh, good. Thanks.
Who's coming where? Oh, Christian?
Just everybody
Okay.
calm down. I'll explain.
The guy
more.
that I'm giving a handy to is coming in my hand.
And so Tony, check. I don't know who that guy was that was in here, but if he's some troll or some shit and you guys don't know him, block him off here. I'm not dealing with that shit. I don't think that shit's cool. You don't have information, you don't say shit like that.
Kristen,
Whoa.
we're not past the 90-hour mark. We're past the 90-minute mark.
How do you ever
Hey.
90 hour.
So Christian, this is what happened. Somebody came in the chat and said that they heard somebody fucking died with your name. And I was like, I almost puked, dude. And I was like, are you
Oh,
fucking
is-
kidding me? Like, don't play with that shit.
Were they
And
from
so-
Tom's Discord?
From who?
Tom Jumps Discord?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there's
Oh.
there's a hate campaign going on right now. I've been getting a lot of death threats recently, so
Oh fuck.
that
Well,
might
they've
be.
been on. Okay,
That's-
so whoever that
shit.
guy is, Tony, find him and get rid of him, please. Block him everywhere you can. Fuck that fucking prick. That shit
Oh, I
was
don't
not
have a
cool,
ring.
man.
No.
I literally almost started crying, and I was about to puke. I literally started smoking potted so I could fucking calm my stomach down because that was not okay.
I really didn't expect people to like go around and say shit like that. Otherwise, I would have like said something on Twitter that I was okay or whatever.
Well, now we know you are, so now we know what's going on. We'll just fucking block and get rid of those assholes wherever they pop up.
Okay,
and we'll
Ox
go
just
on.
blocked him.
Oh,
Yeah, I was just
Purple
about to
jumped on.
click on it
Yeah.
myself when Ox did it. So
Thanks, Ox. I appreciate it.
And
Yeah,
apparently
I don't
Titan
play.
needs a wrench.
What's my rule, Ben?
Don't be an asshole.
Don't be a dick, right?
yeah,
Yeah, you can't really be an outspoken POC creator and not get a lot of that. So unfortunately,
Well,
it's
that's
sort of how it
fucking
goes.
bullshit.
Yeah, there was
Anyways,
a big thing,
how
but
are
hey,
you?
I'm doing okay. Doing a lot better.
glad. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm doing better too now.
Not dead, so better than we had heard.
Damn,
Yeah,
dude.
exactly.
I was about to fucking kill the stream and go fucking cry.
It's
Like, I'm
it's
not
not
even
too
kidding
hard to
you.
do better than dead though. So I guess we'll take the wins where we can.
Well, because you know I love you, bro. I don't want anything to happen to you. Fuck.
I love you too, B.
Hey, some days people ask me how I'm doing, and not dead yet is the best response I can give.
I'm not dead
Yeah,
yet.
true. Yeah.
Bring
Yes,
it
I'm
up.
just gonna leave that up there. Thank you, Ox.
Still breathing. I'm still breathing. Yeah.
Oh
I'm
man,
surviving is what I generally say.
Jonathan wasn't even
Mikey.
here, right?
If you want to come in,
Mikey
the
Famine.
link's up there.
Mikey Famine.
Mikey Famine.
Mikey
He's not in
Famine.
here yet. Let's talk about him.
Mikey Famine. Who the fuck's that?
Wait,
Just some fucking dude, man. He thinks he's cool and shit. I don't know.
Okay.
Got
He's
some like
sometimes-
pretty
sometimes he
wife,
can be okay.
just married, does a bunch of background production. I don't know. He thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. I just
Got
think
some
he's all
stuff.
that. I don't
Like
know about the
two
bag of chips,
things.
but he is all that.
He's all that in a bag of bugles. Okay, I got you.
There you go. Bugles. Yeah, whatever makes you happy. Yeah. The gimmick infringements are all being recorded.
No, that's not a gimmick infringement. We're talking about you before you get here, not after you leave.
That's right. You're still here.
That's
You
right.
just got here.
Yeah.
And we're already talking shit about you. That's right. Thank you, Ollie. Above
Oh, I
ground and
see.
taking nourishment. I like that, Tubian. Thank you.
It's a horrible place. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Does anybody know that guy on Discord? Let Tony know if you
No.
know his name on Discord.
Yeah.
What was the name of the account?
Duds
Dud.
on here.
Duds.
Duds.
It's probably a
DUDD.
stock account.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I don't think anyone would risk using their main to like go around and say shit like that.
Well, he did. All he said was that's what he heard, blah blah blah, and then he said, "I said, I need more information. Don't come in here like that with that unless you fucking know facts. So go get them or get the fuck out of here, kind of thing." And he
Oh,
was
they
like,
just-
"Oh, I'm
they just-
sorry. I'll try
they
to
just
find out
told him.
more. I apologize." So he wasn't being like a dick. So it was kind of weird.
Oh, well, I mean, it's
Yeah.
possible that like they heard that from Tom's server and like were familiar with
Yeah,
the
someone
community and
just
wanted to
said
let
it.
people know.
Yeah, and he
Right.
thought it was real.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Look,
Yeah, 'cause
Ox
the
is
first
already
thing he
on
said-
him. He joined in 2016.
Ox is all over that shit.
I had
Ox is my buddy, and
Mm-hmm.
any of my regular people that hang out, everybody's got everybody. So I'm Ox. I just let
Hi,
Ox and
Jenny.
Tony take care of it.
I
They'll just do it as a competition. Who can do it first? Who can
I had
get rid
a
of this fucker first?
one thing that does worry me is that I had a lot of my accounts recently. They got hacked, and I lost a lot of access to like several old emails, and
Oh.
it's frustrating because there's been like old I guess like people are looking for like things on me to like
Oh.
release shit and things like that apparently because like there's like this whole hate crew of people who dislike me, so like
You're
I know there's,
famous
like-
now, man.
I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know. Like they've been trace searching my IP and shit like that, and it's
Oh my
kind of weird. I don't really know what they're planning. I mean, if they want to like come and kill me, that just come do it, man. Like don't waste time, right? I don't know. It's really confusing to me. So
Well, people are just dicks. The bottom line is people are assholes, and they fucking and most of the people out there that are running around talking shit and spreading lies are people that are miserable with their own shit, and they're trying to create drama somewhere else, so someone else's life is worse than them. So fuck them.
Yeah.
That's just selfish
Yeah.
shit. It's just
I'd like to believe that person, maybe just heard it somewhere and we're genuinely trying to be kind.
yeah, well, that's how it sounded. It really did sound like because he was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that I did that," kind of thing, or they did say that. So I didn't want to like kick them out right away. But if they're, shouldn't be spreading shit anyways. I don't. Have time for that.
I promise you, B, that if I ever die, I'll haunt you, so you know. So there
Thank
can
you.
be.
I appreciate
There
that.
you go.
There you go.
But just so you know, I usually masturbate when I go to bed, so you might want to disappear during that time.
I'll make sure I
No,
do.
that's when he's going to show up. No, that's when he's going to show up. I'm telling you.
That sounds like an incentive to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, it could be great. Just depends on if you want me to put Pornhub on my phone or the big screen. I mean, just let me know, dude. I'll put it.
Oh,
I'll put it on
Pornhub
the
is
monitor
dead to
for
me.
you so we can both watch it.
There
Pornhub
we
is dead to me.
B, you are in danger of winding up with a possessed sex toy.
Whoa,
What?
get off the keyboard. A possessed sex toy?
Yeah.
Wow, that
Wait,
would be
Bob
weird.
is possessed? Wait a
Although Christian's a cutie. I could do worse. I'm just saying.
So I just
don't know
made
what to do with
After a
this
sex toy,
information.
I could do worse.
I just made a new emote for my Twitch channel. It says "Hi Bob." So if you want a "Hi Bob" emote, you gotta subscribe to my Twitch.
Oh, Ben.
Oh,
Got
one of
Ben and Bob.
Can I tell a great joke really quickly?
Oh, I love jokes. Go for it, buddy.
It's probably the case that a lot of you have heard this, so feel free to start laughing halfway through when you realize the joke.
Okay.
So basically, the joke starts off with a guy who is not sexually satisfying his wife, and he goes out to a sex store and he's like, I don't know what to do. I've tried everything, right? I've tried 4 inches, I've tried 6 inches, I've tried 15, I've tried everything. I can't quite get it to work. And the guy's like, no problem. I have a great product for you. He takes out a small box. He goes, this is the Magic Dick. All you have to do is say the name Magic Dick and then give it a command and it will do it. So for example, Magic Dick, pleasure my wife. And the Magic Dick jumps out of the thing and runs around the room, can't find the wife, freaks out and goes back. It's like it's voice activated. They both laugh. He takes it back home. He tries it one night. It works brilliantly. His wife is so pleased. He comes back to the store and he goes, this was wonderful. Do you have a larger size? It's a different person working there that day. He goes, Magic Dick. He's like, what even is that? He goes, well, it's this thing where when you, here, I'll give you an example. Magic Dick, fly to the ceiling. It flies to the ceiling. He goes, oh boy, not this again. Magic Dick my ass.
Yeah, that's pretty much the one I've heard. Magic Dick my ass.
There you go.
Yeah, see those robotics, it's all about inflection in the voice. They don't get it. They just don't get it. That just reminded me of Big Bang Theory when Howard gets the hand stuck on his dick. And he's afraid to hit the thing, and the nurse is like, or someone walks over and just goes, and he's like, no! Oh, okay. It's the best thing.
There was
what were
one
you doing?
time-
Don't worry about it. Just get it off of me.
There was one time I took my fiance to the ER, and there was a guy in the waiting room with a vacuum cleaner hose hanging out of his pants.
Just gotta wait for the swelling to go down, guys. That's
it got stuck.
Put some ice on the outside of the hose. You don't have to go into the emergency room and embarrass yourself.
Now
I don't know. I think it kind of depends. If it manages to suck his testicles in, then
oh, yeah. Well, I guess it depends on whether he was using a shop vac or a small hand vacuum.
Mikey.
Or how small or big his testicles. Anyways, we're not going there.
Mikey.
If it's not a 4 horsepower shop vac, it's not worth my time.
Right, I know. 2.5 is for suckers.
Babies.
Well, anything less than the 1 7/8 inch hose, it just won't fit anyway.
Thank you, Ox.
So how y'all doing?
Oh, dude, we're good. We're good. How are
Yep.
you, Mike? What's going on, man? What are you playing there?
Halo.
Halo.
Gotta get
He's
my
at
Halo muscles
the
going.
Citadel.
Apparently I'm dead. That's the
Apparently,
that's
yeah.
the talk of the town, right?
I guess seeing as you're talking to me, let me just put the champagne back in the fridge.
Might have had a little bit too much there, Mikey.
Let me just put it back.
Wait a minute. He's not dead, so you're putting the champagne back. You can only use it to celebrate when he's dead.
I thought that's what we were all talking
what
about.
Hold on. Christian, his name is your name is Christian, and
my name is Christian.
What if you're Jesus? You were dead, but now you're not dead anymore.
Oh wow!
I knew he was dead the whole time. I've seen this movie.
No,
you could make a religion out of that.
It's got to be 3 days. Got to wait 3 days.
Yeah.
What if
How
it
do we
was
know it wasn't 3 days ago?
We don't. We have no evidence for that.
Exactly. Look at the trees.
Yeah, just look at the trees. That's what everybody does. Just go outside. Just go outside. Once you guys just go outside,
you'll know that it's true.
I've actually already given you enough evidence. You simply suppress it.
Yeah, look at the trees.
Well, until I'm presented with evidence, I'm still convinced all of you cease to exist every time I power down my computer.
We do.
Just to clear this up, this thing up in the chat. Let me just clear this up real quick. He heard it on another server, and someone was lying because they're being assholes to Christian. So it's nothing. Duds didn't do anything, and he apologized. The troll's not going to apologize for bringing up the information without having all of it. They don't do that, so I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he was just someone told him that, and he believed that person. Yeah, and so as long as he doesn't spread any shit after this, it's fine. You guys can leave him alone.
Me and Christian have a deal that we're only allowed to kill each other, so
I'm waiting.
I can't die unless it's by Christian's hand and vice versa.
Okay,
That's
sweet.
It's going to be fun when I first meet Mikey in person, and I just take out a knife and we just go.
Just L him, man.
Because Word is Born, I really want to go to a Bucks game this year. So I think that's a prime time for us to meet up.
That would be good, dude. I fucking love watching games.
Dude, we're gonna get fucking the 100 row. We'll be right behind the basket. They're like $75 a piece.
Okay, I cannot kill people. I was traumatized when I hit a rabbit with a lawnmower. But if there's anyone out there who does want to kill people, I have a list of suggestions.
Oh God.
Half of them
Is
are in
Trump on that
politics, and the other half.
I guarantee everyone on that list, it would be considered a public service to remove them from society.
Probably would be.
I kind of want to see the list.
I just wait for the, like natural selection where they just kill themselves off because they're so fucking stupid.
Oh,
Ass
static.
out of the camera. Come here. What are you doing?
I am going to find a way. And by going to find a way, I've already found a way. I'm going to write a D&D one-shot for my little universe that I've started working on that involves a brain in a vat. That will be part of a one-shot.
No, you got to go one step up, like Ninja Turtles, brain in a vat in a suit.
And I can't spoil the ideas that I have, but that's all I'm giving you, is that there's going to be a brain in. I'm going to pull that idea, the brain in the vat, just because so many of us get so frustrated with the brain in the vat argument.
Hi, Chris Mowdy, Mr. Interesting.
Hello, Mr. Dinner Table. You came back.
What if he's a brain in a vat?
I might be.
No, he's a brain in a train.
Sounds like he's on a train now. Yeah.
He is. Yeah,
brain
he's
on a
going home.
train.
Yep.
Hey
brain
guys,
on a
I'm gonna
train.
call it a night. It's been a long weekend for
Okay,
me. I
me
built
too.
a deck
A
this
night.
weekend for my house.
Oh, you mean you're leaving? Okay.
Hi, A-Night. I'm Dad.
Yeah.
Who's it? He says he's calling it a night. Who's it? I
Hi,
missed who
it.
it
I'm
is.
Dad.
Yeah, who?
Ha-
Hi, it
You
slash.
guys
night.
have a pleasant evening, would you?
I'm Dad.
Good night, Ollie.
Good night, Ollie.
Go ahead. I know you guys are all itching to say it. Go on.
Let's go. He's gone. Let's talk about him.
There you go. Everybody
I was
drink.
gonna let you do it, Mikey. You're in here now.
No,
You got
no, it's
you got
not my
to
thing anymore.
that and get a royalty every time someone uses it.
Well, all of my merch
Right.
for on Neil's channel is gonna have like my picture, my like little emblem, and then on the back, on the bottom, it'll say, "Okay, let's talk about him,"
That's funny.
because that's what you guys deserve. Snide comments on the back of your shirts.
Guy who gears. Could you on a train? Could you with a brain? Yeah.
I mean, I can anywhere I want.
Huh. Interesting, Titan.
Did
Yeah,
anybody watch
see-
the fight?
Huh?
Did anybody watch the fight?
Which fight?
Boxing?
Fury.
Yeah.
Oh, like a recorded fight, not some debate. Okay, go ahead.
No, it was great.
It's all fights.
If anyone's a fan of boxing, it was a true heavyweight fight.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't watch
Heavyweight
pure
fights are-
boxing usually. I barely watch UFC anymore because it's so dang expensive.
That's why you go. That's why you spend $40 on beer and a cheesecake, and you go to your buddy's house.
I know, like
Right.
back when I actually like lived in Colorado Springs, like we would all my jiu-jitsu buddies, we'd pitch in a little bit of money and watch the fights together. But I don't have people here that would watch the fights with me, so it's like it's not worth it to spend that much money. But
Ben,
and we can all do a virtual one where we pitch in together and like do that. But you need enough people to make it worth it, though.
Yeah, it's really expensive, isn't it?
If you
It's
want
like
to see a
$60 or
fight, just go to a
$70.
bar.
It's like what?
It's like $60 or $70.
Oh, that's not horrible.
It's more than that.
Yeah, it's
For
that.
boxing.
I was
with-
thinking
if-
like
if you-
100.
Yeah, 60 or 70 with if you already have
Oh,
like a plan.
Oh, so an add-on to the plan. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But yeah, I could go to a bar, but that's in public. And then I'd be alone, and it always looks weird when you're in public alone.
There you go, Ox.
I used to think that until I started doing business trips in New York, and I would have to just, buck up and go out by myself. And it's really cool to be alone in the midst of 8 million people.
I mean, I do that like in airports, but I haven't.
I don't like that
haven't
many
done
people. I don't like that many people around me.
New York City is kind of an odd duck because you can be completely alone and not have anybody like pay any attention to you. So it's almost like there's nobody there other than the fact that they run you over.
I disagree with that. I was in New York for a week with my ex. Her sister lives out well, she lives in the city somewhere, but she works in Brooklyn. She's a cop. And I spent a week there. We could just kind of walked around and everything. And I don't know. Some of it, like the gay area was pretty cool and laid back, but the rest of it was really just busy and overcrowded and you're dodging people. And I just, nope.
Swede.
Nope.
Did you see that John Gruden resigned?
Yes. I am. There's a lot of sins of the past that you could probably get around. And if it was an isolated incident, as it was when it first came out, then I can see him not resigning. But now that stuff has been shown to see it was a repeated pattern.
Right.
Who is that you're talking about?
The Raiders head coach.
Former, I guess you should say.
Former head coach.
He made some homophobic and racist comments and emails.
No, not a coach of some kind of big sports team that everybody's heard of that is normally a cishet white man.
Now,
I can't imagine.
Watkins, you have to go and look at what Kirk Ferentz did at the University of Iowa with 19 years of a culture that instilled racism throughout the entire Iowa football program. When he got caught, nothing happened.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mouty. Maybe he doesn't know he's unmuted.
Oh, sorry about that.
Ooh, it's loud. What's up,
It
buddy?
sounds like he's in a tsunami or something.
Probably
The typhoon approaches.
underground on a train or something right now.
So the Big Ten is not immune from that type of bullshittery.
Stool. What if I brought a sex doll and just sat it next to me?
No, dudes do not eat cheesecake while watching fights and drinking beer.
I
First
eat
of all,
cheesecake whenever I want.
cheesecake is not good with beer. Now, if you want to do it for dessert, that's fine. But you
It
need
was
like
for
something
dessert.
salty to go with the beer. I'm just saying.
We had pizza and then cheesecake and then beers.
Oh, in that order. Okay, yeah, I can dig that. Yeah.
For me, a great date is a long walk on the beach with my girlfriend until the LSD wears off and I realize I'm just dragging a stolen mannequin around the parking lot.
Purple.
I hate it when the
yours
LSD
like
runs
always
off,
gets me.
wears off too soon.
Most
Purple
of these
enjoy
jokes
it.
Sloth Girl gives me, so.
Purple steals a lot from Sloth Girl. That's true. You guys are great. Fucking crack me up.
I do miss like watching like fights with other people, and like I mean I don't watch a whole lot of sports, but I do like apart from combat sports, but I do miss like the public environment of like being with your friends and like having the community surrounding it. Like there's
Agreed.
something definitely valuable about like just hanging out in someone's house, like watching a
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Well, I
know
have
somebody's
wanted
house
to
I'd
set
like
up
to hang out
something,
in.
you know, that we could like do movie nights together, that we could like watch movies or sci-fi shows.
We should. We should. We
You know,
absolutely should.
Mostly, I've really been wanting to go back and watch Stargate from the beginning, but I don't want to watch it alone. I want some people to watch it with me.
I've never watched Stargate. I watched like a half an episode here or there, and like whatever season wasn't even the first season, so I didn't really know what was going on. And I think because I do that a lot, like I'll walk in and someone else is watching it, and I sit down and watch a little bit with them, and I go, it's okay. But I also don't have a backstory, so I feel like I fail a lot of shows that way. Just go, nope, I didn't like it, and I just never go back and watch it. So I'd be
Apparently I need
interested
a
in watching it.
mannequin.
I'd be interested in watching something like
Well,
that.
I never got to see the end of SG1. I only saw like through the middle of the 8th season.
Right.
Why is Iowa ranked so high?
You do
They
what?
haven't lost, and everybody else
that-
has.
Is that the only qualification that the college football guys care about now?
Wins and losses, and when it comes to the record, I don't know, man.
like
They're one
like
of
a
the
really-
few
a really-
undefeated teams left.
A really good example of this would be like the Broncos, like 2 weeks ago. They were 3-0, and they were obviously not a good team. I'm not saying that the Hawkeyes are the same. I'm just saying that like it seems weird that like they've played 4 non-ranked teams, and
Yeah, well, yeah. Nebraska
Who's
has
Shep Quick
played
when you do that?
5. Nebraska has played 4 top 10 teams, and you know,
are they 4-1?
what's that?
Are they 4-1?
No,
Or are they
They're
like
3 and 4?
they're not doing so hot? Okay.
Well, they've only lost by 1 score to everybody, so it's kind of like this stupid idiot bullshit thing that's going on here.
Hey, anything's better than being a Wisconsin fan right now.
Yeah, well,
I don't know how our program fell apart so quickly, but it's just kind of apart now.
Graham Mertz would be your answer.
Yeah. We can just take Russell Wilson back. We're just gonna poach him from Seattle after.
So who was the coach that Judy said? I was just skimming through Google News feed and saw about the coach that resigned after leaked emails.
Who they were talking
That's
about?
John Gruden.
That's the same one. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's yeah.
Hi, brother. What's up?
Yeah, Richard.
I forgot I moved my camera. I got to reposition the piece.
So yeah, the sports world is just the last few
Sports
years
balls,
has
sports
just
ball,
been
balls,
rough for
sports.
like racism and things coming out and old stuff getting discovered, and I think that's going to be like the first lesson that my 2 kids get when they're old enough to maybe understand it. You know, in the teens, is everything you do online doesn't disappear.
Yeah. Well, I don't think any of it's anything new. I think it's only being made public lately.
On a side note, I have to work at 6, so I'm gonna head out for the night. But I'm glad I could confirm my non-death.
Thank you. Honestly, like that made me feel a lot better. So I'm glad that Sweet brought you over here. So thank you. brother.
I'm sorry that there was that emotional reaction. That's really
No, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry that I love you. I'm not sorry a bit.
That's a really fair point. Hey, my conservative.
love you, Christian.
I'm not sorry.
Oh, the trauma.
If I didn't feel something like that, I really would have worried about myself
That's true.
and think
That's
maybe I'm on too many antidepressants. No. I'm...
All right. Well, it was
All
fun
right,
chilling
buddy.
for a little bit. I'll try to not be as much of a stranger. I'm really good.
Yeah. I miss talking to you. Come around anytime. And if I
Will
forget
do.
to send you a link, just shoot me a message. Monday and Wednesday.
Get back.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, buddy. Peace.
Bye bye.
If anybody wants in, let me know.
I'm still gonna be here, but I got pee. So
You should go
I'll
do
be
that then. Yeah,
I'm
I would
gonna,
pee if I had to
I'm gonna
pee.
enjoy it. B.
Yeah, I think you should, sir.
Okay.
Don't hold it. Yeah.
Though,
don't
yeah,
hold
no,
it.
just go
Yeah,
piss.
no.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. I try not to do that because I have a habit of doing that from being a truck driver, and you get very tolerant of like your muscles become very strong. And so, I mean, for the time of I have to pee a little bit when you first feel that, like I might have to pee soon, I can go like 6 hours if I need to. So I have to keep reminding myself, no, it's bad for your kidneys. You should go pee. Like, because it's habit now. I'll just be working. I'll go, oh, the other day I went through the entire workday, drank this big ass cup of coffee, 24 ounces. And I drank the whole fucking thing. And at the end of the day, I was leaving. I was like, oh, I never peed all day. I don't think that's good. I held it all day. Didn't even
Or you're
realize it.
dehydrated.
No, I've been drinking water things.
I'm
Water
drinking
with
beer.
amino acids thrown into it is what I've been drinking because it helps repair your muscles and shit. It's just one blend of stuff that my niece, who is a personal fitness guru and has this company that is getting huge and she's making a shit ton of money, and actually knows what she's talking about and cares about people, which is rare. She's just like, I do this and this and this. And I'm like, cool. Okay, I'll do that. So, yeah. Coffee? Yes. Coffee. I love coffee. It's great.
Coffee is life.
I thought coffee was how much you had to pay a crow for a speaking role.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
We're gonna move on from that one, Purple. That one hurt a little bit.
On that note, I'm gonna drop because nobody is naked except me, apparently.
You don't know that.
Don't know.
You don't know that.
Yeah, Mowdy might be on that train naked, and Purple could be naked too.
They call him Naked Train Guy.
That's
Well,
right.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's my middle
he
name.
walks
I
up to
know
people
I'm
butt ass naked and starts going, "How do you feel about this train ride? How was your day? Would you like to talk about it?"
Don't look at me right there. My eyes are up here.
My eyes are up here.
Yeah, look up here. Look up here. I'm talking to you.
Mind
Yeah.
you, on a
It's been
train, you
great.
could just anchor a dildo to the seat and you wouldn't have to worry about moving.
Wait, what now?
On a train, you could just anchor a dildo to the seat and then you wouldn't have to do the moving.
I mean, there's handrails,
Just
but I guess
wiggle,
you could do
wiggle,
that.
wiggle. Fucking Purple, I swear to God. Rex, you have a great night, buddy. I'm glad you came in. Appreciate
All
you.
right, thanks for having me, and
All right,
and,
buddy.
and thanks for
Anytime.
tolerating me, everybody.
Good
Oh,
night,
no,
Rex.
you're a great dude. We love it when you come by.
I'll be back later.
All right. Sweet.
Oh shit!
Holy Spackle said that she's naked in the bath. And I think we need citations. We need proof, pictures or something.
Oh God.
Pixar, it didn't happen.
Picture didn't happen. That's right. That's right.
None for me, thanks.
Well, you know, boobs are boobs. Boobs are boobs. What are you
Boobs are
doing,
boobs.
Swede? You look like you're playing a game.
Watching somebody else play a game.
Oh, rock on.
Me.
Watching Famine play a game.
Holy Spackle. I have nice boobs, but for the rest of everything, I'm sorry. Hey, you know what? That's not even like a big thing. It's about the person. It's not about having a perfect body anyways. Although it doesn't hurt.
No, I've just been spacey today.
Yeah.
I got new glasses.
I did.
Yeah, I
notice that.
saw those. I'm jealous, man. I don't have vision insurance right now. And these, honestly, I'm starting to get headaches by the end of the night wearing these. So I got it.
I got the blue light filters on these, and I can already tell.
Oh yeah, they do have
Is that
Bluetooth.
worth it?
Yeah, those are great. I actually have a pair of readers that I bought, and they're for far away and close up, so it's kind of weird. But they also have the blue light filter on them too. and they're
Yeah, my
specifically
old
for like
glasses would show
using
a pure
computers and then
reflection.
looking across the room and then using a computer again. Like they're meant for that. So yeah, that's it's pretty cool.
My old glasses would show a pure just reflection if I was on cam. Now you can barely see the reflection.
Right.
Even.
Yeah.
But yeah, my eyes after working all day today, not tired at all.
Nice. That's great. That's great. By the time we get off stream, but at night, I'm like, I don't even want to, but I can't read without him. So it sucks.
Yep. Other than that, and then yeah, just working.
Yeah.
Just
same.
Just
a weird thing happened to me today.
Existence.
So I get random nails and stuff in my tires because of where I live. And when you're out in like the desert-ish area and you drive on things and the wind blows, the sand shifts, things come to the top. So I got in my truck this morning and it said my tire pressure was down to 28. It's normally like 35, right? And I'm like, oh, fuck. So I was heading to the gym and I got into town and realized, you know what? Nothing's open yet because this is like 6:40 in the morning. And I get to the gym by like 6:50 or something. And I'm like, well, nothing's open. I might as well just go ahead and go to the gym. Like, I don't have anything to do anyways. So I'm kind of like irritated about it and shit and overthinking and worrying about it because that's what ADD people do. And so I go to the gym and everything and I'm there and I'm like, oh, I'm just going to head over to the shop early. You know, fuck it. I'm just going to go over there early, just get in line. So I'm the first one. Like I was really didn't like the fact that I was going to be late for work. I texted everybody and told them and everything. So I go through this whole thing and the guy's place is shut down. The other one's shut down because it's Indigenous Day. And this is a place full of Indigenous people. We have like in a school, which is the Indian school is what they call it. And so this place there's a lot of Indigenous people here. So I was like, oh yeah, they're all shut down because of that. We all thought it was at work. We were still thinking it was Columbus Day and we weren't going to take the day off from it. So we all decided to work. Right. And so, because we forgot it was switched. So, so I go to head to work and I get on my phone and I'm sitting outside work and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, this place might be open. I call them, they're open. So I take my truck down there and I text everybody. Well, I thought I was just texting Heather and I said, is there any way you can come down to Firestone and pick me up? And she's like, sure, I'll be there shortly. I'm like, cool. So I looked at my text again because I'm just standing there. By this time, I'm getting fidgety, and I was thinking, should I have just walked? You know, but I left the gym and I was tired, and I was like, I'll never make it in time if I walk to work. You know, it's like all the way up there. So I waited and everything, and then I realized later that I texted everybody that message. No one answered but Heather. Heather's like, I got you. I'm like, thank you. Someone's got me. And then I text everybody. I said, oh, I thought I just texted Heather. It's a good thing I'm not talking shit about you guys. Anyways, it was funny. So then one of the girls I work with, she takes me, she drives pretty much that way to leave anyways. So she's like, I'll drop you off. And I said, I appreciate it. So I get there and he's like, there was nothing wrong with your tire. And I'm like, what? He said, there's nothing wrong with your tire. I said, did you guys check he said the air sensor inside. Yeah, we checked it. We ran a test on it. It's working fine. And I said, did you check that? He goes, yeah, we already checked the valve. Like nothing's leaking. We sunk this thing in that soapy shit water like 3 times. We just can't find anything wrong with the tire. So we just put air in it. And I was like, okay. And I went to pay him. He goes, don't worry about it. Like they spent like 30 minutes, 40 minutes fucking with that tire. They didn't charge me anything. I'm like, it turned out to be a pretty good day. But it started out rough there for a second. So that was not cool.
I broke my favorite pen today and it exploded all over my new pants.
Oh no. What color are your pants?
They're black and the pen was black, but it's still an
you can
ink
still see
stain.
It. Yeah. Dawn. Lots of Dawn. Yeah. If you before you wash those, if you douse that in Dawn and use cold water and let it soak in like a lot of Dawn and then take like a light scrub brush to it, I bet you get it out.
I just leave them in, and anytime I wore them, I'd tell people I had this cool story about being attacked by a squid.
It's just.
Would you like to hear it, or can we move on from this stain?
It's just I didn't have a pen for the rest of the day. That was my pen, and my hands looked like I don't know, tried to rob a stamp collector or something. I don't know what my hands looks like.
Well, at least you're good to the community and you weren't robbing a non-stamp collector.
Ha ha.
Titan said, I have a perfect bod, perfectly pear-shaped. And Onjur said, I'm shaped like an amoeba. That's not even possible, but okay.
It is a shape.
And Holy Spackle said, my dog stole my bath mat, so if I slip and die, you know why. We don't know where you are, or we'd call 911 for you, but we don't know where you are.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't help you.
I had to nip that in the bud real quick. Zero loves bath mats.
Really?
He takes his bed and he throws it around and fights with it like it's a teddy bear or something.
Oh, he does it with the bath mat too.
Yeah, anything resembling his bed.
That kind of flat on the floor, it's game.
Yeah, it's like, oh, sweet. Another little tackling tool. Sweet. Love this thing.
That's great. That's hilarious. I mean, it's not cool for you, but it's hilarious at the same time.
He's still
So-
his bed has like 50 holes in it. Half the stuffing is gone, but that's the one he likes. He has a big, nice one upstairs, but he likes this one, this old crappy one.
There you go, Perps. Yes, Ben.
Oh, I was just gonna say I finally got my Teespring set up.
I see that. I was just about to say, I see you shilling. I
So,
don't care.
everyone who's going to Faithless Forum, I expect you to wear a Bob shirt. I have Bob shirts. We're gonna take over the whole conference with Bob.
If we do that, we'll be able to find each other easier.
I have 3 different types of Bob shirts. There's I'm Bob, there's Holy Bob, and there's Praise Bob. So you have your options. They come in lots of different colors. So you can be all different colors of Bob.
Yeah, but aren't you Bob? We can't wear the I'm Bob shirt.
Everyone's Bob. Everyone's Bob.
You should have made it I'm Bob too.
Well, no, but
We are
everyone's
Bob.
Everyone's Bob.
Everybody's Bob. I'm Bob too. Not the number 2, TOO.
I also have some more serious shirts, and stuff. But
Zero
the Bob
is
one's
perfect. Mikey is an ungrateful owner. That's what Maya said.
Yeah,
And
whatever.
I'm glad you came back, Maya. I love you.
Until he
yeah.
starts chewing up your shit, then it won't be so perfect anymore. Like, this dog has problems.
Ox, you are Bob. You just don't know it.
Everyone's Bob.
Everybody's
I just
Bob.
want everyone to wear Bob shirts at Faithless Forum. Like that would be hilarious.
Marie wants to know if we can get one with Bob on the back because Bob is on the boobs for her.
Yes. Yeah, I can do that.
I also did some shirts that I moved the logo down, so it's like from around your nipple area down to like your belly button area, so people weren't staring at people's boobs. Of course, you can go boobs to crotch from there, but you know that's you can only help so much.
Yes.
Motherfucker took my spot.
Ox once paid for advertising. Damn it, Ox.
He's a smart man.
I didn't say he was stupid. I never accused that man of that.
I'm only
Not
bringing my
stupid.
stuff up because B and I were talking about Teespring on an earlier stream. So this
Yeah.
is my follow-up to the discussion we already had about this.
Yeah, because we were saying that he had to make these Bob shirts because it's funny.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, maybe it's pot on my part, but Ben's sober and he said it's funny, so I'm gonna go with it. Is
I
funny.
think it's
not
hilarious,
just
but
me.
I always think I'm funny.
Oh, but you are funny. That's the thing. At least I think so, but that's why we get along, I guess. I'd rather have the shirt logo be on the shelf instead of below the shelf myself. Okay, so also another person that would like the logo on the back.
Well, no, I'll keep the designs I have with the logo on the front, and then I'm gonna add one that has the logo on the back.
You know what you could do, Ben? Here's a good idea. Do it so it wraps around the shirt on the sleeve.
But then I'd have
And
to
then
get like
as people are walking by, they'll read it. And then you'll make
that's
everybody
a
do this.
more expensive shirt to do the print on all of it. Like it has to be like a one of
Oh,
those
because
shirts
you're
that
trying to
print.
keep it cheap. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I'm keeping it like I'm.
You know what You know what I did? I went through my entire Teespring store, just so you guys know. They wanted me to charge a lot more money than that. So I went through and changed it all. So the most I'm making is like 35 or 50 cents. Because I don't care about the money. I just want.
I decreased the cost on mine because I don't like. I'm not looking for profit on them.
Exactly. I literally left that change on there just to like, you know.
Yeah,
in case
I think
wanted
I
to
make like
some
$1
sources to make it a better store. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that's
I
the
like-
reason I.
Yeah, like I make $1 per shirt or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't care about that. Mine's all like it literally. I think I might
Damn
have actually I might have some of the more expensive shit is still around like $2, but it's like that's like the really expensive shit. It's like $60 or something that
Yeah, and certain designs I will eventually up the price a little bit for ones that like I have a friend doing some art for me. If my friend does art for a shirt, then I'll increase the price because I'm going to pay my friend for the design.
A friend of yours or something you met through here?
A friend of mine to do
Oh,
some
cool.
designs.
Cool.
But like, because I think people should be paid fairly. So if someone
it
does
B?
artwork,
Does B do art?
Yeah, other B. Yeah.
Yeah. It's B?
Beanie.
Yeah, Beanie. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, Beanie does. I asked Beanie to
good.
make my.
Good. What a good
Yeah.
idea. Yeah. Well, I mean, they know you anyway, so it'd be easier for them to know what you're.
Yeah. So it's like I don't care if I don't need to profit, but I would like to like bring in enough to pay my friends that are making the art because that's fair.
Well, yeah, whoever did the artwork should get a bit of a cut.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're the priority with who gets paid from these.
Right. You know, brother, you can come in if you want. Link is somewhere. If you need it again, I have it somewhere. What else happened today at work? Boy, it was a chaos every Monday. I don't know if anybody has ever worked in like administration type setting for medical anything, but Mondays and Fridays suck.
That's
They're
why I
the
don't do
worst days
admin.
of the week. Yeah, everybody's like
admin
calling
sucks.
you. They didn't get their prescription over the weekend. Going crazy. I need my levothyroxine. I'm like, it's thyroid medicine. You are not going to die without that. You're not like sick. You don't have thyroid cancer. Like, the fuck are you freaking out about right now? Like, they freak out over the. And then I got people with like high blood pressure medicine. They call in and go, "Hey, could you fill that for me? Thanks. I really appreciate your time. You're always so helpful. Thank you so much." But the people that have the meds that aren't important, they're the ones that are the assholes for some reason. I don't even know why. Maybe the ones that are on the heart meds and shit and the serious stuff have been through crap in their life and they know not to be an asshole. Maybe they learned. Just a theory. Take it or leave it. Titan's like, "Hey, wear my shirt if I made Titan Uranus." My brother said, "Lots of gay submissive bottoms, maybe." But we're not sure who else would.
I was just saying if they're tightening it, they're not submissive.
Oh, purple. Oh, God. No, we're not getting in this discussion. No, we're not doing it.
I'm holding out for the tons of mice merch.
Right?
Yes.
Mice needs to have his own merch. With
There's actually a really cool lamp set that is mice playing around with light bulbs, and the light bulbs plug in.
Yeah.
They're really nice looking. I think it's polished brass.
Oh, nice. I think I have seen that. Yeah. I think I do know what you're talking about. What he needs to do is puts his merch out with some of his smart ass sayings on it. Because he says shit that is fucking hilarious. And most of it, you can look at it and know what the hell the conversation's about. You know, by enough of it to know that he's being funny. He should totally do that.
I would like a Google Eats t-shirt.
Right?
Yeah.
That's exactly. Google Eats. Mr. Famine, your order of a dildo and 3 hentai balls or whatever they're called has shipped. Yeah. Yeah.
You may also be interested in
You might also be interested in lube.
lube and rubber bands.
Oh my! Oh gosh! Oh gosh! Oh gosh! Oh gosh! You guys are too funny.
We are though.
Yeah, Guy, I do have a case of the Mondays. You know, that thing that happened with Christian kind of like kicked me in the face.
Yeah.
It was a downer. It was a downer. I'm all up in my feels. Okay.
All up in the
Anyways,
feels.
all up in the feels right now.
Okay, I'm getting up the bob on with the design on the back shirt. So
Thank
we'll have
you.
that.
There you go, guys. Or
So now you
gals.
can get it. If you want it on the front, you can get it on the front. If you want it on the back, you can get it on the back.
That's good quality product right there. Options.
Yes.
Options.
And a lot of different colors. So many colors.
Like I designed some shirts for women that have the logo that I came up with down on the bottom right towards the back, but it's not like on their butt. It's kind of like on their lower back, but kind of on the side, and the rest of the shirt is plain.
I want to make
I was trying to
some
come up
merch
with
that says,
different
"I'm
places
Bob" on the
because
butt.
everybody, you know what I mean? Like everybody puts it in the same. So I was trying to play with different shit. Except for like some of the guy shirts that were kind of like tough looking. I put them across the chest because, you know, guys are like, you know.
We're not a monolith.
Well, you know, if a guy's got like fucking, if he's built and shit, he's going to want to have that. I'm just saying because that's where I'm going to be. And I just want to wear a shirt like that. Anyways. There you go. There you go, Richard. Yes. He said purple, or I was wrong. Tops should wear Titan Uranus merch. Does that make better sense?
Only if they're asking for a challenge.
Okay, there you go. There you go. I guess it would be a challenge. Put it in the tramp stamp place, Anjur said. Why would you want it down that low? People would just be staring at your ass. I mean, unless you don't care, then that's fine too. I'm sure Ben could make many variations now that he's already got the logo done and he could put it in.
Oh yeah, I mean the Bob stuff is just text, so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'll
Yeah,
make
you gotta-
something that is Bob just on the butt. Of some
Don't you have to
sweatpants.
pay if you want to do like logos and shit? Or no?
No. Oh, if you use your own logo, you don't have to. I mean, it's a little extra money for the ink cost, but
Oh, okay.
but if it's your own logo, you don't have to do anything.
Okay. Sweet. Because that's the only reason I didn't do any. I thought that you had to pay for it, and I can't afford that. So. But I do think that I'm pretty happy with the conversation last night solving my tech issues because I think I know what I do now.
I wasn't alerted.
I have a plan now. I have a plan.
Why didn't someone send up the famine center?
Because famine was busy. I have 2 monitors and a laptop with 1 HDMI port.
You need a docking station.
Yes, I do. Well, but a splitter won't work. Then you'll have the same thing on both screens. We've already gone down that route. But I think that I can do a USB to HDMI because I have another USB over here, and these monitors I got them for $80 with all the cables and shit that I needed, except for this one. I don't have this one, but they have interfaces on the back too. So I have plenty of places to plug in everything now. So that'll be good shit.
I'm really excited about one of these designs that I have.
Oh, on Jersa, just put a B on each cheek.
Oh,
So
yeah,
the
we're
asshole will
doing-
be the O.
Yes.
That's fucking great. Make sure it's one of the longer shirts.
That would be on the sweatpants or the leggings.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, put them on some leggings. Fuck yeah.
So bad.
That's fucking hilarious. I love it. I am Bob.
You know what I should do? It'll be great.
Too bad you
You
can't
know
get
those-
it color changing, so when you fart, the Bob's letters changes.
You know
That
those
would be funny.
T-shirts that are like, it's got a print that looks like a tuxedo on the T-shirt.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
I should do one of those that looks like it's a lab coat and a bow tie
Oh, fake lab coat, but with
and
Bob
my
on
sweater
it.
vest.
Oh
Basically
my
outfit
god, dude, that
on
would
a
be
t-shirt.
awesome.
That would be so cool.
That would be fucking incredible. Can you do that? You'd have to
Yeah,
get an
it-
overlay. You'd have to make an overlay and lay it over the t-shirt and do it as a logo and overlay them first. And then
Yeah.
put them together first in an overlay and then overlay them over top of the t-shirt. God, they
Yeah,
probably
it would
charge
be a
you a
little
lot
bit
of
more
money for
expensive
that.
because it would take a lot of
Yeah.
ink.
Yeah.
Because you'd have to ink the whole front.
Yeah. But it would be cool.
Not
Yeah.
if it's a black shirt.
Well,
Oh
it
my
would need to be a
God.
white shirt because of the lab coat.
Oh yeah,
it'd be a
same
white.
tuxedo, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a white shirt that you do it on. Yeah, absolutely.
But that'd be so cool.
Or you could do like a pink and blue one or something like that for like OB.
I mean, they make them with that look like scrub tops, but like we got to do like my sweater vest though, because that's a look. Like that is my look. It's the sweater vest and the bow tie.
Fuck yeah, it is. Fuck yeah, it is. Yeah, you might as well overlay a whole fucking thing. That would be fucking awesome. And then just do the name tag and it says Bob.
Why don't
That
you
says
just do
Bob.
scrub tops?
Make up a
That'd be
fake
cool.
hospital name that's really like corny and obvious for the top of the name
Yeah.
tag and just put Bob on it.
Just put Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that'd actually be great.
That's
That'd be
fucking
great
hilarious.
design
That's a great
idea.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Just thinking of stupid merch ideas. I was still gonna make the pee pee poo poo because Mass Pig doesn't want to do it. I'll make sure that Jupit.
Oh yeah,
gets
we do have
most of
to
the money
do
from
that.
those.
Maybe I'll
Oh,
get bored and work on that.
I'll make sure that Jupit gets most of the money from that because that's Jupit's thing.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll leave like $1.50 on every shirt and just give it all to Jupit. I don't care. I'm not.
Yeah,
doing it
that's
for
what I was
money.
thinking.
I'll just set it up for fun. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I have time on my hands, but like two nights a week for like an hour or two. I got plenty of time on my hands. I went to think of what the free time, and I thought about all the streaming I'm doing. I'm like, fuck, do I have any free time?
What is
Not
free time?
much. I don't
Yeah,
know.
what is that? I mean, this is my free time because I did so many questions today at the clinic because we had like an oddly not busy day today. So I just did like 50 questions.
Nice.
Like not even an exaggeration. I did 50 questions at clinic. So
for all you people out there that missed it earlier and didn't hear, I just have to say, I have hairs growing in right here, right here.
and I told B about
And I'm
the
starting
wonders
to,
of
I'm
testosterone.
starting to feel it come out here. Like, I can like make a line. It does this like this, and then it comes down really low, like right here.
And then I told B about the wonders of testosterone and how like it's gonna take forever for your facial hair to like grow in
Full,
and
yeah, I
get like
know.
full. But the one thing that does grow really fast is your butt hair. Your butt
I said
hair.
I wouldn't know, Ben. I shave my butt hair.
Your butt hair is gonna grow first. Just saying.
I just
That
think it's
happens.
gross. Like you can't keep it clean, man.
Yeah,
Butt
but
hair
it's
is
what
nasty.
happens with
I think
testosterone.
everybody
You grow
should
butt
shave
hair.
that shit. I think it's the grossest fucking thing.
Okay, well, be warned. Now you're warned that you're gonna grow butt hair.
Okay, I'll just keep shaving it. I
Yeah,
shave it
that's
every
fine.
other
That's
day.
fine.
I'm just
You're
gonna
allowed
keep
to,
doing
but
it.
I
I'll never
figured you
know.
deserve to know.
Oh, one
what's
day
gonna
I'll
happen
swipe
to your
with the
body.
razor and be like, "Holy fuck, that wasn't good."
Don't forget to check for hair growing out of your ears.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what I did. Purple is I already purchased a trimmer set that has like I can do all the different kinds of beard trimming. It's got the little eyebrow trimmer on it, and it's got the ear and nose trimmers too. It's got the whole thing. I bought the whole fucking kit. I had like a bunch of like some coupons and a 20% discount, and I used everything at once. So yeah, it's sitting right up there in the box. I can almost see it from here. It's waiting for me.
Butt hair.
I'm not excited at all. I'm not excited
Butt
at all.
hair.
Butt hair.
Butt hair.
Butt hair. Oh no, butt hair. Right. Okay, I get it. Anjur said you nailed it, Ben.
Comes with
I
territory.
don't know which T-shirt she was talking about, but
She was talking about the sweater vest, I think.
oh, the sweater vest
know-
idea. Yeah, that's great.
We had talked about train stuff, and that was the one I could actually do. I offered
Train?
to pull my beard out with tweezers and mail it to you.
You did. You did offer that.
Ow.
That just sounds
I've done it
painful.
at least a dozen times at this point. The damn thing keeps coming back.
Ow. Ouchie.
Keep like Perps. Isn't it weird how life works? Like Perps over here going, "Fuck, stop growing," and Ben and I are going, "Come on, come on, come on."
Yeah.
I want that fucking face. I want my facial hair that I fucking died for. all this
Nobody's
time.
happy with the body they're given.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's true. There's a lot of people out there that are, and it's not even for me. It's just certain parts. I don't care about the rest of my body. It's just those 3 things that I don't want. I'm good with being a little chubby. Like that's how it is. Dad bods are in. I'm good.
Dad bod. I'm working on my dad bod.
You should. You really should. No, Ben, don't do that. Stay slim and healthy and strong. Don't get the dad bod.
I'm hoping to go to jujitsu tomorrow after we get done at the hospital, but we'll see.
Look what my brother said. B has 3 other brothers. All of them have lower back wolf hair. Sorry.
You're gonna get hairy.
Yeah, probably. Oh man, I'm gonna tell you. I told you. I already have hair all over my body. It's just like blonde. So people
See,
can't
I
see
don't
it.
have blonde hair all over. I have dark hair all over my body, and I did before teeth.
Oh, okay.
Just not on my face, but like
See,
very
but now the difference is
dark
everything's like this. Everything on my face was always blonde, and I've been shaving my face for years and getting the blonde hair off my face.
Well, no, but everybody
this
has blonde
This is
face
coming
hair.
in. This is coming in medium brown, dark brown.
Everyone
So
has
I'm
blonde face
excited.
hair.
Yeah, but mine was always in the shape of a beard and would grow out to be this long if I didn't do anything about it. Like my facial hair was not like baby hair. No, I mean like the sides here, the longest it ever got was about 1.5 inches. And my ex cut it off because she was like, no, that's enough. It just keeps growing. So I've been shaving since then. Because I just,
I forgot.
Trying to
Sweet,
play
I'm
that
not.
part.
I'm not speaking to you.
What?
I'm not speaking to you. I forgot all about it.
Why? What did I do?
You sent me lewd pictures, and I will never forgive you.
Oh, yes.
Richard says, soft, 3-inch long, thick wolf hair. Hey, oh, wait a minute. What? Mom had. Yeah, I know she did. Yeah. Like our mom had like thick, like mine was, but hers was dark brown, almost black. Yeah, she did. It's that Italian, bro.
I learned that Mikey Famine does not like pictures of what I make on the smoker.
Oh.
Did he get mad at you because he wanted it and
jealous.
he can't have it?
Yeah, he calls them lewd pictures of the pork ribs that I made.
Ribs are so good. I love ribs.
I fucking love some good ribs, man.
Those
And
ribs
Until
are
somebody
when
puts that
you-
damn cheap sauce, when people cook it in cheap fucking homemade, store brand sauce that's just crap. I'm just
No, you never cook them in sauce.
Well, they whatever they after they're done when
You put
coat 'em
a
in it.
quick rub
Yeah,
on
I know.
them. You pull the
Yeah.
pull the membrane off the back,
Mm-hmm.
and then you wrap them with brown sugar, margarine, and apple juice. After
not do that, but okay.
after they've been on the smoker for 3 hours, then you
Oh.
let them sit in the wrap for 2 hours on the smoker, and then you unwrap them, and then put them back on the smoker naked for an hour, and then you're done. No sauce.
I told you he was a bad man.
No, I'm
And-
talking about people that cook them and then afterwards they like bathe them in some kind of sauce that is horrible.
Yeah,
Like they
because they
did a
don't
great
taste
job
good.
cooking them, but the sauce is horrible. Just ruins it for me. I don't want a bunch of fucking sweet ass ketchupy shit in on my fucking ribs or any meat. I want my meat I want it so I can taste the fucking
If it's
meat.
pork, I want
and the
sweet sauce.
spices and stuff should enhance it. They shouldn't fucking bathe it. What's that?
If it's pork, then I want sweet sauce.
Yeah, I can
beef,
handle. Yes, I can handle it with pork. I do like it sometimes. Sometimes I'm not in the mood for it. But all the other meats, no, I can't. I don't do sweet with meat.
Yeah, no, me either. And any of the honey or brown sugar sauces, no.
Yeah, I can't either. I'm not good with it. I don't even like my bacon with like.
Yeah, I need it just be tangy. I don't like the sweet.
Yeah, me either. I am anti-sweet.
Or vinegar. Vinegar is a good one. Vinegar-based barbecue sauce for pork.
Yeah, well then you're getting into the tangy stuff.
You all know how the myths of werewolves started, right? Have you heard about that history?
That's quite the segue.
Oh, just talking about
the chat,
the wolf hair in the chat.
The wolf hair, yeah.
It started because of Porphyria cutanea tarda. It's a genetic condition where you can't produce hemoglobin. But people would look like werewolves because they'd get really hairy, and then if they go out in the sun, they would get severe burns and stuff. And it's a weird condition, but
I remember once I was on some antibiotics that made me really susceptible to sunburn.
yeah.
Yes,
There's one that does that.
Yeah, you cannot go into. You're like supposed to stay out of the sun as much as you can. Like cover your.
Yeah, I like had to quit my job, that summer job of working construction, because I had to be on the antibiotics for like 3 weeks.
Oh snap!
Because I was out in the sun for one day and came back, and yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, no, you can't. Yeah, there's some things that are. Yeah, isn't that like To Kill a Mockingbird?
Boo
Ben,
Radley.
didn't that guy have some kind of condition? Well, he couldn't go out in the sun or something. Didn't he have some kind of condition?
No, that was Powder.
Huh?
Which guy?
And To Kill a Mockingbird, Boo Radley.
I don't
He
think
might
I
have
ever
had
talked about it.
porphyria.
I don't remember it being in that book, but then again, I haven't read that for like 30
Well,
years.
He
There's
was
a condition
very
that
pale.
happens
He was very, very pale, and he'd only come out at night.
That sounds like
Very,
porphyria. That sounds like porphyria. Yeah.
So that's why they called him Boo, because he'd walk around at night and he looked like a ghost.
Yeah, because you get photosensitivity and then you're not producing a hemoglobin, so you're going to be anemic. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Be pale.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. Powder. Oh, Powder. Yeah. Same thing. Yeah.
Someone gets me.
Someone gets you.
Somebody gets me.
But yeah, they also oftentimes grow hair on their face, which is where you get the werewolf thing from.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yep.
You know, speaking of interesting conditions, that's one of the things I like. There's a series of books I read for a long time. She's made more sense, and I haven't read the most recent ones, but I always loved them because she would go find like the strangest medical conditions that she could use that the person that did the crime had, so they could trace it back to that person. And it was always really interesting because they dig into what it does to a person and blah. And she would like reference and check it all. And you could like look up what she wrote in her books. And as far as she's concerned, that they are like the most accurate she can get them. So I respect that because she's a fiction writer. But when she puts like medical shit in there, she makes sure it's medically accurate. So she's amazing. I fucking love her books. I love her books.
And like all these legends are a great example of where like poor reasoning like does a lot of harm to people, because like back in those days we didn't know any better about the science and about these medical conditions, and then we make people out to be these awful monsters when they
Right.
had a medical condition that they can't control, and now they've been labeled a danger to society and all this.
Yeah.
But
And
like
the
you learn more
vampires,
about
they were already dead.
yeah. but like being labeled as a werewolf because you're growing hair on your face and you're sensitive to the sunlight. Like you
Right.
can't control that.
No.
Like, but we learn more and we learn, okay, these people they're people that have a medical condition.
Right.
But people still want to point back to like the old days as if like this fantasy thinking was rational, and they still want to live in that world back in those days where we make people out to be villains.
Right.
And like this is why religious thinking can be a problem. Like if you're not willing to accept new data, it's the same critical thinking that we had back then that people are still having for other issues.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue with you. Well, because you're right, but I was just being a smartass.
And the point is to keep making sure that like you're changing your mind with new information.
Oh, thank
and
you.
not just living in the past.
Thank you, Richard. He put up a family with that medical condition and a YouTube link if everybody wants to check that out. It's in the chat.
And Ben, make friends with your local geneticist and then go out, hang out with them, because they can't help themselves but look at people and then point out the genetic malformalities that they have and point and stuff, because it's kind of fun. My geneticist is fun to be around, especially when not in the professional setting. She's like, it's so hard not to walk up to people in the grocery store and be like, have you been checked out for?
You're right. Right. Man, have you ever had anybody or known anybody, Swede, that did one of those genetic tests? Like to find out like the best medication for whatever else it does? The whole set of tests?
No, I've only done my own personal, which was the 27 connective tissue disorders.
Okay. Yeah, so this fucking somebody at one of the patients at work wanted to do it, and their insurance wouldn't cover it. And they said, forget it, I'm not doing it. And I was like, why? What's up? And they said, oh, my insurance won't cover it. And I said, yeah, sorry about, I did see that. And I was like, is there anything I can do to help? And they're like, no, I'm not paying. It was like $4,500 or $3,800 or I don't know, somewhere around there. Very expensive. And insurance doesn't cover it. You got to pay out of pocket. So,
yeah, mine was $5,200.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, and then you've got these people making these like very scammy at-home tests that are like super cheap and stuff. You're like,
yeah,
that's not the way to do it. And also,
hey, Robert,
like,
go ahead.
But also, it's like you need a doctor to be able to, or at least a geneticist to be able to interpret those results and see if they're significant or not. And like these legitimate tests that you get like through the healthcare system, like they're more expensive, like Sweet is saying, like they're very expensive tests, but you're getting actual like analysis and people who know what they're doing with this stuff. You're not getting an at-home test. Like you should not be doing an at-home test to figure out your risk for diseases. Like that's not a healthy way to go about it. And in fact, it's probably more dangerous psychologically because now you think you have something that you might not, because like people don't think about the statistics of these tests. Like, sure, you could get a result on a test, but you got to look at what those tests measure and how sensitive and specific they are. Are they ruling in all of the people that need to be ruled in? And are they ruling out all of the people that need to be ruled out? Right. Because a lot of times you'll get false negatives and false positives. So you can't really bank on those tests and take those as truth because you just don't know how accurate they are.
Right. No, you're right. So Robert, I know we haven't seen each other in a while, so no offense taken at all, but I'm transitioning, so it would be he, him, not that she stuff, please. And I know you don't know, so don't feel bad. It's fine. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, no, that's accurate, Richard. It's totally accurate. Until we get to the point in the evening where all the assholes are in bed and then the cool people are just hanging out, and then it's really good. Like that's what would always happen. Keel would go to bed, and then when we got him to bed, all the cool people would hang out and we'd actually have a good time and there wouldn't be a bunch of arguing. That's what happens when you have 8 people living in a very small house together for many years. That's what you get. Animosity.
Hello, Randolph.
It's like high anxiety, but different.
Randolph,
not the RR. How are you, sir?
Randy.
How are you, sir? Nice to see you.
What the hell?
Ox said, Richard, I'm from the South. Family reunions are like dating sites for us.
Gross.
Ox, you're a sick fucker, but I love you. He's so funny, though. Oh. No, you're fine, Robert. Like I said, I haven't seen you in a long time. How would you know, buddy? I told you don't feel bad. It's just information, that's all. Everybody needs time to adjust. I misgender myself. Don't worry about it. Just with my cats, though. I don't fucking know why. I guess I said the same thing to them for so long that now I'm in the habit of saying it as much as they're in habit of doing whatever in response that I want them to do. But yeah, I literally do that like 1 to 2 times a week still with my cats. So yeah, it's fine.
Every third summer, my family has a family reunion, and it's actually more like an occupation force. For a town that has a population of only 3,000, we have another 300 people attending.
So you guys are literally making up like 11% of the town or 12% or something.
Well, then again, it's pretty much the economy that the town lives on and for the next 3 years. But
Purple's family's here. Sweet, we're eating steak tonight.
Well, booking every hotel in the county.
You know why I decided to call you RR instead
because
of Randolph?
those are my initials.
Well, that and because you always have something smart ass joke to make everybody laugh. So RR.
Okay, so if it was Flying Spaghetti Monster, you'd be probably pronouncing it more like R R.
I was gonna say, what if you were pirate? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Flying Spaghetti Monster pirates. They work together the Pastafarian way.
Yeah. There's a lot of pirate mythology wrapped up in the Pastafarians.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Randolph. How are you?
Randolph.
Look at your sweet little video effects. What you been up to?
I know, right? He's all trying to normalize atheism, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm just kidding.
What? We're here to normalize atheism?
If you want to. Nobody has to do that.
Well,
I like
Randolph-
being special, Randolph.
Randolph knows I'm kidding because he knows that I totally would support him with anything he did. So.
I like
and
being
You've
special.
always been very supportive, and I appreciate it. Yeah.
Back at you, buddy. I appreciate you too. So yeah, we're safe about it. Grandma knows who's first and second cousins. Thank you, Ox, for clarifying. You guys.
Well, you know that's why I
What
wasn't
happens
able to
when
risk
Grandma
dating for the 6
dies?
years I was living up there.
I'm sorry, Purple. What?
That's why for the 6 years I was living up there, I wasn't going to risk dating. There was too much of a chance of waking up and finding out it was a cousin. I was related to half of that
shit.
county within 3 generations.
Where are you from?
Wow.
My whole family owns that block. Damn, Perps. That's crazy shit. That's fucking hilarious, though.
Somebody's got a big family.
If the
Well, I'm
atheists
the
got rid
youngest
of
of 9,
Christians,
and
who
my
would they
father
pick
was
on
from a
next?
family of 12.
My wife went to.
At last
fuck
count, I had
off.
52 first cousins on my father's side.
My wife went to school with a guy who has 16 sisters. 8 before him and 8 after him.
Oh my, that's terrible.
Okay, I got to add to it. Last thing, just so Mikey, because
Parents
Mikey I know
wanted
he's
a
not
second
reading
son.
it. We bought Grandma a Kindle to keep track of the cousins on. Actually, you're fucked up. You're fucked up, and that's fucking hilarious. Anyway,
so bad.
So that's a good question. Round the horn question. We'll start with Ben. If the atheists got rid of Christians, who are they going to pick on next?
They're pretty good at eating their own, so.
Hey, we're going in order here.
I have some problems with this question, so go ahead and everybody else answer first.
Unless you don't want to answer first, Ben, you can. I don't care.
Oh yeah, where do I gotta go first? I don't even know.
Okay, Purple, you want to go?
I don't know. I try to be more non-confrontational, so I wasn't going to be too worried about it. But, you know, I mean, obviously it's not just Christians that are the problem. Then the next biggest group is the Muslims.
Okay, well, there you go. Okay. So Purple is going to go with Muslims. What do you say, Swede?
Each other.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that took Mikey's answer away. Mikey, make up a new answer.
Nope. They'll go after each other. Tribalism doesn't
That is the best answer.
need a religion to be tribalist.
Isn't that true? What do you say, Randolph? Go ahead.
The problem
You
I
the
have
floor.
with that question is that it presumes that atheists are all picking on Christians. So, yeah.
Well,
you know,
I mean, yeah, but it's coming from another atheist, so he doesn't mean it in any kind of harmful way.
yeah.
So I didn't take it like that. If some Christian said that, then I'd be like, fuck you, dude. What are you coming in here trolling me? Telling me I'm picking on you for?
But I guess what I'll do is I'll assume that what the question's framing is actually intending to ask about those atheists who do pick on Christians. Yeah, I go with Purple's assessment, saying the next target will end up most likely being Islam.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's really just mostly Christians because, you know, that's what you have most of in all the English-speaking countries.
But there are reasons that vary for why people do this too. It's not just one unified reason from what I can tell.
Right. Well, you know, it's like I always say, and I say this all the time, it doesn't matter what group of people you have, 1 in 20 of them is going to be an asshole. It's just the way it is.
Wow.
Sometimes the odds are worse. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
like
go
I
with
said,
one.
it's more than that.
I'm going with 1 in 20 from my experiences of being around over like half of the U.S. and meeting different people and living in 9 different states and driving all over the U.S. And
okay.
I've just from what I've seen, I think it's 1 in 20.
Okay, it seems high to me, but I know we have different circles of people that we interact with.
No,
so.
not here. Not here. It's not high
Okay.
at all.
I'd say 1 in 6.
That's a shame. Sorry, what's that, Mikey?
I'd say 1 in 6.
Okay. Are you talking about what group are you talking about though? That sounds very specific.
Well, there's 6 people in the stream right now.
Well, quit pointing at me, you asshole.
Yeah,
You can see
that's a bit too anecdotal.
Felt
Mikey.
it. Felt
How
it,
the
Mikey.
Thought I had that camera off.
Which game are you playing, Mikey?
This is Hades.
Hades. Oh, looks interesting.
It's fun.
You
I will say this positive thing about religion. It's given us some really good video game fodder and topic and storylines. Not to say that there wouldn't be otherwise, but I mean, some of the storylines with like God of War and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that comes from religion and the stories that religion gave us. So,
or at least inspired by religion. Yes, I agree. Yeah,
Did you guys ever notice, like, if Ben does snappy gloves, mice appears, or you know stuff? So you guys we said religion. Hi, brother. How you doing?
Hello, Richard.
Peace and respect, everybody.
Hello.
How are you, man?
Hello, humans.
What up?
Hello, human.
Hello, fellow Tellurian. There's that humor you were looking for.
Okay, I missed the reference. Sorry.
A Tellurian is an inhabitant of Earth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a science fiction term. You can
Which
find it in
Earth?
dictionaries. Yeah.
Which Earth?
Oh,
that's an interesting question.
And he came in
at
hot.
present, I would say it's the Earth that's gradually becoming a scorched Earth.
Richard's in here to
The
debate
one we're
today.
on. Oh, Fairy Tale Land.
No, he's not here to debate. He never really likes to debate. He just wants to have good discussions. He doesn't really care for debate.
So real debate, not arguments.
Yeah, a conversation, right? A discussion. Yeah.
I'll go with Earth 631. That's the Marvel comic book universe.
Right on. I guess eventually, according to the story, there will be an Earth 631. So that's cool. It's just a little bit
It's high
removed
for
from
right
here
now.
where we are in, if you believe in like an A theory of time.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're more like 24 right now, according to
According to what I
what
can
I
tell,
have-
yeah.
according to what I've been told.
Yeah.
From someone else's perspective.
I don't know what I've been told.
I don't know what I've been told, but this God stuff is getting old. Oh, I'm sorry. No,
I'm sure
actually,
it
I don't
is.
mind. No, actually, I don't mind talking to you, and I tell everybody that because it's different. It's interesting to me, at least.
I'm
I
pretty
don't have
sick of
to
hearing
agree with you.
people.
I'm sick of
Okay.
the Christians talking about it. Oh my god!
What are you sick of?
You got brilliant people, and I mean they are brilliant, like Rob Rowe and Sentinel Apologetics, and I don't know, William Lane Craig, etc. It's brilliant people trying to stretch reality to justify a reading frame that can't be derived from the actual text.
Well, the note about Dr. William Lane Craig is he does engage in quite a lot of sophistry. The thing to note about Dr. William Lane Craig is that he does engage in a lot of sophistry and kind of reframes things in ways to make it his advantage, and people miss that and they think they're answering a different question than he's actually asking. He does this a lot.
This is basically dishonest.
Yes.
If he's where he's doing it.
Yeah, he was better at it when he's younger, but as he's aging, I notice he's getting sloppier at it, and it's easier to detect now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like changing the usage of a word.
Actually changing the word. And
Okay.
he'll reframe things later on and using subtly different words. And most people just think, oh, it's just casual way of speaking, but there's actually quite different meanings to the words that he's choosing. He's very cunning at this. He's had a lot of practice.
Not cunning enough, if you noticed.
There's others who've noticed
Touche.
before me, but
Yeah.
it's something I've started to notice recently. And when I looked into it, I found there's videos on YouTube about it. Holy cow, there's other people who cover it in depth. So,
yeah,
poor little words. They never had a chance. Commander 401 said. Yeah.
Poor little words.
Purple, I
It's
just
funny.
want to say I agree with you. Those last few statements there. Just chuck it in the trash and you lost a crust. Yes.
So the reason people will debate dishonestly is because they don't have sufficient confidence in their own position. At least that's my assumption.
I think that's why I'm not really offended by whomever says to me. I'm not defending my position. I don't feel like I have to, but I do want to talk about it and possibly explain it if it makes sense to somebody else. I think that could be to their benefit at some future time.
Yeah,
But-
my impression of you is that you don't have any insecurities about the ideas that you put forward, and that you genuinely do want to receive some challenge to them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'd love to know that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Oh, I have the same approach when I go into debates.
Yeah.
But the other side usually doesn't take this approach.
Well, I think that's called bias.
Yeah, it seems to be. There's one guy, Will Stewart. He's a Calvinist, and he's really quite good to speak with. I don't know if you've spoken with him.
Don't recognize the name.
Huh?
Don't recognize the name.
Okay, yeah, he'd probably be an interesting guy for you to speak with. I think
Hook
you'd
us up.
enjoy a good conversation with him. He and I went into a debate, modern day debate, and a conversation broke out.
Okay.
Yeah, and at the end, later on in an after stream, he and I agreed that neither of us won the debate.
Well, James is only interested in your fame to grow his channel. And I'm not famous, so James won't entertain me.
James, which James?
Oh no, I
The
think
host.
Will Stewart. I could introduce
Oh.
you on. I'll introduce you to Will Stewart on Twitter.
Would you?
Yeah, and then you can bring him on your channel. He'll be glad to come on.
That'd be lovely.
The
Thank
thing
you.
I like about, and I'll do that in the next couple of minutes. The thing I like about modern day debate is that he does bring a large audience. So, but I do find that the moderation could be improved.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
they need to butt in more and say, no, stop. That's enough. and they don't do
Yeah,
that.
he gets that complaint a lot.
Which
But
is
you know,
funny
without
because
the dumpster fire, you don't have the viewers. It's the bottom line.
sometimes true.
And,
Sad.
and he's
Sad but
trying
true.
to arrange a debate between me and a Muslim on the 30th of October, 2021.
What's the title of the debate?
We're still working out, but it looks like it's going to be about Islam or Allah being real. So obviously the other guy's taking that position.
That's way
you
too
think?
big.
Oh, I know. I like I say, we're working on the topic.
Yeah, that's way too big of a topic. Yeah, that needs to be narrowed down.
That's like 3 debates minimum.
I mean, because that could go several ways. Like, what do you mean by real? Like, do people believe that Allah exists? That's a form of reality.
Yeah, but that's a belief.
Isn't that the same as the debate with the Christians? Because, don't the Muslims take all that from the Bible anyway and then just add the Quran on top of it?
Well, you can't say from the Bible. You have to say from the Torah. But yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a derivative of it's an Abrahamic. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't see how that debate would be any different whether you're debating it with a Christian or with a Muslim.
Sorry, I missed the last few moments there where I tuned out there. I had something going on here.
Oh, Purple, go back to what you said originally.
I don't get the debate on, if Allah is real, how is that any different with a Muslim than with a Christian? Because it's still all based on the Jewish scriptures originally.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plagiarization and the Islamic one takes from a number of different sources as well as Christianity and Judaism, and whereas Christianity doesn't seem to do that as much, and but they have some strange ideas like saltwater and freshwater can't mix, or Muhammad went up on a horse or a unicorn or something and split the moon with a sword. It's just
that sounds like a bunch of metaphors to me.
In
That
a
sounds like
binary
a bunch of
solar
metaphors
system,
taken seriously.
in binary solar systems throughout the known universe, there are moons that would appear to be split in half from inside of a local atmosphere every day of the week.
Okay, didn't know that.
Yeah,
But
you
that
have to
makes
be
sense.
inside of an atmosphere that refracts light.
Mhm.
And cause, like, when you say there's a half moon, there's not a half moon. It just looks that way from this perspective.
Right.
Because one
It's just
half
what
of it's
part's
lit.
lit up. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you look real close and you have good eyes, you can kind of see in some weather conditions, you can kind of see like a dark half of the moon at the same time. You can see that sort of. Or some
Earthshine.
people.
Hey,
Yes,
yeah.
from Earthshine and such. Right.
Yeah,
Maybe
So,
it actually took place on Mars, and that's why Mars has 2 moons that are each actually too small to be a legitimate moon on their own because they were split in half.
Oh.
Phobie and what?
Phobos and Deimos.
Phobos and Deimos. Thanks. Couldn't remember the names of them. But yeah, so, I mean, there are plenty of binary solar systems out there. In fact, some consensus say they're the majority. That may be arguable. I don't really know if it's arguable or not. But in a binary solar system, whenever a world with a moon comes between the 2 stars, that moon or moons would be lit on 2 hemispheres from viewing it from inside of an atmosphere, and appear that it's split in half. Literally, that's what it would look like.
Yeah.
In binary star
okay.
systems, the planets go outside the center of gravity of both of the stars, or they just be ripped apart. You go around the center of gravity of the 2 stars. You orbit that center of gravity. You won't go in between them. Fucking just annihilate you. Just
Yeah.
absolutely rip you apart.
If they were both of equal size, and one was not center and a much smaller star orbiting that one, yes.
Well, no, I think Mikey's right that, any planet that would be passing in between the 2 stars would not be able to maintain a stable
No.
orbit.
Absolutely.
I reckon we're going to find out.
Well, as soon as that damn K2 Pan star gets into our atmosphere, we'll see what happens. I mean, our system.
It'll either prove itself or it won't. You know.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
It's
because
okay.
think about
NASA's
like,
working on that laser to blow it up with. So
like
Yeah, they're gonna
literally,
how
miss.
that goes.
like think about like how complicated the physics are for just like a planet or a moon or something like that, just maintaining an orbit, and then you're just gonna sporadically throw in another celestial body with 1,000 times the mass. No way.
Yeah, that wouldn't work out. I have to agree, Mikey. That wouldn't work out. I also don't think that's what the story is describing, though.
I mean, you would get to have your own rogue planet because you were definitely either getting destroyed or shot out of the fucking solar system. And now
Those would be real possibilities. Yeah.
then you get your own spaceship called the Earth. We can all go underground where it's still warm.
You'd have to, and you have to do it real quick.
I'd say.
Well, now see, there's an interesting, at least, premise for a story. Then
I'm working on it.
I'm just thinking because then, okay, what if then life could not survive on the surface of the planet? It could only survive in underground caverns, so you wind up with like the Hollow Earth model. That
Well,
you
like the
only have a
Matrix.
society developing inside the planet, but you can never go on the surface.
Works for ants, except they do go to
All-
the surface. But anyway,
All day long.
Mm-hmm.
Only for
I'm not
food,
falling asleep. I promise.
though. I didn't think you were, buddy.
I'm just letting the conversation
Oh,
happen.
Ben's
'cause I don't
just
have-
jealous of my glasses, so he had to go get his.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
exactly.
my
what
eyes
it
were
is.
getting dry, so I had to put them on, and then like I don't have much to contribute to this conversation, so I'm just letting it happen.
Yeah, me too. Same.
wait. If you're going for a doctorate, there's a few requirements that I think most people who go for a doctorate have in themselves, and that is some really solid logic and a good memory, and able to consider new things.
Okay, I'm already developing this idea. Okay,
Yeah,
and like,
I have a certain amount of energy with which to use those things, and currently I'm spending that energy on studying medicine. So I'm just gonna listen and not participate.
I told you, Ben cracks me up every fucking.
That's great.
I know. He's just honest, but the way he says it is funny as
That
hell.
that stomach is almost empty right now, and it's all out of juice, and I have to quit that effort. Sorry.
Yeah,
Well, I
because he
just-
was like,
yeah.
I asked him over the weekend. I was like, dude, are you going to do the medical diagnosis stream you usually do on Twitch? Because Heather jumped in on it one time and she wanted to know if he was doing another one. 'Cause she wanted to jump in and she had fun, right? So he was like, no, my brain, it just won't. My brain just won't.
It's a lot of energy.
So we did a live stream and just bullshitted instead.
It's a lot of
Like,
energy, and I
can't. I
gotta
can't.
spend it where I need to. So
I don't know
could
that this is true or not, Ben, but I once heard an estimate that 15 minutes of serious thinking is about the same amount of energy that a person expends jogging a mile.
I don't know the actual numbers, but I know it's a lot. It's a lot for your brain to do that.
I will.
You
I will
don't
tell
burn
you
any
this.
more calories thinking than you do when your brain is at rest.
Sweet.
And not
We're not talking
calories.
about calories. So
but, like,
I
just
always
energy.
had. I've almost
What do you
always
think
had
calories
jobs.
are?
I've almost always had jobs where I had to do no thinking. It was all just I
Colloquial
learned
energy.
it. Once I learned it, it was just repetitive shit. You know, after that. I've
Colloquial
always had.
energy.
Hold on, I've always
Colloquial
had
energy.
jobs like that. So then I get a job, the one I have now, and I've had one other one like this before. That it's mentally taxing. I come home more tired from those types of jobs than I ever. The other ones do not wear me out. The physically exertion ones don't wear me out a bit, but the mentally challenging ones where you got to keep track of shit, you got to think just constantly shit going on. Even though I'm ADD and I love that environment, it wears me the fuck out. Way worse than any physical job would. Anyways,
It's
go ahead. So
emotionally and mentally taxing.
go into the calorie thing again. You can go ahead. I just want
Your brain burns the same amount of calories in a complex thought day as it does in a lazy Saturday.
Oh, I wasn't talking about that. I'm just saying what the effect it has
No,
on a human being.
the thing was posed that you burn a lot of calories thinking for 15 minutes. Well, your brain does that anyway, whether you're
I'm
thinking
gonna go
or
find
not.
who said that.
Huh?
I'm gonna go find who said that.
Oh, Richard, I did said that on Twitter. Get you hooked up with Will Stewart.
Gracias, senor.
You're welcome.
Was it Bushika? What? How do you say it in Mandarin? Randolph.
Bukachi.
Bukachi. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
it means you're
what is
welcome.
that? You're welcome.
Yeah, in Mandarin Chinese. Yeah.
Or
Oh,
don't
okay.
think.
That's good, Mikey. You remembered.
It's Bukachi.
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 Uka
Oh,
cheeky,
boo.
uka cheeky.
And
I
thank you.
can't
fight this.
Thank you would be
So the enunciation,
Inside
the hard enunciation is on the second syllable. Then. Never mind. I'm just trying to make sure.
It just made me want to go into the uka chaka, uka chaka.
Fair.
I can't fight this feeling deep
inside
inside
of
of me.
Weirdos.
You listen to the oldies channel enough, it screws with your head.
We talk about
Channel.
oldies channel. I grew up with that shit. Fuck you. No, that shit was a little bit before me, but not by much, I don't think. When did that song come out, Swede?
That
what's
would
the
be
full-
60s.
What's the full title?
I'm hooked on a feeling.
Hooked
I'm
on
hooked on a
Dun,
feeling.
dun, dun,
I'm high on believing.
dun, 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 dun.
And it was by
That's
Blue
Hooked on a
Swede.
Feeling was 1974 by the artist Blue Swede.
I did grow up with that shit. I was 3 when that came out. So I literally did. Go. Go. Where are you going? Don't step on the... No, don't step on the computer. The fuck? You guys can see what my chat says right now, I tell you. Okay, let me get rid of
I
that.
can.
BJ Thomas first sang it in 1968.
Ah, okay. I thought it was before me. Yeah. So it's as old as Richard. Haha.
Wow,
Robert
put 'em out
X
there.
was
Oh, you
talking
old
about. Robert X was mentioning hailing the pineapple goddess. That sounds like an interesting topic. I'm not quite sure why, but pineapple goddess.
Pineapple goddess. I'm
Does it
intrigued
involve
now.
ham and pizza?
Did I say I was mentally challenged?
There was a bit earlier on about putting pineapples on pizza, and I thought we put that down already.
People
Yeah,
keep
no.
looking at ham,
Purple and I
don't know why.
agree. You take whatever sauce, you put bacon on it, you put pineapple on it, you bake it, you throw it in the trash, miss the crust, and then you go make a real pizza.
Why waste the bacon?
You're right. Okay.
Why
ham.
waste
I meant to
Don't
say
waste
ham.
bacon.
I meant to say ham. We can waste
And
the ham.
the
Fuck the ham.
pineapple alone is good. I like pineapple. It's excellent for a lot of desserts.
Oh
and,
yeah.
and
It's even
you know,
good in like
beverages.
cottage cheese sometimes. Sure.
Just eat the
No.
pineapple straight out of a bowl. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've
pineapple
got a
plain.
fresh pineapple in my fridge now. I just need to cut it up. But
There you go.
you know, the
Yeah, why
point
does the
is
pineapple need a
pineapple,
pizza?
pineapple should never come in
Ruining
contact with
pizza.
any tomato-based product.
Oh God, no, it's horrible. And meat and pineapple do not go together. I'm sorry. There's only one fruit that I will pair with meat, and it goes back to what Swede was saying a little while ago. I will
Tomatoes?
get those thick ass big pork chops and cut
Apple.
them open and take fresh apples and smother them, or not smother, but put a good amount of cinnamon and sugar on them and stuff them into that pork chop. And then you can also use a little bit of cinnamon in your whatever spices you put on it, because it'll enhance the flavor of it too. And then you put it in milk and egg, and then you bake it. And people don't think about doing that with pork chops, but it holds the fucking juices in. So when you get your pork chop out of the oven, it will not be dry. You can fry it like that and everything. That is the secret, folks. I have told you. But that is the only way I will add. That's the only way I'll ever mix fruit and meat. That shit's good though. My mom used to make that.
Tomatoes
Ham
are
and
pretty-
pineapple.
What?
Ham and pineapple.
That's it. I got to kick my brother off the stream. That's it. That's it.
That didn't
We're
take long.
done. We're done. We're not related anymore. No, I'm kidding. I don't think I've got to kick you, but now I have, so we can move on.
Right on.
How'd it feel?
I don't know.
Probably
Didn't really do
empowering.
anything for me.
I
Felt
hope it
better
was
when
pleasant.
I first time. It felt better the first time I did it to Math Pig because he had done it to me
Empowering for
so
who?
many times.
Empowering for who?
Whoever
Well, so
kicks.
far I am older, I am bigger, and I am stronger. So
Wow, you imitated that voice of Arnold Schwarzenegger perfectly.
He did. He did do pretty good.
Hmm.
He's
all
been
of
known
you-
to come off with random voice impersonations when you
Yeah,
listen.
that was
to it.
impressive. Seriously.
For all of you metalheads out there and people who like just generally funny music, there's a spoof band called Austrian Death Machine, which is the band As I Lie Dying, but their bassist is doing all the vocals for these very brutal tracks that are all about Arnie's movies, sung by Arnie's characters in an Arnie accent. It is very good. It's called Austrian Death Machine. And I think some of the songs are like Get to the Chopper. Let me pull it up real quick.
terrible.
It's so bad, it's great.
Of course, if Beck keeps taking tea and working out, I might fail in a couple of those categories.
Here, let me see. Austrian.
Dude, what do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, here's
Because
some
I'm
of the
too
song
lazy. I
titles.
just won't do it.
Here's some of the titles.
You work your ass off like every day, almost every
That's
day
not-
that you work.
Not the same.
You get exercise. Well, yeah, but you're
Not
like
the same.
crawling underneath houses and.
Not
But
the same.
it's still better than sitting on your ass at a desk.
You
at a
could end up
doctor's.
out arm wrestling me. I'm willing to admit it.
Oh, Heather said she wants to arm wrestle me. She said something about arm. I said, "Oh, you want to arm wrestle?" She's like, "Yeah, I'll arm wrestle you." And I'm like,
Yeah. Most
You
women
don't
don't want to
want
arm
to?
wrestle you anyway.
"You don't want to do that
Without
right now."
tea.
Hey, don't underestimate the small women. Like, just don't do it.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something, Ben, that my mother used to say. She'd say, "Dynamite comes in small packages."
Yeah, like
Be
don't
careful.
underestimate the small women. So
Be
you
careful.
can laugh, but she might surprise you.
'Cause, hey, look, our mom was 5'2.5", and she would say that half-inch counts. It matters. So we'd say mom's 5'2". She'd go and a half. It matters. And she's a little chunky Italian lady, good sized Italian nose, dark fucking hair, and a heart of gold. But I'm telling you, when I pissed her off, most of you guys don't know this story. I called her a bitch one time when I was a teenager.
So we're talking to the ghost of
we
beef.
were arguing, and she
How'd
was
that go
slamming
for you?
pots and pans. Oh, you don't know this story? I never told you
I
this
know
story.
this story. Of course, I know
Oh.
this story.
So she was slamming pots and pans, and I went to walk away. I was like, "Fuck this! I'm going to my room." So I went to walk away, and I got to the kitchen door, and I said, "Bitch!" And right when I said it, the whole kitchen got silent, and then it remained silent, and I just stood there. I stood there, and at the time, I had hair almost down to my ass, and I just stood there waiting cringing, because I knew I fucked up. And she grabbed me by my hair, and she yanked me back in the kitchen, and put her foot out. So I tripped over her foot when she yanked me backwards. I hit on my back, slid across the kitchen floor, hit my head on a big ass fucking restaurant
Vulcan.
size Vulcan 6-burner fucking gas stove. It didn't move. That's my point. So I was like, fuck. And she was like, get up. And so I got on all fours to stand up because my head's kind of doing this right now, right? Because I smacked my head on the fucking leg of the stove. And she kicks me in my side. Not hard enough to break anything, but hard enough to knock my ass over. And she said, "Get up." And she did it again. And then the third time I went to get up, she grabbed me by my hair, yanked me up off the ground, slammed me into a chair that was facing away from the table. So when I hit the chair, it hit the table, boom, and did not move. And so it kind of gave me a little bit of whiplash. And she goes, "Now that's a bitch. Go to your room."
That's abuse.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, hold on. She backhanded me. Oh, no, I deserved it, Randolph. Trust me. I was being a dick for months. I was an angry fucking teenager. And she was just not having it anymore. She put up with my shit for months. And it was like the final straw. That bitch word was the final straw. And I'm going to tell you, I never raised a fucking hand. I let her do everything. I didn't even try to block anything. I knew I crossed the fucking line. And yes, it is borderline abuse. But, when you're a single mother of 6 children, you have to draw lines, and they have to be hard lines. Because I'm going to tell you, we were some wild and crazy fucking kids. And if she hadn't have done what she did, we would have all been fucked up. I guarantee that. Instead of just one of us because of his mental shit. Like all of us would be fucked up kids. Because we tried to run wild on her and she would not have it. She would just not have it. 5'2", nope. Don't give a fuck. And I respect her for that because I'm telling you, I could never have raised us. Not even two of us. We were fucking. First of all, we were intelligent enough to know how to get away with shit. That was the biggest problem. We did some stupid shit, like the nail bomb in the backyard. You know, like we did.
I think you were just asserting yourself and kind of, you know, that pubescent tumult that people go through.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think most of us did that to her one at a time.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. We all did that to her, and every single one of us she put in our place.
Technically 7 kids.
Technically 7. She didn't. The first one was not raised with us though. So, he found us later, and he's an amazing fucking person. He's more mom than the rest of it, and he never met her, and it's really weird. Like built like her, thinks like her, same talents, same heart, same dedication, same everything. Like he's a duplicate. It's amazing.
Some of those epic song titles are "Get to the Chopper," "I'm a Cybernetic Organism, Living Tissue Over Metal Endoskeleton," "Come With Me If You Want to Live," "Who Is Your Daddy? What Does He Do? You Have Been Erased." And there's some great skits in there too.
Oh, and the Reader's Digest sells them for only. But wait, there's more.
Wait, there's not a song based on true lies? That was my favorite one.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Oh. Who's your daddy and what does he do?
Wait a minute. What true lies are you both talking about?
When you had the tape recorder?
Yeah.
And you kept playing the clips?
Gosh, I have to go watch it again. I've obviously forgotten parts.
I don't remember.
It was when he was like sitting in the chair in the dark or whatever, and she's like stripping or whatever.
Oh yeah. And they don't know that they're the husband and the wife yet.
Right.
Is this dark?
Well, she doesn't know.
Oh yeah, that's right. She doesn't know and he knows, but he's fucking with her. That's right. Yeah. Which is pretty funny. I would have fucking beat his ass after that. I'm just saying.
She hit him with a telephone.
Kill the light. It's the best part of the whole fucking movie. Kill the light, and he like smashes and it flies off the table and hits the wall, and then it's out. That was a pretty good movie, though. Hey, Richard,
Randolph.
Can you still
I've never done an interview of Randolph. What's that?
I need to
Can you
do
still
this.
do Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, we need to. I need to get onto your channel. I am so sorry it's taken so long. There's other people who are waiting for me as well, but I got to get hooked up.
Yeah.
with
How
them.
long ago did they ask?
After you, and I'm still not on theirs either. I'm so sorry. I definitely will do this, and hopefully we can try to get something going this month.
I just want to make the observation that Beck has an intrinsic way about that attracts intelligent, basically honest people. And actually, I'd love to do interviews with all of you. And I think that's impressive, actually.
No, you don't. I'm an economist. I would bore the shit out of you.
Depends on the topic. I don't think that you could that you have to talk about. You could consider other things.
B, how can you ignore this mindless violence going on your channel? This man running around picking on innocent dragons.
I know. I mean, I've thought about kicking him, but you know, it keeps him entertained. It keeps him out of trouble.
First of all, the monster hit me first.
Oh,
You
this is
probably got too
self-defense,
close
Purple.
to the nest.
It's.
I have.
That's
right.
right. Make
to
the victim
freely.
the guilty one. That's right. That's fucking yeah.
I don't know how smart is the dragon.
Yeah.
How smart's the dragon? Is it just like acting on instinct? Can it like talk or anything?
Nope. Can't talk.
Okay, then you have to feel sorry for the animal.
Well, it could
There you
probably
go.
talk before you hit it in the throat.
There you go. He tagged you guys' channels. You can find each other. No, but I think that they communicate somewhere anyway. So if anybody wants Richard's email, then just let me know. And that's his main form of communication. And you can get me on Twitter, and I will give it to you.
It's no secret. I'm not scared.
Okay, go ahead.
I just hand it out like candy. It's my full proper name at email. No capital letters, no special characters, no spacing. Richard Curtis Madsen. My
That's what
actual
it is.
name. Yeah.
Curtis with the Curtis, by the way. Richard Curtis Madsen at Gmail.
And I want to talk and willing to talk. I'm anxious to talk to anyone who is just honest. That's it. That's all I'm asking.
Yep.
Okay, Richard, I just said something to you on Twitter. Let's we'll try to do something either this month or early November. So we'll just figure it out on Twitter, I guess.
Love you, sugar britches.
Oh, you want to talk about sugar britches? That's not my area of specialization.
No, not as a topic for the discussion. I was just saying thank you.
Oh, okay.
Well, Richard,
Dragon.
you definitely
I'm
have,
sorry.
It's taken a long time.
Bad Dragon.
Richard, you definitely have the most
I really
unique
do want
views
to
on
get
the
on. It
Bible
would be
I've ever
delightful
heard.
speaking with you.
You guys are just talking over each other.
Yep.
Okay, Purple.
Go
say
ahead,
that again,
Randall.
I
please.
heard all of it though.
He's-
Purple. I think that
Randall's
I'm
done.
what happens if an anti-theist, not having presuppositions of what to think of the text, actually read it.
Yeah, I'm just at the point that I really am pretty much apathetic to religion. As long as nobody's trying to push it on anyone else,
Sure.
you know, I really don't care enough to argue about it anymore.
Right
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. No, and I agree with you, Purple. He does have the totally, and I tell him that. That's why I find it interesting, because he'll tell me something new. Oh, well, this is that, and I'll go, really? Wow.
There's just so much
That just changed the
denial.
whole story, and he's like, right.
There's just so much denial of the practitioner of the book that they say they base their practice on. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's like saying you're a medical doctor, but you base it on
Astronomy.
Well,
astronomy. Yes, thank you. There you go.
And
Like,
the
what the
part
fuck
that
is that?
really annoys me is that most of the Christians haven't even read their own Bible, so it's pointless to discuss it with them.
That's why I don't.
I have to say that's valid. I mean, I'd like to officially apologize to everyone who's been assaulted by Christianity or any other religion. I wish I could actually do that and make it mean something.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
That's like when when people try to argue politics with me, and I'm like, "Cool, what district are you in?" I'm like, "I don't know." I'm like, "Okay, we're done here. we're good. You don't even know. You literally can't know what you're talking about. You don't even know who your
6.
representatives are."
I'm in District 6. No,
42.
I don't know. I can't remember.
We only have 3, so I'm in District 2.
But I don't talk
Oh, big one.
politics either. I told you guys I don't know anything. I just come on here and know how to bullshit. You guys do all the intelligent shit. I'm just here for the ride.
It's all up
Thank
to you
you,
now,
Squeeze,
Ben.
for doing that. It took care of it. Thank you.
You're the smart one here. It's all up to you now.
Who?
No pressure.
I have
Oh, yeah.
a very
Obviously not talking to
specific
me.
area of expertise, and I'm not going to step outside of that because I don't want the pressure of having to function as an expert in areas that I'm not.
So
That's
only
too much
gloves. I guess
responsibility.
gloves do have
I
a lot
agree.
present a lot of pressure when they're blown up and all that. Is that
They do.
how it goes?
They do.
They do.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a lot of pressure.
Okay, I think
'Cause
we're
it's
setting up
just
matchups.
gloves.
We've got Randolph against Richard. We've got May against
Matchups.
Swede.
Against?
I don't think people would be
I
against
don't
me
think it's
considering I am
against.
a dyed-in-the-wool like syndicalist. So
I don't think it's against. It's more like a discussion.
Well, yeah, but Maya was saying she's ornery, so.
Well, Maya is ornery, and that's why we like her.
Oh,
I'll take my.
yeah. Maya's saying Maya Atkinson is saying in the chat she'd love to speak with Swede and a couple of
Yeah.
other people about. She has a lot of questions about economics, so you two should set up a live stream sometime. It'd be interesting
If-
with all that.
if it's about micro, you don't want to talk to me. If it's about macro and Fed policy, that's me. I have gotten so far into my doctoral studies. I'm on the path to only knowing about a small part of anything.
But that part he knows well, damn it.
Yeah, it's going to be all about reparations. And the trying to nail down the number associated with Jim Crow alone, because everything
luck.
else is way too much.
Good luck. There's not enough money out there. There's not enough.
Well, that's
money
the
out
cool
there to
thing is
fucking
money
make up
is
for that.
imaginary, and you can just create it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but if the government
They do it
doesn't
all the
create
time.
it in balance, it makes it all worthless.
Well, that's the cool part about the U.S. dollar is we have a thing called privilege, in that the U.S. dollar can pretty much almost be printed indefinitely, indiscriminately, and hold its value.
John Locke was right about everything.
On one thing, I can definitely agree with him. People should own the product of their labor.
Oh, that wasn't a very good fight.
Agreed. Moving on.
Worst fight ever. Boo.
I hate when people go to fight and they agree.
I just
ruins the
had
whole
nothing to
fight.
back it up with. That's all there is. That's all I
Yeah.
had.
Well, the only thing I really know of Locke is the Lockean thought on labor, which is each person should own the full value of their own labor. Which is
What about
kind
those who can't produce?
Well, that's not covered in that general thesis. That's outside the thesis.
If you're going to fight with somebody, you should always start by agreeing with them, because then they'll lower their weapon and you can get a clear shot.
And learn to stay on topic.
I don't know whether to love you or just like pop you in the back of the head right now.
Just roll up a newspaper. That's what we do.
That's what I'm saying. Well, the reason I say that is because, like, with my I've never done it to any of the maybe when they were little, like a little pop in the back of the head, but with my nephews when they were teenagers and they were being really stupid and rude to their mother, I'd go, dude, and they go, what the fuck are you doing right now?
Commander, do you live near Werner
stop.
Enterprises? Because
My,
Werner Enterprises is based in my town.
Maya Adkisson and Irish Swede, I tried to hook you up in Twitter there, so hopefully you can get a live stream going
I
on this.
believe she follows me, so.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of creepy?
I'll have you know, Commander 401.
No,
I
because one
used
is not
to-
creepy.
I used to be a truck driver. Here, I'll put this up here so you guys know what I'm saying. I used to
Okay.
be a truck driver. I was a truck driver, and I was over the road and local and did spotting in yards for Amazon and L Brands and everything. I've been in all 48 contiguous states, every city, major city except for Denver, Colorado. And I'm going to tell you, that Dollar General route, that is not enough money for the year. It's exhausting. You have to hand unload everything onto a conveyor belt. An entire tractor trailer full of boxes like this big. The whole fucking thing. It is backbreaking shit. They do not pay you enough. And the places you have to go into, 9 times out of 10, are very hard to access in a tractor trailer. Like, yeah, you can drive around the building in a car, but it's not the same. It's not the same at all. And I've gone into places where you literally had to... I went into one place that it was up on a hill, on the side of a hill, and there was a guardrail. And in order to get in there, you had to push the guardrail was broken. And you had to push the guardrail forward with your truck so you had enough room. Because you had to do this like literally 12, 13, 14 times back and forth to get into the spot.
God damn it.
And I'm a good driver. So yeah, no, it's they make that sound like they should have been paying that before the fucking crisis.
What should
That's
it be
what those
right
people
now? Beck?
deserved. Yeah, it should be $100,000 a year right now. They should get paid extra for that shit. Because I've done tailgating and it is
Or
rough,
keep it
rough
$80,000
fucking
a
work.
year and not work them so hard.
Oh no, it's all about the fucking miles. In order to get that 80 grand, you probably have to fucking run team and probably have to like just keep the wheels running constantly. and that is exhausting because you don't sleep good when the truck's moving. Every little bump, the truck does that. It's fucking horrible. You don't sleep.
Even the best
you don't get
sleeper
enough money.
doesn't take out the bumps.
Correct.
I hope you guys are all prepared for a very rocky holiday retail season.
Oh, it's going to suck.
I'm so glad I'm not in retail anymore. Can I just tell you?
Must be nice to
Can
not be
I
in
tell
retail.
you how glad I am that I work at a doctor's office and when the holidays hit, I go fucking home. That's that.
Somebody, and I don't remember her name, but somebody's trying to do the work on finding out if the current actual supply chain interruptions that we're having is actually not related to the pandemic at all, that it's actually related to more people retiring than are entering the workforce, at least in the United States. And it's also in Europe and other places as well. I mean, Europe's been facing this for a few years, and we've been making up for it. But we finally turned the corner with the baby boomers retiring at a record pace.
Yep.
And a lot of them with the pandemic said, fuck it, I'm done. I'm 63.
Yes.
These last 2 years, I'm done.
Yep.
And so they've left the workforce and they've left the labor participation rate.
I think it's
And
a
so what
combination of a lot of things, honestly, Swede.
Well, and then you
But
have
that's
all
one of the
people that
biggies.
had to replace those 63-year-old executives, and now they're not the grunt labor who is actually the ones doing shit.
Well, that's why.
this
Why
is
do you think they don't want to educate everybody? Who the fuck's going to clean the damn floors? It makes no sense to keep a fucking business going to have everybody at a higher level. Who the fuck's going to change the trash? Who's going to clean the floor?
My
Who's gonna wash the
counterpoint would be
windows?
like
you don't have those people. They're
a general
never going to give everybody education because of that.
A general 4-year degree helps you be more politically active and more politically connected to what, like, even if you were to take just a general humanities degree, you're going to be much more empathetic and connected to the world around you with a 4-year degree. And that's why the initial 4-year degree should be free, and it should be for everyone.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you. And no, I don't think that everybody should get like their master's degree paid for. No,
Yeah, the master's is a totally different
but
topic.
I think that everybody should have a leg in the door for free to get started. And then once they get such and such degree, they can get a better job, and then they can afford to fucking, you know what I mean? Like you can't start and give someone nothing and expect them to start somewhere.
But I would want my janitor to be politically savvy and connected. I would want my, the room service people at the hotel to be that way, because that way they can at least fight for their labor rights and understand their labor rights.
Well, and I think that's exactly what they don't want, because they don't want people to understand the concepts well enough to, fight as an organized union.
Well, why do you think they want to keep us? If they keep us divided, we don't stand against them.
The whole point of racism is to keep keep black, white, and brown from uniting and saying.
That's why they keep
not.
reminding us of it. That's why they keep reminding us of it. Here you go. Be scared. Don't like them.
Swede, quick opinion on Bitcoin, etc.
Fuck.
Can I say something real quick before you answer that, Swede? And the other thing you were saying, Swede, about like the boomers retiring. That's happened a lot in my field. And you know what's the fucking craziest part? If you take your boss's job, they don't want to give you your boss's pay.
Nope. That's why
they say you know
want
what?
that
How about
person
that?
to yes.
They say how about this? You can take what they started at back in fucking 99, and that's your starting pay. And then they're wondering, why won't you get promoted? I'm like, because fuck you. I'm staying hourly. If you guys are gonna fucking pay me competitively,
Yeah, because
I can go to
you make more
15
money.
I can go to 15 other companies and make almost double this. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, getting an hourly pay. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm staying hourly until you guys want to fucking loosen up the purse strings. And for a lot of places, like that are everybody complains about Amazon, but Amazon, despite their work conditions, they're the only people who are aggressively increasing people's pay to actively take workers away from other people. Like they're actively trying. They're like, oh, what is it? What's the highest wage in this area? Okay, do $1 more. Do $4 more. We're going to take all of them. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Amazon dropped in a new distribution center in close to where I live, and Walmart has now starting wage in Omaha, Nebraska, $17 an hour.
Yep. And then
You know what's
then
fucked
for the
up?
people, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Mike. You finish.
So the thing that's fucked up is for the people who are hourly making okay money. I make very okay money. I can't get people in the door, and they're saying, "Oh, people don't want to work." It's like, no, people aren't going to work for 12 when down the street is offering 18.
And it's not just that;
doesn't
it's
make any sense.
It's also the fact that so many people are paid such a small amount that unemployment pays them more. Why would they want to go to work to make less fucking money? It's literally stupid to ask them to do that.
Well,
Now, do I like that they're not working? No, it's really shitty because we're all paying their bills, all the people that work. But at the same time, can you blame them? I mean, you got 19-year-old kids that they want to pay, $5, $7, $8 an hour. You can't fucking live off of that. Oh, but if you take unemployment or you take this or take that and you can get this free fucking insurance, why the fuck would they go to work?
I think
It
I
makes
think,
no
I think
sense.
I think a lot of people would go to work if it was competitive, or if the
Yeah,
pay
but
was
it's
competitive.
not.
And
That's the point.
because sitting
So-
at home all day is only fun for like the first 6 months, and after that, they're gonna want to do something.
Yeah.
But they're not
The
gonna want to do something
actual-
that is a. Go ahead. See.
The actual academic work on this is that they did do a series of direct payments to people. Shut up, Siri.
Sorry,
Shut up,
Maya.
Siri.
You know what I'm saying.
Anyway,
You
but
know what
no,
I'm
they did. They
saying.
gave 1,000 people $1,000 a month for 6 months, and what happened was those people actually ended up working more hours. They actually felt more comfortable, more secure, more able to do what they wanted to do. And what did they do? That they actually went out and ended up earning more money by working more hours for a higher wage, and it just what happened was this interesting
Snowball,
little domino effect where you actually ended up with higher tax revenue than when you started with just by giving people money, because this interesting thing happens if you make between $0 and $72,000-ish a year, depending on where you are in the country. You spend roughly 99 to 103% of your income every year.
Correct.
For every dollar up to $72,000, I can almost guarantee you're going to spend 101% of that dollar.
Oh yeah, yeah. Ask my brother how often I have to borrow money off of him. It's like fucking pay my bills.
giving quote unquote the bottom 20, 40, 50. I guess we're up to. For a household, we would be up to about the bottom 45%. If you actually just gave them $1,000 a month, they would instantly spend it.
Yep.
And that would actually just blow through, and then that would create the actual wage gap problem, or lessen the wage gap problem that we currently have.
You don't even have to speculate on that.
Well, that's what I was saying.
How
The
many
academic
people are
work is
living on
already
Social
done.
Security that are getting around $1,000 a month as their main income?
Mm-hmm. Well, see, and the thing is if you went even higher, say everybody gets $2,500, and you just end all the administrative costs for all of the other benefits, such as SNAP and other things, you could really actually just kind of pay for it through that system, through ending other programs to create the current program. Now, there are some programs that have to stay in. WIC is one that should never be abolished. And then there are some other general child nutrition ones that should never be abolished.
Well,
And
I
this-
would even argue about the SNAP because, again,
SNAP, you can argue that, and I
yeah,
will
a lot
listen
of
to
people
that.
on Social Security aren't going to make it without getting the food
That's-
supplements.
That's what I mean. You need to kick that up to like $2,500, $3,000 a month.
Okay.
And then take the administrative and cost that and just give it as direct cash payment instead of actual just food stamps. Because honestly, food stamps itself is a little restrictive You can't use it for certain things in a grocery store. Mikey, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like deli meat and some other things like that can't qualify.
That will vary state to state. Every state has their own regulations on
Okay.
what you can and can't.
It's generally like pre-prepared, ready-to-eat food out of the store, as far as I know.
The only thing
That-
that's really restrictive on that, and I'm just speaking on Illinois, is hot stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sliced
Like, you
meat
can
and all that
literally
stuff is good,
get it
but
and
if you
eat
want to like fried chicken or something like that,
Right.
that's not covered.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
'Cause
not
I-
ready to eat
yeah.
food. You can't get like a hot dog off the grill with it.
Yeah,
But you
in
can go buy
Iowa,
a
you
pack
couldn't
of
get
corn
deli
dogs.
meat.
Yeah,
It was
we can do
really
that here.
weird.
Huh? That is
Yeah,
weird.
the meats and stuff is fine. It's only the stuff that comes out of the fryer. That's the only stuff that's kind of restrictive.
But
But
even
they-
that, it's like,
but
why,
I mean,
why
they
are we
just-
worrying about that and creating a whole bunch of administrative nightmare stuff and just
Yeah.
not just giving direct cash payment?
Yep.
Yeah.
Number
just-
one. Number two, we need to work on the food desert issue. Mikey, you know that more about
And-
that than anything.
And they just probably in the last maybe 4 or 5 years put like soda on there. It's like, dude, the person's already fucking poor and struggling as it is, and now you tell them, no, you can't have Pepsi. That's too lavish of a lifestyle for you to have some sort of sparkling.
No, they're
fizzy
trying to control
drink."
the health of them, but at the same, it's just never mind. I'm not even getting into it.
They
like
have
you
a
can go
thought
buy a whole
process.
cart full of fucking ice cream. What the fuck's the difference?
I can literally buy 100 pounds of sugar, so it can't.
Yeah,
be,
it doesn't
can't be
matter.
the sugar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's
Well,
ways around that shit.
And most
anyway,
people
so-
who are getting food stamps are living on a budget at the level that they can buy very little, but things loaded with starch and sugar, because that's about all you can afford to stretch that out over a full month.
Yeah, you're eating a ton of potato like product, potato and corn based product, in which is just loaded with calories without much substance to it.
Yep.
Let me say something about this real quick before, so I can move on with the chat here. It's not work for low wage. It's also be treated like shit. Retail. Yes, I did that. I did that for years and years. And the last place I worked was the final straw for me. I came in as a cashier. I mean, as a shift supervisor, glorified cashier with keys that it can get change, right? And then went up to assistant manager. And from that position to that position, they gave me 37 cents.
Yep.
And now I was running the store for the manager. And she
Yep.
spent half her time standing around talking to people and fucking staring at shit. And I was busting my ass and moving
and
big
that-
pallets of water through this little tiny fucking store by myself and shit.
And that's what what I'm
Like,
talking
it
about.
was
So
yeah.
So when
So
that
I-
person,
I
when
left.
that person retires, and like you go to get their job, and then they offer you $1 more, it's like, well, you'll
they
earn-
have
you'll
a they
earn
have a
up-
base. They have
I
a
hear
base
you,
they
I hear
start
you.
out with for managers for CVS, and it is, check this out, 40,000 a year. They think
Which
that's
is
good
nothing.
pay. That's
do you- nothing.
Where I live, the minimum wage is now like $12.10 or $12.20 because it's so expensive to live here. But they don't want to pay the fucking managers that.
Yeah.
You know, like the whole thing's it's just a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Honestly-
yeah, I'll never do retail again. Nope.
There
Don't
has
give a fuck.
never been a single
I'll
year in my
panhandle.
life that I have made $40,000.
Oh, I have.
I
Driving
have
truck.
never even gotten close to that.
In the last
The best
couple of
best
years
year
only.
I had, I almost made 60 grand.
The best
Sweet
year of my
Mikey
life, I
Bitcoin.
may have made like 32, 33.
What about Bitcoin, Richard?
Swede Mikey, Bitcoin, etc.
What do you think about it?
It's an interesting speculation and investment play, but other than that, it'll never be a currency because
Yeah.
it's way too volatile. And a major point of a good currency is stable value. I know fairly well what $1 will buy tomorrow. Therefore, I want to either keep or exchange things for dollars because I have a good idea of what tomorrow it can bring me as far as goods and services. Bitcoin is very much not like that. Now, it's if you have room to play with speculation in your budget, sure, but that's about it.
Yeah, well, and with anything as speculative as like Bitcoin, you're never going to see people trying to do long-term savings. People aren't going to use it to save for retirement.
Yeah, it may be like 1 or 2% of your portfolio if you do put it in. If you do like get an ETF that tries to track Bitcoin or something like that, But even in my industry, the broker dealer community is limiting the amount of cryptocurrency that can be bought, even through instruments such as ADRs and ETFs. In a solicited manner, it's at like 1 or 2% of an entire portfolio, and we're limiting recommendations to it for people to have over $1 million worth of investable assets to even recommend it. So they have to be what's called accredited. Below that, it has to be non-solicited, which means the person talks to the rep and actually tells the rep, "I want this," and the rep never brought it up to them. So it's hard to police that.
What did PCBs and ECT stand for?
ETF is an exchange traded fund. ADR is an American depository receipt, which is how you do like foreign currency transactions in US dollars.
Okay, thanks. I needed those definitions.
Yeah, he speaks in acronyms sometimes, and he forgets that the rest of us speak English.
Yeah, what Bitcoin has going forward is that it's very popular, and there's and some other cryptocurrencies are as well.
Yeah, Ethereum would probably be your best bet for something that's a little bit more stable, but even then it has daily swings of double-digit percentage-wise. So
the big thing about the cryptocurrencies that I've noticed is that when Bitcoin goes up a lot, all the other ones do too. So they tend to kind of follow suit, because Bitcoin is kind of a fulcrum currency for people to get in and out of cryptocurrencies. And it's because people will trade it through Bitcoin to get to regular cash if they're going for something like Ethereum or something else, and Dogecoin and Monero and on the list goes, and Litecoin. There are people who are doing massive mining operations of the Bitcoin currency, and what I'm seeing from the computer side of it is generally the trend is consistently more and more people are getting into the mining. And
thanks for nothing, you jerks. Can't get a damn graphics card to save my life.
They don't care. The ones doing Bitcoin mining aren't using graphics cards. It's
they actually have their own special mining.
Yeah, they have specialized mining equipment. Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
the video cards aren't fast enough.
Number two with this though, with Bitcoin and everything else.
How many times are you guys going to interrupt me? Damn.
Welcome to Neil's Life.
Me, man. Before we go any further into that, can you please explain how they mine it and why it sucks up so much energy? Whoever knows.
Yeah, this is the point that I was just going to make was for every Bitcoin transaction, it's like burning something like 15 gallons of gas just open in the atmosphere, because of the amount of electricity it takes for all the computers and through the decentralized network to actually complete the transaction. And the mining and everything else with that, you're creating a lot of heat, you're burning up a lot of electricity, and you're burning crypto is actually really bad for the environment.
Yeah, because of that.
That's true. And the reason it's bad is because the difficulty level of the calculations is extremely high, and the calculations are done using cryptography to ensure the validity of the transactions. They're being validated by multiple parties. And so they're all working together, and it's a big race. A lot of people will compete to solve the cryptographic puzzle for the transaction, to do the calculation, and only a very small number of miners actually succeed. It's the first few that get it, and the rest are just left out to dry. And everybody doing the mining knows this, and it's all statistical probabilities that they're able to make a buck. I do some cryptocurrency mining myself, and it is profitable, but it's not hugely profitable unless you have a lot of mining equipment.
And the thing that the reason why, like, if I leave my computer on all night, the monitors will turn off, and pretty much the computer is running at maybe like 1/10 of the wattage that it is like if I'm using it. When your CPU and other things say you need 200 watts to run this graphics card, so you need that chunk out of your power supply. Well, when you're not using it, you're only using like 10 watts, if it's in idle.
Or even less these days.
Or even less than that. Now, when you're mining in the background, all 200 watts are being used, if not more.
Because when you're mining, you want to max out your calculation capabilities. So
Well, yeah,
that
if you have 12 gigabyte DDR5, you're using all 12 all the time.
Yeah. So miners tend to pool together, and in the pools they split and share the proceeds of the transactions.
All right, I need to go. I'm gonna go to bed. Bye, everyone.
Good night, Ben.
Bye, Ben. Peace
Night,
out,
Ben.
buddy.
And then on top of that, you don't know with Bitcoin and everything else if the CFTC were to step in, which is the commodity and futures trading commission,
Oh
who
my
is the
God, it's
regulatory
almost
agency.
11. Keep going.
And if the regulatory agencies step in and regulate the trade over the OTC market, then Bitcoin is going to become quite a bit more difficult to transact, and the more you take away the ability for transactions to happen quickly and liquidity in the market, the more volatile the price will be, the more people get scared in and out of the market. You'll get this really weird ebb and flow. So when people talk about the amount of speculators like that entered like the NYMEX and the CMEX for a whole like corn and beans and things like that, speculators make up 90 to 95% of the market. And the reason we actually have to have that is because they provide so much liquidity for the people that are actually using the market to hedge. Without that price discovery that we need, we actually have our system requires speculators to exist. It's kind of a really weird system.
Yeah, and with multiple exchanges and multiple trading posts, you have arbitrage, which is also an important aspect of it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see this with the cryptocurrency exchanges, that arbitrage is another way that people can make money. I've done it.
But like in an efficient market, like with corn and stuff, that arbitrage is 2 cents per bushel, and it closes in a half a second.
Yeah, and in volatile markets, there's more opportunity for arbitrage.
Even in volatile markets, the amount of traders and the spreads are so thin on corn futures and things like that, that the costs of trading them are so low that you can speculate and turn a huge trade because the liquidity is there. With Bitcoin, the liquidity really isn't ever going to be there because of the amount of computing power needed to formulate the transactions themselves. So Bitcoin to me is nothing more than a drain on vital resource.
It is a drain on vital resources. There are people I know who buy and sell Bitcoin, and when it's large amounts, they're buying it below market value, and because there are people who really want to sell it and other people who want to buy it. So this stuff's happening, and it's being treated like a currency, as I think it should be. I think governments make a mistake in treating it as a commodity. They're correct to treat it as a commodity if the cryptocurrency has a CEO and a board of directors. Something that doesn't have those, like Bitcoin, and actually runs in a credible way where there's verified work and all this kind of thing, seems to me more fitting to call it a currency. But that's just a minor point. But this is where I think governments are kind of going wrong with it. And like what you say, if they regulate it, I agree. That's going to create more volatility.
Which is why we're all going to start trading gold coins again.
And one of the things about cryptocurrencies that a lot of people don't realize is that there's no chargeback mechanism. And this is what scares a lot of the traditional financial institutions like banks and whatnot.
Yeah,
and
there's no like going back into a fraudulent transaction and clawing your money back.
That's right. Yeah. And that's why credit card companies and banks are skittish about it, and the regulators are skittish about it. That's the real reason.
That's when you put it in an OTC market, you have counterparties that accept the risk, and therefore you will have clawbacks. And if the CFTC does step in, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get more adoption, but you're also going to get a lot more people trying to work under the the regulatory atmosphere is going to create more volatility.
Well, in order for the regulators to make that happen, they're going to have to regulate where the Bitcoin is stored. And if they don't do that, the way Bitcoin works now, there is no mechanism for that. It's not part of the design.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a problem.
Yep.
Since
and
you're
the design
talking
will
about
have to be updated to support that. And that would work against the fundamental principles of how Bitcoin works. And that would create a lot of problems. I'm pretty sure that people wouldn't stand for it. I've contributed to the Bitcoin Core code base a little bit, very minor contributor. But so I do have a little insight into this, and just the attitude is no, that's not how cryptocurrency, that goes against the fundamental principles of cryptocurrency to have to change it like that arbitrarily from a government or whatever.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Go ahead, Purple.
Well, since you're talking about in regard to like the banks and credit cards, this is one of the things that recently PayPal apparently has started getting into the Bitcoin, which kind of concerns me of, is there a possibility that that could kind of undermine the stability of their service?
No, I don't think so.
PayPal is so big that the amount of Bitcoin, so having a little bit of inside information, because I know a lot of higher ups at PayPal because they're right here in Omaha. Their risk management on how much they're actually getting into Bitcoin is such a small fraction of their overall business. It's basically like they're trying to not have people leave their service because they don't offer it at all. It's more of a, this is going to help us keep our biggest clients.
Okay.
It's going to be a loss leader for them. They're probably going to lose money on the Bitcoin situation due to the volatility. They don't care because they're going to keep their largest clients because of it.
Okay.
Mostly me.
Yeah, well,
market value.
I'm not interested in getting involved in the Bitcoin just because, yeah, it's too erratic. I can't stand to gamble money like that.
Yeah. So,
but I just wanted to make sure it's not going to like be upsetting other parts of their service.
Unless you get some real big idiot that doesn't know how to do risk management in the PayPal organization, and their chief risk officer decides to go all in and bank the whole company on it. I don't see that happening, and you would see that coming from a mile away. So.
Sweet, what do you think of that comment in the chat?
Which one?
That sounds like conspiracy theory nonsense to me.
Yeah, that's. No, the Second Amendment right has nothing to do with the U.S. dollar and its value.
Huh?
That has got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I'm with you, Swede.
Wow.
That's the one you're talking about.
The Bretton Woods Act is what gives pretty much the U.S. dollar everything, and the exorbitant privilege. Look, if you Google exorbitant privilege U.S. dollar, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, we discussed a bit of this.
I see U.S. dollar as a fulcrum currency, and in the cryptocurrency space, it's the Bitcoin is the fulcrum currency. But U.S. dollar, like everything's listed in U.S. dollar all over the world for investment.
Everything is settled in U.S. dollars.
Settled. Yeah.
So if you do a trade deal, if you're Vietnam and you do a trade deal with Japan, guess how that trade is settled? It's dollars. So you
US
have
dollar.
to go to the U.S. Treasury Department and say, we need U.S. dollars, or the Forex market, and you buy dollars. Guess what the process of that demand does to the value of the dollar? It supports it.
Yeah.
The entire world's trade, all of it, is U.S. dollar.
Yep.
Unless you're Cuba.
Yeah, we were
But even
discussing that in my
Cuba's
chat last week. You know that
If you walk
there
into
are
Cuba
a number of countries that don't even bother to print their own money anymore. They just use U.S. dollars because everything defaults to it anyway.
Yeah,
I just want to say, look
to
how
Cuba-
happy Swede is right now.
Yeah, and if you walk into Cuba with cute US dollars, that won't be a problem.
No,
People
it won't
will
be a
take it.
problem because they have two currencies. There's the international currency, and then there's the on the island currency that people earn through wage labor. Both of them are tied to the U.S. dollar. It's just
Well, even here in Canada, if somebody wants to pay in US dollars, we'll take it.
and the reason that people do this is because you know pretty much what a dollar is going to buy you tomorrow. You can hold that dollar overnight and know that it's roughly going to be within a few Canadian pennies what that's going to be worth in Canadian dollars tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that is what makes a currency a currency. It is a universal exchange that has a very stable, rate of value.
Yeah.
Yep. So one more thing. And
the freak, the ability to protect your property.
I think I'll let Mikey tackle this one if he wants to.
What's that?
The freak said, "Yeah, stupid. Soon as Americans lose their ability to protect their property, everything goes to zero value except food and fresh water."
What?
Yeah, because they get fresh water from Canada.
See, here's the problem here is that people have convinced a large part of the population of the United States that they're going to lose their guns and shit. First of all, that's not going to happen because most of the guns out there aren't even fucking registered. How the fuck do you think they'd have? You think they're going to send somebody around to everybody's house and look for guns? You really think that shit ain't happening? They're not going to take
too
the fucking
ingrained
guns
in our
away.
culture.
The worst they want to do is keep people that are mentally insane from buying them. And if you're against that, you're kind of fucked up. So if you're not
The NRA
mentally
is
insane,
against that.
it doesn't fucking affect you. Everybody calm down.
I heard that the NRA is against that.
Oh, well, NRA is against everything that's anything against guns at all.
Well, they're insane. Yeah.
Well, because they own half the fucking government. So it's not
The
gonna happen.
NRA is not the primary lobby organization for gun rights. The NRA just gets all the press. The GAO, the gun owners or GOA, the Gun Owners of America, is the largest gun owning lobby of anyone, but nobody talks about them because they're like, yeah, you can put some restrictions on gun ownership. That's fine.
Well, and the NRA is pretty much owned by a couple of the gun manufacturers anyway.
Mhm.
They're really
they're a joke.
Yeah.
And you're right, Maya. We're not protecting shit. Most of the shit that happens with guns in the United States has nothing to do with protection. It's either accidents or someone going to kill somebody. And that's just the bottom line.
Yep.
But yeah, that's actually the job of police is to protect property rights. They don't actually protect human life or anything like that. They just protect property rights.
Yeah.
That's depressing.
Same in Canada. Same in any capitalist nation. Which is
The NRA is responsible for a lot of dumbass conspiracy theories and paranoia of idiots. Yes.
Yeah.
And then Maya said civilians can't protect themselves against the U.S. military. If they want you dead, you're dead, full stop. And that is absolutely the truth. The bottom line is if the government wants people dead, they're probably going to be dead.
Yeah.
The problem that the government
look what the fucking police do, and they're at a goddamn state level. Or city level. Look what they do.
If Trump would have ordered the U.S. military to go against the people of the United States, you would have a lot of conflicting conscience of the soldiers themselves, which would be where the problem would come in. You would have a fracturing of the military itself. So it'd be the U.S. military against itself.
Not in a natural disaster.
Interesting.
Semper Pie, man. I'm assuming you mean that's like shepherd's pie, because that's the best meat pie ever fucking made in the world.
Dude, ain't nothing good food come out of that those two islands ever.
What two islands?
England and Ireland.
Well, all I know is I ate mom's version of it, and that shit was the fucking bomb.
Scotland is so bad that my ancestors picked up and moved and thought Ireland was better. Then they realized that it ain't, and so they came to America.
Swede, so boiling isn't the best way to cook everything?
Oh fuck.
Oh my god.
We have really this world lost a lot with the white man's bullshit, because African cooking and what they brought over and everything like that could be so much more than it is today if we didn't, do this whole bullshit slave trade thing. Because without them, we wouldn't have barbecue. Without them, we wouldn't have, Jamaican jerk cooking. We wouldn't have.
They brought a lot of good food with them. That is not a fucking lie.
Their culture, but their culture couldn't thrive the way it needed to for that, to become more prevalent in the Americas. And so we've lost a lot.
Yo, this is good. Everybody keep a close eye on Sweet. B, pull up the Freaks comment from 1159. I think someone.
I was trying to avoid it, Mikey.
I think someone really knows what communism is. Someone really understands communism. That's why
The Freak doesn't even understand what socialism is.
No.
Let alone communism. Socialism is when the government does things to make things more socialism or
more socialism or
like Canada.
That's a quote by Karl Marx, spelled CarlMarx.
KZ. Carlos Marx.
Interesting spelling.
KZ, yo.
Jesus.
Not to be confused with Carl Sagan, of course.
Yeah.
Or Groucho Marx.
I'd actually like to see this the Freak come in and have a serious conversation with you guys instead of just making a bunch of assertions from the side chat. You guys could actually talk.
I think he's done this before. We've actually had a chat. It was a long time ago, but I forgot exactly how it went. It wasn't too bad, I think.
With who?
With the Freak.
Oh.
Yeah.
I remember from somewhere. I just can't place it in my head right now where I've seen him from.
I was there for a while, for part of it. Yeah.
No one said we lost so much from
I
people
know you?
starving their way through history. We lost so much because of the bullshit slave trade when we could have just traded products between here and Africa and let the cooking
God, would that
come
have been
over
easier?
naturally.
No, it makes too much sense. Stop it, Swede. There'll be no logic in the stream. That's
How
it.
will I become a superpower?
Although I'm going to tell you guys we're ending this soon because I got to go to bed. Luckily, it's not gym day tomorrow, so I don't mind staying up late with you guys for a little longer. But, yeah.
See,
We'll
what
give it,
do I have to do tomorrow?
We'll give it another 27 minutes, and then we'll kill it.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I have a meeting.
I
at
laugh
9:30.
whenever I hear the politicians say stuff like socialism is the gateway to communism.
Well, I mean, according to Lenin, it was, but not according to, the other 400 schools of socialism. Oh, is that what it is, Maya?
Oh, okay. Maya's just clearing it all up for us. That's perfect. Communism is any political ideology the right doesn't like. Thank you, Maya. That all makes sense now.
So Tubian's now confused because they as well thought that communism is something you just don't like. That's right. Absolutely.
I had some really communist meals while out on my vacation. They just weren't to my liking. They must have been communist.
I have one for my brother. Maya says, read the book of Acts. Immediately after Jesus died, the apostles took his teachings and formed a commune. That means Jesus was a communist.
My understanding of communism is one of the characteristics is that There's no social classes, no classes between
It is
people.
A,
And then,
a
but of course,
stateless
every
and classless
implementation
society.
in history of communism seems to involve at least you have a ruling class separate from everybody else. So it's never been implemented the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
If we had a little more Jesus Christ, we would probably be at endless war for the next 200 to 400 years.
Do you know
Only if you
what-
value the Christian explanation of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
version are you talking about, the freak? Let's
American
clear that up.
Christians would not like Jesus at all because he was a socialist hippie.
And he was brown.
Oh gosh, yeah, he was definitely
don't
not
do
a
it.
white dude.
Don't do it to him.
He
Don't
was
do it to him,
not a
sweet.
white dude. He was
Don't do
not
it to
a
him,
white
sweet.
dude.
Yeah, let's
Hey,
see any of them taking advice from a Middle Eastern guy in a robe.
Hey, Mikey, how many white people were in the Bible?
Probably all of them because I saw their pictures. They're stained glass.
There was one.
Good
There was
answer.
one. It was somebody's wife.
I saw the painting of the Last Supper.
That's brilliant, Mikey.
Yeah, wasn't Mary Magdalene white? That's why Jesus married her.
Yep. Facts.
Is that the
Big
only white
facts.
person?
Wait, so Jesus married her to get a green card? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Correct.
yes,
It was
yeah.
illegal. It was illegal. Yeah,
it
no
was the
papers.
only way he could immigrate.
To the USA and get the Mormons going.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh my gosh,
And go
that
after
went
the
way too
indigenous
far.
people.
You guys are out of
I thought you'd
control.
like that, Richard.
And scalp indigenous people.
You
And
know,
what else
I
did they
think
do?
we're coming up with a series of books here that we could put together that would write a really interesting story.
Yeah, I saw The Matrix. It was okay.
Like maybe 66 books that we could put
Hi,
together.
Doc. I see you in there.
Just
JR,
like,
you are
don't know
absolutely
that. You
incorrect.
don't know that he wasn't married. He married Mary Magdalene and had
There was
several
not just
kids.
one black guy in the Bible.
Oh yeah,
Well,
it
it
was
depends
Chris
on
Rock.
what do you mean by black? Do you
Yes,
mean like a person of color or someone from like Africa?
Yes.
Well, the Queen of Sheba is in the Bible. The Queen of
Because
Sheba
everybody
is
over there is
definitely
darker
black.
skin, so you need to be specific for me. I want to make sure.
I'm pretty sure the Sphinx was in the Bible. So
Oh, Jesus is a capitalist, Richard.
render unto Caesar.
Counted the cost, whether he has sufficient to fit. That has nothing about the who owns the capital. So your definition of capitalism, please, because I don't think you know I don't even think you know what capitalism is.
Honestly,
And,
let's not talk about
if you would
Mormons.
like to challenge my credentials, I am all for that.
I'm ready. I'm here for this. I'm here for this.
JR said it was the slave that carried the cross was the only black guy in the Bible.
Can we share a link for
Isn't that
StreamYard link
Joseph
with the
of
freak?
Arimathea?
Can we share a StreamYard link with the freak?
Yeah, if he wants to come in, they want to come in. I think it's of a male persuasion.
You really want to do that while closing it down?
I mean, I don't know if I do really.
What's the worst that could happen?
I just posted it.
I don't know. I
It's the
shut it
worst.
down in 20 some odd minutes anyways.
You could always shut it off and let them talk.
Oh
Maybe
yeah,
they-
that's
I'm not
fine. They
doing
can
that
talk
tonight.
in the basement in the back.
Leave
all
it
they
running
want.
live.
I always tell people
Capitalism
that, hey, carry
is
on.
not
I'm
risk
going
and
to bed.
investment. Sorry, you don't know what capitalism is. Try again.
That is the wrong answer.
That is the wrong answer. Capitalism is nothing more than the private ownership of the means of production.
Well, come on in, and you guys can just talk
Come
instead
on.
of this back and forth.
No,
with
this
the
is
chat.
great. Come on, man. You were so out of your depth right now, dude. And I am fucking here for
You
it.
can have risk and
behave.
investment in market socialism. You can
Mikey,
have risk and
behave.
investment
Oh,
in
the freak.
capitalism.
Welcome.
Wait,
Get my earbuds to work.
Everybody,
working.
everybody,
You
stop.
get an introduction from the freak.
No. I mean it. Everybody, stop talking for a minute. Hi, to Freak. How are you?
He said he was getting his earbuds to work.
Okay, well that's fine. I can hear.
No,
I mean it. No, you gotta
Shut off
that
YouTube.
Yeah, he's doing
Get
that.
the freak to do a quick introduction.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you
Yes,
want to do a
can you,
introduction
can
of who
you
you
hear
are?
me? Can you hear me?
Okay, I think I'm good.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
So, hi, how are you?
Hello.
Welcome.
Okay. So
Say
what are we
hello
talking
back.
about?
Don't be rude.
Well, hey, you started the topic, dude. You go ahead and talk about whatever. You guys get in to discuss what you were talking about in the chat.
So the proper definition of capitalism is the private ownership of the means of production. Risk and investment is not solely part and parcel to capitalism itself. You can have market socialism. You can have several forms of anarchism that has risk and investment within it. You can have general risk and investment even in communism. So risk and investment itself has nothing to do with capitalism.
Well, it's the main component of capitalism because
No, it's not.
you are taking labor and taking risk, which is the biggest part, and you're using your own investment. Whereas in communism, we know is the means of production and distribution is owned by the state.
No, it's not. Communism is a stateless society, so there is no state.
By definition, that's not how
By
it's been
definition.
implemented, but by definition,
That's a literal prescriptive definition of what communism is. It is a stateless, classless society.
Well, then that means that the whole philosophy is a complete fantasy.
How so? Well, they define the state as any type of political class that sets itself apart from the general population.
Could I just a second to freak? Sweet, if you don't mind, I don't mean to I know you know what you're talking about, but I don't want to interrupt. But still, there seems to be a religious aspect to DeFreak's philosophy here. Is that right?
Well, I'm just saying that in that example in Luke to address the lady in the chat as well. That was a specific. He was telling people in a specific manner. That's what he was telling people. The other example that people like to use is sell everything and follow me. He was telling that to a specific person.
So when you say you mean Jesus from the Bible, right?
Right, and so he's telling you. He's showing that you have to basically count your costs, which is the risk of investment. That's capitalism.
No, it's not. Under who?
Hold on. I know it's hard. Hold on. So the freak, does Jesus also say things like, "Why do you wonder at me? You will do greater things." Because he does.
Go ahead.
And he's got a position in heaven to fulfill. But, I mean, aren't there a lot of indicators to say that all positions are equal? They're just different jobs in heaven?
It's a matter of authority.
What's that?
I say it's a matter of authority. He has authority over everything in earth and heaven.
I'm not saying it needs justified. I'm saying it looks like actual equality, but in different job aspects where none is held actually higher or lower and all are equal under God.
You're talking about in heaven and in earth?
Yes.
Or
No. I'm just talking about heaven itself. Yeah. I'm trying to restrict it, not get too broad.
No, it's actually not true because in heaven the ranks are even more distinct and it's based on righteousness.
Well, that's actually a problem with several parables. I'd love to talk to you sometime. Sorry to interrupt, Swede.
Yeah.
Please go ahead with the technical stuff I don't understand.
So the actual proper definition of capitalism that you'll find in any economics textbook is the private ownership of the means of production, meaning, yes, risk and investment may be part of that, but that's also present in market socialism. That's also present in closed market socialism. That's also present in most communist systems, and it's most present in a lot of anarchistic systems as well. Risk and investment has nothing to do with capitalism itself. It's just who owns the means of production. That's all these political economies concern themselves with.
That's true. I mean, if you saw one of my post in the chat is a little socialism and a little more Jesus Christ, and you're going to have relative peace for at least 200 years.
There's no such thing as a little socialism. To be socialist,
like Social
the workers
Security
have to own the means of production. You either are or you aren't.
Simply like Social Security in the United States.
Social Security is not socialism. That's not a transference of ownership of the means of production.
Well, then you're entering into communism now.
No,
That's when you're talking about ownership of production and distribution, that's full on communism.
no, that's not. Communism is there's no ownership. There's no property.
Well, that's just the opposite of what I learned then.
That's because that's because you were taught by 1950 Joseph McCarthy propaganda.
Seems there was a Beatles song. Seems there was a Beatles song on this.
Yeah,
We all live
the communist anthem, but
wrong one, Mikey.
My bad.
Back in the USSR. So
But yeah,
anyway,
so-
listen, socialism is just the means of redistribution, but it doesn't mean they take ownership of
Yes, it
distribution and or labor markets.
Yes, it does.
How is Social
It's
Security?
the workers
What
own
is
the
Social
means of
Security
production.
then? What is Social Security
is
then?
just a welfare program.
Okay, and what is a welfare program?
A welfare program
It's socialism.
is
It's a redistribution.
how okay. How is redistribution having to do with the ownership of the means of production? Explain
It doesn't.
how
It's
you're
just a
connecting the
tax.
two.
It's simply a tax. It doesn't mean they own anything. It's just simply a tax on your
So
capital.
if it has nothing to do with ownership, then it has nothing to do with socialism.
I don't see Social Security as a welfare thing because I paid for it all the time. I
It's a
worked.
social welfare program.
Yeah, but I paid for it all the time I was working.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a social welfare program.
And it's redistribution, but there's no ownership of anything except the taxation of the capital.
You've just answered
That's
the question.
socialism.
No, it's not.
It's
because the
important.
workers don't own the means of production.
Yeah, but when that happens, when that happens, you're talking communism now.
No. Stop. I've already addressed that.
Same.
Communism is no property, no ownership systems. Socialism is where the workers have direct ownership, and you can have a lot of variance between how this is done. You can have syndicalism, which is through labor union and federalism. You can have straight market socialism, where it's kind of like an ESOP plan where everybody gets a vote, but everybody gets, shares the profits, and there's actually profit motive within socialism. There's so much out there that you're not getting, that you think socialism is and that communism is, that's just so far incorrect that it's kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Well, then what's the healthcare system in the UK called? I forgot the national
The NFS.
Yeah,
Or
I mean
NHS.
that's socialism, right?
No, it's not, because that's the doctors still own, or the hospitals are still owned by private groups, and it's
Right.
contracted through the NHS.
Love you, brother.
Right. Now, as soon as the state takes over that, if they were, let's just say hypothetical, that would be straight communism. That's what they do.
No, that would not be, because they don't have a system of one person, one vote, true direct democracy. Communism and socialism require full-on direct democracy.
Well,
'Cause that's what
Sweet,
ownership
if
is.
I get you to put it in very simplistic terms, socialism compared to the current U.S. corporate system would be to eliminate the board of directors and the shareholders, so then all profits are split up between everyone who's an employee of the company.
Yeah, the employees become the shareholders. That's
So
essentially
Sweet.
what it is.
So,
So
Sweet,
if-
tell
and
me,
hold on,
is
let me pause you
the
guys.
Chinese
The
communist
freak-
system the perfect system in the world right now?
Hold
Chinese
on,
communist
hold on,
system is state
Hold on.
capitalism.
I know I'm not muted. I really know I'm not muted. Hold on
I
just
see
a second.
B's mouth moving.
If
Is B
anybody wants to come in and discuss this off of live, I'm going to be ending it soon. So speak now or forever hold your peace. I'll make sure you have a link. And if anybody wants to come in. So go ahead, guys. Carry.
China's not communist, so
I was actually supposed to shut down 20 minutes ago anyway to try to hold to the bedtime I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
China's
I'm about an hour past mine almost.
China's
so.
system has some communistic elements, but that's mostly holdovers from the past. It's-
no,
yeah.
China has zero communist
Sorry?
holdovers. China has nothing that's communist because it's a state.
So then there's never ever been a true communist system in the manifest in the earth according to your philosophy.
Well, according to the definition of communism, where there's no classes, there has not been any implementation of communism like that. So there has not been a true implementation of communism in any of history anywhere.
Nope,
as far as we know.
There have been a few socialist, the Paris Commune. Right now, the Zapatistas in Mexico have a very cool anarchistic system. They're close. I would say they're the closest to communism that we've ever been, because they truly have a breakdown. Now, they have kind of a political class, so it kind of nixes that out. But within Mexico, the Zapatistas have been very good at creating a well-to-do anarchistic territory where it's very hierarchical rather than hierarchical.
And so when I say that the state owns the labor market and the distribution market, what is that considered, or what is the definition of that now?
That's state capitalism.
And you equate that with China right now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, China's a mix of state capitalism with some level of personal ownership. Yeah. I mean, Jack Ma, under no socialist, China has the most billionaires. There's not a single, in communism, there's no money, number one. Number two, socialism, there would be no billionaires either, unless, you inflate the money currency so much that everybody's a billionaire. But, there's no point at that point.
Right. That's why so many people are against it. They don't want to give up their money.
Well, yeah, the oligarchs are against it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've created a press system that has basically created a propaganda network that tells people what they think socialism means when it doesn't even mean close to that. If you were to take Econ 201, political Econ 220, I think it was, you get laughed out of the room if you said communism has ever existed on this planet, other than proto-communism by the hunter-gatherer societies.
So other than redistribution, what else does socialism entail at all? Or does it even include redistribution?
Socialism is where everyone, like if I go to work, all of us own the company. The workers own the company. That's socialism. That's all socialism means.
All
but see,
right.
they don't want people to know that, because then they don't have their power.
That's the workers owning the means of production.
That's just so they don't want no higher ups ever going to let that. Nobody with a lot of money is going to let that happen.
And there are companies out there that are like that. There's there are worker co-ops out there. There are some out there that are kind of do it. They have ESOPs, but it's very uneven ownership. There are some out there that have an ESOP plan where it's uneven profit sharing ownership, but it's everybody gets a vote, the same vote. In a socialist company, 51 out of 100 people could get together and fire the CEO if they think they're taking the business in the wrong direction. It's a hierarchical system.
Let me respond to this real quick. So Robert said, but without money, how do you pay the doctor? And who wants to learn 10 years if it doesn't bring you anything? But see, that's the thing is if all the pay equaled out and stuff, you could still be successful. You could still make a little bit more money than the other guy, but you're not going to be fucking a millionaire. And nobody needs to be. These people have so much money, they literally don't know what to fucking do with it. And they just keep accumulating more because it's just, I don't know, makes them big.
This is a different question than that. It's money as a motivation. And Robert, you're right in today's mindset.
Fuck.
The thing is you have to evolve the mindset of how we organize our workforce in the future. This is a lot of us.
The employees, the people that work there own it. That's the point. There is no.
There are some co-ops in Canada that were started by somebody who then handed the reins over to.
Yeah, usually. Well, that happens too. And the thing is somebody could come in to work for it, and they're given their A share, their single A share, which is their voting share, and then they earn, say, Class B shares, which is their profit sharing, as they work there more and more and more. So I mean, there's so many different ways you can do this, but the premise of socialism is that Class A share, that voting share, everyone has one. No one has more political power over anyone else than that one vote. No one gets 2 votes, period.
I'll take 2
Now,
votes.
in some semblances of socialism, you can get into some areas of federalism where you can offload your vote to somebody for an indefinite amount of time, and you can take it back whenever you want. So a group of people can be like, hey, you get these 11 votes to decide this course of action. We'll monitor it, but we trust you. You know what you're doing. You know, it's basically like hiring the CFO or whatever. But if they don't like what he's doing, they can instantly go, canceled, we get our votes back, you're fired. You know, even the janitor has as much power as the CEO as far as the votes are concerned, and that's what socialism brings to the table.
Well, Robert, we're not saying that there's going to be nobody to oversee the companies. You always, even if a company, tell me if I'm wrong, Swede. This is my understanding of it. Even if a company is owned by employees, you still have to have people oversee it. You know, people to run it, administration people, blah, blah, blah. It's not that you don't have that. It's just that there's not one asshole that owns the whole fucking company that's getting rich and while the employees are starving. That's what doesn't happen.
Yeah, because the more profit that's made, the more that's shared across the whole
Exactly.
company.
It's not going in that big guy's pocket. Everybody gets a piece of it. Because
Now some may get a little bit. Now you can have it where some people get
yeah.
a little bit more profit sharing than others. Say, you know, you have like, you know, this really great worker that does a lot and spends a lot of time at the office, and so you give them an extra 10% over what that is, and you can do things like that. But in the end, it's that Class A share that matters the most, because let's say this person is getting a bigger share, but now they're sloughing off. 51 out of the 100 votes come in and say, no, that compensation plan is now nixed.
Yeah.
We're going back to
well,
equal.
because they're giving it to that person for a reason. If the reason is no longer there, they didn't earn it.
And
Yes.
the
So
big
basically,
thing
what
is,
you're saying though is that the worker on the line on the factory floor has the same voting rights as the CEO.
yep, the
That's exactly,
the
and that-
janitor has as much power as the CEO does.
Right. And that's why the big guys don't like it.
Exactly.
They
Because
never
it's
will.
very easy for people to start talking on the
Hold
manufacturing
on, I see
floor.
you down there.
Yeah, and if you've got a manager who's not doing his job, you can get a group of people together to replace him.
Who's got that echo going on there?
Like there's a electric company here, and it's a co-op. You buy into it whenever you hook up.
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
It's non-profit.
Utility co-ops
right?
are a little
And-
bit different.
and it's a whole lot cheaper. And if they make a profit, in other words, if they have a profit at the end of the year, the physical year for them, everybody shares in that amount of profit.
Yeah, based on how much electricity you used, usually is how it's done. But the other important thing about like a utility co-op is not all profits are distributed. Some are held back for reserves and things like that. But those reserves are still owned by the people. So say if it dissolves, that money does not go to an owner. It goes to the owners across the board. So, you know, there's utility co-ops, and then there's also an ownership structure like the credit union where it's owned by the customers. So if you had a banking system in socialism, you could actually have a split system of ownership where 60% of the thing is owned by the employees and 40% by the customers. Because in a banking system, you don't want you want the alliance between the motivation between the bank and the customers. So you can do this so many different ways from Sunday, but the important part every time, who votes and how much voting power do they have, and if it's not equal, it's not socialism.
Yeah, so let me first of all say I actually just joined a credit union that actually does that. Like, and I can't remember the numbers now, but they were fair numbers when they told me. Like I walked in and said, "Tell me about your credit union. I need a new bank." You know, so I sat down with the lady. We had a big conversation about it and how they started it. They've only got so many branches right now. They only have like. Oh, I hate that. Who's got the thing? Thank you. They've only got like 6 or 8 branches. They just opened a brand new one or something. So they're smaller. It's customer owned. Like the customers are in control of it, of a good chunk. So it's pretty cool.
And Robert,
first, second of all, let me say
you can still have the same corporate shells like C Corp and things like that protect the general personal properties away from bankruptcy. So yeah, they would all, their value would go to 0 if they go bankrupt, but their personal property would still be protected through, corporate shells and being unable to pierce the veil.
So Swede, the question that Robert had earlier was, how do you get the company started? Like, who starts this company? Who starts a company where everybody is part of the employees and everything are owners and everything? How does that start?
Imagine you pitching your idea to the general community and saying, we need to get this together. Who wants to work it? And who wants to come in and start the capital up?
Yeah, I think that's the question. Where do you find the capital to buy a building and machinery and so forth to start a company?
It's like starting any other business. You just have a different business structure, a different set of bylaws.
And that would be where the ownership between the credit unions type structure and the companies would be, where they would be providing the capital. And, the people generally, if you had a small bank for a community. Now, again, this is all spitballing.
We do this here in Canada. We have credit unions that operate.
Well, no. I'm trying to write recipes for the cook shops of the future, which is not what you should do.
Yeah.
But from just a spitball perspective, you could have some semblance of ownership between the banks or the credit union and the business themselves, and then once the capital gets paid back, you can, transfer the ownership back of profit sharing, however you want to do it.
Yeah.
Again, everything comes down to who votes.
Yeah, we do have financial credit unions here. I've been a member of one for over 25 years here.
Right. Yeah.
So I just want to get some terms straight in terms of like the neo-economics that I'm hearing. The healthcare system in the UK and Social Security in the United States, these are part of what I would call socialism in a capitalistic system. You were saying that it's just straight capitalism.
Yeah, it's just straight capitalism. It's a welfare state in the capitalism, in a capitalistic society. And nothing about it is socialism.
So how does our system here in Canada?
And it's not neo. This is like textbook.
How does our system here in Canada fit into this? Like here, we all pay taxes, which pays for our health care.
You're capitalist.
That's capitalist still. That's
You're
not
capitalist.
Socialist. Okay.
Because the hospitals can be owned by private individuals.
But the thing is, when the government is intervening to do the redistribution in any form, that's not straight capitalism. For what I was taught, and I mean, I'm not that old. I'm just about as old as you, I bet.
The hospitals here in Canada are owned by our government.
Not all of them.
No, not all, but most of them are. Yeah.
It's half past midnight here, so I'm dropping out.
You still have private ownership.
Okay, Purple. I'm about to end this anyways. You have a good night, sweetheart.
Good night.
Night, Purple.
Night, Purple.
So let's pause there, and I'm going to end this. If anybody in the chat wants to come in, you better do it now. And then you guys talk as long as you fucking want. But I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired too. But
so everybody on the panel, thanks for coming, and I appreciate the good conversation and everybody being respectful of each other. Thank you for that.
This was a great conversation. The Freak, thank you for joining us. I really enjoyed hearing all this conversation with everybody here. You brought in some great topics.
Cool. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate everybody being amicable. Well, and of course, you guys can finish that in the back. Everybody in the chat that's still there, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you guys, the support you guys always give, and you're always there and always got my back. So thank you all for that. So everybody out there, take care of yourselves, take care of one another, and have some peace in your life.